Chapter 1764. The martial god Dragon Fist was a connate Dao technique passed down from the martial god's bloodline. It was executed using the Dao of battle and had little to do with dragons. However, the pure Dao inherited from the martial god brought boundless power. Xueqi punched out. It looked simple and ordinary, but in the blink of an eye, it descended on Long Chen's head. An astonishing golden light burst out from his right eye, forming a huge impact on Long Chen. In the blink of an eye, the martial god Dragon Fist had already become a huge threat to him. The power of this punch was much stronger than Xiongba's War Demon Fist. If it hadn't been refined by the Kunming grass, Long Chen probably wouldn't have been able to take this punch. In Xueqi's right eye, Long Chen seemed to see a god. It was a peerless god of war who wore golden armor and held a golden spear. He had 18 clones, and the guy in front of him was his bloodline descendant. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, the martial god Dragon Fist had already dealt a devastating blow to him. Long Chen could almost see Xueqi's mocking face. However, did he think he could defeat him like this? Long Chen gripped both swords tightly. The Lingxi sword became the heavenly slaughtering blood sword. Ancient slaughter runes revolved around it, and it was filled with killing intent. The god-slaying sword in his left hand was hidden under his armpit. The Lingxi sword had a rare primordial spirit slaughter ability, and the heavenly slaughtering blood sword was a mystique belonging to the ancestral dragon. Under the dual use of the heavenly slaughtering blood sword, Long Chen's powerful physical strength and the power of the heavenly slaughtering blood sword clashed directly against the martial god Dragon Fist. Rip. The heavenly slaughtering blood sword clashed with the opponent's vast energy. The collision was shocking. Even though Long Chen used the heavenly slaughtering blood sword in his human form, he wasn't any weaker than his opponent. After all, this was a mystique from the ancestral dragon. As for the Lingxi sword's unique soul slaughter ability, it had unknowingly defeated Xueqi and injured his soul. It could be said that at the beginning of the battle, Long Chen had directly used the heavenly slaughtering blood sword to cut apart his opponent's martial god Dragon Fist. However, this was only the beginning. After breaking through the martial god Dragon Fist, Long Chen's figure moved rapidly. He used the Time Dragon and the god-slaying sword's fastest god-slaying art. His eyes, body, and heart overlapped as he disappeared rapidly. When he reappeared, the god-slaying sword was already in front of Xueqi. That malevolent sword of death took advantage of Lingxi's murderous intent and slashed towards Xueqi. Long Chen's continuous attacks could only be described as astonishing. Xueqi did not expect that he would be defeated so quickly. He was still in pain from his soul when his opponent had already arrived in front of him. Drink. The god-slaying art was extremely fast. A ray of gray light swept over, its target Xueqi's smooth neck. Xueqi was taken aback. As soon as he tried to resist, he saw Long Chen's cold gaze. His eyes became illusory, eternal, instant. When all the killer moves were combined, the attack formed was rather terrifying. Although Xueqi was only blocked by the eternal instant for a moment, at that moment, Long Chen's god-slaying sword slashed across his neck at lightning speed. If Xueqi had not frantically and fearfully broken free from the eternal instant and retreated a little, his neck would have been cut off by Long Chen in that instant. Even so, half of his neck was severed, and the remaining half was stuck to his torso. Xueqi's throat had been severed. Naturally, he did not even have the strength to scream. He had almost killed him, but Long Chen did not stop. The dual sword technique allowed him to better use the two swords in his hands. Lingxi's sword stabbed violently at her opponent from another angle. Xueqi was shocked. At this critical moment, he did not dare to be careless anymore. He used a large amount of immortal essence to recover from his injuries. On the other hand, a shocking Dao treasure appeared in his left hand. It was a sword of stars. He swung the sword down, and a terrifying sword aura with raging flames rushed towards Long Chen. Under this sword chi, if Long Chen continued to fight, it would only result in a lose-lose situation. Thus, he could only retreat. As soon as the battle started, he had already gained the upper hand and firmly suppressed his opponent. In that case, he would be able to suppress his opponent a second time and a third time. The two retreated. Long Chen stood on a big tree, the two swords in his hands hanging down. Blood dripped from the god-slaying sword. This warrior covered in blood-colored dragon scales was like a death god from hell, cold and emotionless. After using a large amount of rare immortal essences, Xueqi finally managed to heal his neck in the shortest time possible. However, because the god-slaying sword was the key to the sword of death, a scar had formed on his neck. It would probably take a few years for it to disappear. To Xueqi, this was definitely a great humiliation. After recovering, he panted heavily and glared at Long Chen. His eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. His bulging eyeballs were bloodshot with hatred. How is this possible? The experts from the branch family who were fighting Lingxi and the sun-devouring direwolf were also watching the battle. They saw an unbelievable scene. How did Long Chen do it? If it wasn't for the arranged battle between Long Chen and Su Yuyao, they wouldn't have known that Long Chen was so powerful. They originally thought that they had overestimated him, but they didn't expect that they had still underestimated him. This guy could force Su Yuyao into such a predicament and cause a storm in the inner city. He was definitely a ruthless person. But he has angered Brother Yuchen. When Brother Yuchen shows his full strength, that will be the real battle. Yes, he is more proficient in the Stellar Sword Dao. He has already taken out the Hellfire Stellar Sword. While they were chattering, Long Chen was already staring at his opponent's weapon. Without a doubt, it was an ancient Dao treasure. Hellfire Stellar Sword. Long Chen took a closer look and saw that it was a transparent sword of light with astral energy circulating within it. There were a total of 9 blazing stars embedded on the blade, and one could vaguely see the Hellfire Star Behemoth roaring. This Hellfire Star Sword burned with the Hellfire Star Flames, and its power was astonishing. Around the hilt of the sword, there were a total of 40 Dao runes. Half of the 8 great sky swords. This Hellfire Stellar Sword was definitely a supreme treasure among the Nirvana Tribulation Realm. Many late-stage Nirvana Tribulation Realm warriors did not have a Dao treasure of this level. But Xueqi had already familiarized himself with the burning Hellfire Stellar Sword. He recovered and pointed the scorching Hellfire Stellar Sword at Long Chen. Panting heavily, his face was ashen. He growled in a low voice, "I underestimated you just now. You are qualified to be my opponent. Let's fight." Boom. Shocking power rippled out in all directions. The surroundings became a sea of Hellfire Stellar Fire. To be able to collect the Hellfire Stellar Fire and create a Dao treasure, the creator was definitely a genius. Xueqi was proficient in the Stellar Sword Dao. He was like a fish in water when using the Hellfire Stellar Sword. His combat power soared terrifyingly. Coupled with his Nirvana power of the 8th Nirvana Tribulation Realm, it would be very difficult to defeat him. Moreover, this descendant of the martial gods still had many bloodline abilities that he had not used. However, Long Chen did not even frown. He bent his body and his expression was cold, ready to fight. Xueqi held the divine sword in his hand and soared into the sky. Wherever he went, the hellfire would engulf him. His shining body was very dazzling in the night sky. Pointing the sword at Long Chen, he was guided by an invisible force and also soared into the sky. Boom! With the sound of weapons clashing, the two began an intense battle. With the Hellfire Stellar Sword, Xueqi had finally caught up to Long Chen's level. He could guarantee that he would not be defeated in a short period of time in a battle with Long Chen. He even attacked. The power of the Hellfire Stellar Sword was something that Long Chen was afraid of, but at the same time, it excited Long Chen. The god-slaying sword went crazy and kept using the heaven-slaughtering blood sword to clash with his opponent. Every now and then, he would tear off a piece of flesh from the Hellfire Stellar Sword. 9 Yang Divine Sword. Xueqi was shrouded in the Hellfire Stellar Fire. His whole body was golden and he looked like a god. He drew a circle with the Hellfire Stellar Sword in his hand and 9 suns formed above Long Chen's head. Within the suns, countless Hellfire Stellar Sword chi exploded and formed a densely packed stellar fire cage, trapping Long Chen within. Your lowly bloodline dares to compete with me, the descendant of the martial god? How can my noble bloodline lose to your ridiculous, non-existent worm? There are no dragons in this world. There are only gods, and we are the sons of gods. Xueqi laughed coldly. Is that so? He had angered the pride in Long Chen's heart. He could have dodged, but Long Chen seemed to have gone crazy. He held his swords horizontally and turned them into a wheel. The violent power struck again and again. The power that could topple mountains and overturn seas formed a terrifying impact. Finally, at the last moment, the 9 suns were completely destroyed. Heaven's slaughtering blood sword. Both swords were imbued with the ancestral dragon mystique and they slashed down. Xueqi swept the Hellfire Stellar Sword. The swords with 9 Dao patterns and no Dao patterns were not weaker than the Dao tools with 40 Dao patterns. The Hellfire Star Sword was filled with flames with terrifying destructive power. At this moment, the sun-devouring demon wolf roared and the Hellfire Stellar Sword was swallowed by it. Long Chen's sword slashed down violently. The Lingxi sword pierced the spirit essence, while the God-slaying sword specialized in killing Dao tools. With a terrifying tremor, Su Yuchen was smashed into the ground and the Hellfire Stellar Sword flew out of his hand. Long Chen charged down violently and snatched the Hellfire Stellar Sword. In front of Su Yuchen, he pressed the Hellfire Stellar Sword to the ground and suppressed the sword's rampage. Then he raised the God-slaying sword. Do you know what he is? He is the natural enemy of Dao tools. After saying this, the God-slaying sword was like a child. It held a knife and stabbed the Hellfire Stellar Sword over and over again. Let go. Su Yuchen recovered and he used force to summon the Hellfire Stellar Sword. It flew out of his hand and returned to his hand. Chapter 1765. It was a very thin crack that was almost indistinguishable. However, Su Yuchen understood what it meant. For a sword-shaped doctrine weapon like this to have such a crack, it was basically equivalent to being destroyed. If he had only been angry before, he was now twitching. He stared blankly at the Hellfire Star Sword in his hand. He stared at the 9 blazing stars embedded in the sword. His mind was blank and he could not believe it. Who would have thought that Long Chen's God-slaying sword could actually shatter the Hellfire Star Sword? Long Chen stood before him. He roughly understood how Su Yuchen would feel after his doctrine weapon was destroyed. However, Su Yuchen had asked for it. Long Chen was also burning with rage because of what Su Yuchen had said. Su Yuchen had said that divine dragons were illusory and that there were only gods in this world. There had never been dragons. This was an insult to Long Chen's faith. It was already kind of Long Chen to not kill him. However, this battle was far from over. Su Yuchen panted heavily. The more he looked at the Hellfire Star Sword, the redder his eyes became. This guy was about to go crazy. At this stage of the battle, Long Chen had never felt any fear. While Su Yuchen was still struggling and going crazy, he attacked again. With lightning speed, both swords slashed down crazily, slashing at Su Yuchen's Hellfire Star Sword again and again. The God-slaying sword displayed an incomparably terrifying side, biting off pieces of flesh from Su Yuchen's body. Under Long Chen's powerful attack, Su Yuchen's eyes were bloodshot. He stared at Long Chen and retreated step by step. Long Chen was too fast. All he could do was defend. At that moment, the 9 fiery stars exploded and a large amount of Hell's starfire swept across the surroundings. Just as the entire Mount Dawn was about to be destroyed, Emo Shaolang swallowed all the Hell's starfire into his stomach at that moment. The Hellfire Star Sword exploded violently, turning into dust in front of Long Chen's eyes. All of it was greedily swallowed by the God-slaying sword. Long Chen put the God-slaying sword on his back and hurriedly retreated away from the crazed Su Yuchen. He could feel that there were Dao patterns forming on the hilt of the God-slaying sword. When the 10th Dao pattern was formed, the God-slaying sword underwent a major transformation. One of the eyes of the skull on the sword hilt lit up and emitted a green light. This green light was awe-inspiring, terrifying, cold, and filled with an endless aura of death. When this eye opened, the surroundings instantly sank into a gloomy atmosphere. Most people felt a chill in their hearts, as if there was an invisible ghost clawing at their hearts. As Long Chen held onto the God-slaying sword, he still felt his hair stand on end. The power of the God-slaying sword had undergone a huge transformation. From an ancient Dao weapon, it had become an ancient Dao weapon. Next, it was the 11th Dao pattern. The 12th Dao pattern was a huge leap. After devouring the 40-pattern Dao artifact, the God-slaying sword had grown to a total of 21 Dao patterns. It had undergone an unprecedented transformation. Even the God-slaying art had changed a lot. Perhaps it was only now that the God-slaying sword revealed its true glory. A dark aura surged from the God-slaying sword into his body. Long Chen gripped the God-slaying sword tightly, and the surging power of death emanated from it. The God-slaying sword was also an extremely mysterious sword. It had come from the City Lord of the Wronged, and the City Lord of the Wronged had been an overlord of the Eternal Sacred Realm many years ago. As the God-slaying sword underwent a terrifying transformation, Su Yuchen knelt on the ground. His eyes were filled with grief as he looked at the fragments of the Hellfire Star Sword. He stood up, his body brimming with endless killing intent. Long Chen, I will send you to hell. His voice was so hoarse that it didn't even sound like his own. While their battle was one-sided, an equally fierce battle was taking place on the other two sides. At this time, Mo Xiaolang had already dealt with two opponents. Although he did not kill them, he had temporarily trapped them with the 9 underworld's demon ancestral fire. Meanwhile, Ling Shi was fighting fiercely with the other two. She was not as strong as Mo Xiaolang, so she could only barely withstand the attacks of two people. At this time, Mo Xiaolang had already gone to help her. Long Chen breathed a sigh of relief and focused on facing Su Yuchen. This was not a weak opponent. He spread his arms, suddenly filled with confidence. He laughed coldly and said, "Brothers, let's show these idiots the power of the gods in our bloodline." Yes. The Su family members who were fighting suddenly became enthusiastic. Your opponent is me. Su Yuchen stood in front of Long Chen, as if he was talking in his sleep. He spread his arms wide and laughed loudly. On his body, a golden formation diagram from the primordial era suddenly appeared. There were countless golden runes on it, and they were cryptic. However, the divine energy of desolation swept out, causing people to tremble. Su Yuchen's face twisted as he roared at Long Chen. "Aunt, we have the blessings of our ancestors. We have the blood of the gods in our veins. We are the true descendants of the gods. Although it's very troublesome to use this power every time, and we can only use it once or twice a month, it's still very satisfying." He looked at Long Chen hysterically. His eyes bulged as he said coldly, "Then, I'll let you, a filthy dragon warrior, witness the blood of our gods boil." Boom. The golden spell formations exploded on the 5 of them. Among them, Su Yuchen's was the brightest. For a moment, the light covered Long Chen's vision. Su Yuchen's body was undergoing a terrifying transformation. It was an unknown transformation. As his blood boiled, his power increased rapidly, and gradually reached the level of the late stage of the Nirvana Tribulation realm. Continue. The destruction of the Hellfire Star Sword had caused Su Yuchen to lose face. If he did not kill Long Chen today, he would not rest. Their blood began to boil and their strength skyrocketed. Even the two people who were trapped by Mo Xiaolang had broken free from the 9 nether demon ancestral flame shackles. Explode. 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 For a moment, Mount Dawn was unrecognizable. Long Chen gritted his teeth. This was a good place that they had painstakingly built, but these guys destroyed it so casually. When the golden diagram exploded, Su Yuchen's strength had risen to its limit. Moreover, this was probably an ultimate increase without many side effects. It was truly amazing to be able to use such a huge increase at the 8th level of the Nirvana Tribulation realm. Especially Su Yuchen, whose strength had risen the most. This should be the most fundamental reason why the descendants of gods are so powerful. They can make their blood boil and inherit the power of their ancestors. They are so strong. The destruction of Mount Dawn had caused more and more trouble. How could Long Chen not feel the strong killing intent of the opponents? However, the one Long Chen was most worried about was not himself, but Ling Shi. This was because Ling Shi had originally only been able to block 2 people. After the other party became stronger, her strength was quickly stretched. When Long Chen turned his head to look, the 2 cultivators had already completed the process of their divine blood seething and were launching ferocious attacks at Ling Shi. The 2 martial artists wielded a blue war spear and a large red seal respectively. They launched devastating attacks at Ling Shi. Ling Shi used the sword net formed by the 8 heavenly swords to block their attacks, but after her divine blood began to boil, the strength of the other party skyrocketed, to the point where it seemed endless. The sudden increase in attacks could be said to have broken through Ling Shi's limits, causing her sword net to be in imminent danger. Long Chen clearly saw that in this instant, her face started to pale, but she still gritted her teeth. Now that Ling Shi was in danger, Long Chen wanted to go over and help her. But at this time, Su Yuchen's speed increased as he arrived in front of him. He mocked, "Your opponent is me, no one can go over." When Long Chen was in a hurry, he would not waste words. So what if he had God's spirit blood? So what if there were no side effects? In front of the ancestral dragon, it was all trash. Long Chen's body moved, and he disappeared into the river of time. This was the first time he had used this skill in front of Su Yuchen. He had used it once before, but it had been very short, and Su Yuchen had not been able to see what was going on. When Long Chen disappeared in front of him, Su Yuchen was stunned. Long Chen. He hurriedly turned around, but Long Chen had disappeared. In the distance, Lingxi was still bitterly holding on. The attacks of the two opponents had broken through her sword net, and Lingxi could only use the misty immortal track to change her figure. There were a few times when her opponent's attacks brushed past her. In terms of nirvana force, Lingxi was too much weaker than them. The fact that she was able to fight until now showed that she was quite talented. Brother Yuchen, tell us not to hold back. Yes. The two attackers found an opportunity, and their attacks were merciless. The red seal descended from the sky, and countless Tao patterns lit up. Lingxi could only control 3 celestial swords at the moment, and 2 of them were sent flying by the seal. The other person was overjoyed. He held a blue spear and stabbed it towards Lingxi's throat. He laughed and said, "Sorry, I got it first." His voice came to a stop after he said the word. Swoosh! A figure suddenly appeared behind him, and with a tearing sound, the god-slaying sword swept past his neck, separating his head from his body. Ah! The martial artist's body fell to the ground, and there was no more movement. At this time, Lingxi had successfully sent the other opponent flying. Like a ghost, Long Chen appeared behind her with 2 bloody swords in his hands. He passed the god-slaying sword to his other hand, and hugged Lingxi from behind with one hand. He pulled her into his embrace very tightly. Long Chen's heart was beating very fast. If he had been a step slower, Lingxi would have been in danger. Chen. Feeling that familiar warmth, Lingxi returned from her shock to his gentle harbor, and her heart calmed down. Chapter 1766. Long Chen hugged the beauty in his arms and turned his gaze to the martial art practitioner who had been hit. The situation had been too urgent previously, so Long Chen had not controlled his attack. Just as the god-slaying sword had struck the other party, the god-slaying sword had gone berserk and destroyed all the vitality in the other party's body, achieving the effect of killing him in one blow. In reality, Long Chen had no intention of killing him. His original intention was to teach him a lesson. It was just that he had been too anxious just now, and the god-slaying sword had formed 21 Tao patterns and become a primordial Tao artifact. Its lethality had increased by too much, and Long Chen had not noticed it at first. In addition, he was worried about Lingxi's safety, so he had killed one person. Everyone stopped what they were doing when they saw the corpse on the ground with its eyes wide open. Long Chen made a prompt decision and let Mo Xiaolang and Lingxi enter the god nation. The other 4 walked over to the corpse. "He's dead," one of the Su family disciples told Su Yuchen after checking. Su Yuchen didn't grieve. Instead, he laughed and looked at Long Chen with schadenfreude. "I was afraid that I wouldn't be able to deal with you. Look at you now. You're asking for it. Even I don't have the right to kill them at will. You, on the other hand, killed them the moment you attacked. Although this brat is nothing compared to me, there are several reincarnation tribulation experts in the clan." The other 3 looked at each other in shock and anger. If they had been in Long Chen's position, they would have died without a doubt. But since he had killed his own people, as long as the elders appeared, Long Chen could continue to be arrogant. "The 3 of you, carry his corpse back. I will fight with this person here," Su Yuchen ordered coldly. The others did not want to stay here. Now that someone had died, they had to go back and complain. Long Chen wasn't frightened by this matter. Wasn't Su Zhen always mysterious? He wanted to kill someone and see what Su Zhen would do. As for Su Yuchen, after the others left, only he and Long Chen were left in the dilapidated Mount Dawn. Su Yuchen walked up to him and said, "Let's continue. We haven't decided the winner yet. Don't tell me you're already frightened." The opponent was getting stronger and stronger with the help of seething divine blood. It was even comparable to Su Yuyao's power of nirvana. "If I don't let you understand, you won't know the difference between a true descendant of a god and a dragon warrior like you, even if it's a super divine dragon. Not only can I use boiling divine blood, but I can also accept the will of a true god." Su Yuchen spread his arms and shouted, "That is the will of a true god, comparable to the heavens and earth. You won't understand it at all. You are a rare and difficult opponent that I have met, and I can use you to test my newly awakened ability." Long Chen did not transform into a dragon. He held the Spirit Dawn sword in his left hand and held it horizontally in front of his chest, while his right hand held the god-slaying sword behind him. It looked simple, but in fact, it was full of killing intent. He held the lynxy sword in his left hand and held it horizontally in front of his chest. His right hand held the god-slaying sword behind him. It looked simple, but it was actually full of killing intent. When Su Yuchen saw him as a difficult opponent, he also saw Su Yuchen as a difficult opponent. Soon, Su Yuchen closed his eyes. On his body, the golden martial Dao patterns were like tattoos, appearing all over his body. Even his face had golden patterns. This was the unique symbol of the martial god's bloodline. On his body, Long Chen discovered an indescribable radiance. It was as if the entire world had gathered on his body. It was as if this person had the power to control the world. His words were law. If he wanted the world to change color, he didn't even need to lift a finger. The originally ordinary Su Yuchen had transformed out of thin air. He had a temperament that made Long Chen feel awe. This must be the temperament of a deity. As a descendant of a deity, he could at most imitate it. But even so, Su Yuchen's performance was not simple. Hua! When he opened his eyes, his golden gaze seemed to pierce through the world. Buzz! Long Chen felt a burst of ringing in his ears. The Su Yuchen before him seemed to have grown countless times larger, towering between the heavens and the earth. He had transformed into an ancient giant standing before him, bringing him endless mental pressure. I am a primordial god. You lowly thieves dare to invade my home and bully my descendants? Hurry up and die! Long Chen felt like he had been struck by lightning. His ears were ringing, and he felt extremely uncomfortable. The opponent's pressure felt like the whole sky was pressing on his head. It was extremely heavy. He even had the urge to kneel down and worship him. He could not even see Su Yuchen. He was in torture. This was probably the martial god's will. Inheriting the will of a deity was a special method of descendants of a deity. If it was anyone else, they would have long since been scared out of their wits. However, Long Chen was an extremely prideful person. His bloodline was the proudest bloodline in the world since ancient times. Even the will of a god might not be able to subdue him. This was because, in his eyes, gods were not supreme beings. Only the ancestral dragons stood at the peak. Boom! The undying will in his bones exploded. Long Chen let out a crazy roar in his most desperate moment. The opponent's martial god's will was nothing more than a primordial spirit pressure. Long Chen's primordial spirit was the Void Universe Dragon. The Void Universe Dragon looked mysterious, but when provoked, it was terrifying. The furious roar directly shattered Su Yuchen's martial god will, causing everything he had built to crumble. At that moment, Su Yuchen was going crazy. He had never seen anyone who could resist the martial god's will. Boom! Su Yuchen took a few steps back. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. The god's spirit halo around him gradually faded. Only the amplification of God's blood was still there. Long Chen acted as if nothing had happened. But he could not let Su Yuchen go just like that. He had provoked him. Of course, Su Yuchen would not let this go. He looked at Long Chen with extreme shock and said, I have never seen someone at your level be able to resist my martial god's will. If that is the case, I can only use my god's blood to defeat you. Buzz! He did as he said. He mobilized his power. The golden lines changed on his body. His god's blood continued to boil and his power continued to explode. Su Yuchen gathered a fist and attacked again. 3 primordial punches. First punch. Martial breaks mountains and rivers. This 3 primordial punches was a connate path technique that was even more profound than the martial god Dragon Fist. Su Yuchen could only use this move when his god's blood was boiling. The martial god's fist moved. One of the mountains in Mount Dawn was crushed. Countless rocks flew towards Long Chen. With an explosion, Long Chen and the mountains he was on disappeared. To be honest, after this guy's god's blood was boiling, Long Chen could not defeat him with his normal power. Su Yuchen stood in the wind and laughed. Long Chen, how much longer can you hide? If you're a man, then come out. Long Chen, how much longer can you hide? Come out now if you're a man. As soon as he said this, he felt a fatal danger behind him. He abruptly turned his head and saw a blood-red figure enveloped in a blazing dragon-shaped flame. It was a pure blood-red flame. It wasn't big, nor was it terrifying. In fact, it didn't even feel like it was burning. However, it was this dragon-shaped flame that made Su Yuchen inexplicably suck in a breath of cold air. You have God's blood too? Su Yuchen asked in a daze. He could sense that Long Chen's body was emitting a fluctuation similar to the seething god's blood. The blood-colored flame had actually given him a huge boost. The degree of this boost surpassed Su Yuchen's seething god's blood. These burning blood-colored flames were extremely similar to the blood sacrificial flames from back then. But this time, the blood sacrifice fire had been reborn from the ashes. The dragon-shaped flame that Long Chen controlled now was the god-refining flame. The spirit cultivation fire was a flame that could improve one's strength for a short period of time without any side effects. Every time he used the blood sacrifice fire, his strength would regress. But now, Long Chen did not have to worry at all. He did not even have to use the god's blood boil a few times a month. But the effect of the spirit cultivation fire was not so simple. It was not only used on himself, but also on the enemy. Long Chen waved his hands. His blood-red flame dragon head roared and coiled around his arm. The spirit cultivation fire burned on the Lingxi sword and the god-slaying sword. Again. Long Chen only said 2 words. Su Yuchen sneered in anger. He developed the fist Dao and danced in the air. Dense fist shadows formed around him. When he punched out the last punch, the sky changed color. 3 primordial punches. Third punch. Python swallows antiquity. This punch created a vortex, and the vortex was like a sky-devouring python. It was formed from the martial god's fist intent, and it formed a power that could devour the heavens. Everywhere it passed by, everything in its path was destroyed. The god's blood boil was extremely strong. This was the strongest move that Su Yuchen had ever used. At this moment, Long Chen's expression didn't change. He was bathed in the dragon-shaped spiritual refinement fire as he charged towards the strongest punch of the 3 primordial punches. His figure was undoubtedly tiny compared to the sky-devouring giant python. However, when the blood-colored flame rushed in, countless blood-colored sword chi shot out and pierced the sky-devouring giant python. Long Chen. Su Yuchen was defeated. Swoosh 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 swoosh. A blood-red shadow appeared. Su Yuchen realized that he was already enveloped in the blood-red flames. Just as he realized it, he was in unparalleled pain. He let out an earth-shattering scream. Under the burning of the spirit cultivation fire, his nirvana power burned rapidly. In a short moment, a large amount of it disappeared and his cultivation seemed to have regressed by a level. This was the destructive power of the spirit cultivation fire. It was absolutely shocking and terrifying. If Long Chen wanted to, he could make his cultivation return to 0. But he did not do so. He just wanted to teach Su Yuchen a lesson. Of course, from today onwards, Su Yuchen was no longer qualified to fight against him. Long Chen slashed out 16 times and carved an ancient dragon character on Su Yuchen's chest. This was to tell Su Yuchen that dragons existed in this world. They definitely existed. Chapter 1767. It had no side effects, and it could burn the enemy's nirvana energy, causing the enemy's strength to regress. This was the heaven-defying power of the spirit-refining flame. It could be said that the ferocity and power of the ancient blood spiritual dragon was completely revealed after the spirit-refining flame. Its rule was to kill, and no one could compare to it. There was nothing more terrifying than having one's strength regress. Even if they were killed, they wouldn't have to experience such a nightmare. At this time, Su Yuchen, who had fallen to the ground, had been burnt black by the spirit-refining flame. He rolled on the ground, howling in pain. On one hand it was physical pain, and on the other hand it was spiritual pain. He could clearly feel the strength in his body dissipating. That was the strength that he had painstakingly cultivated for Long Chen. Su Yuchen was still conscious. In extreme pain, he hurriedly stood up and looked at Long Chen with his burnt face. He said in disbelief, "You actually have a demonic technique. You deserve to die. My nirvana energy. I'm going to tell my father and ask him to kill you on the spot, you bastard." Long Chen said, "You can't do it yourself, so you have to look for your father. It seems that no matter what, the real trash is still you. Is this the so-called god's descendant?" Su Yuchen coughed a few times. Su Yuchen coughed a few times. He retreated while laughing loudly, as if his throat was about to be torn apart. He said, "You killed a descendant of one of the 18 branch families, and even caused my cultivation to regress. Such evil deeds, even if you become my third uncle's adopted son, you will still suffer the harsh family laws. Long Chen, you will definitely be crippled. Just watch, your fate will be much worse than mine. With your lowly bloodline, you still dare to fight me? Suffering such a crushing defeat, and to such a small fry, was a heavy blow to Su Yuchen. His mind was in a state of complete chaos, and his eyes were bloodshot. His nirvana force had already regressed back to the 7th stage of the nirvana tribulation realm. Although this kind of injury could be made up with a huge amount of precious immortal essence, it could also cause his foundation to be damaged, and he would not be able to face the next stage of the nirvana tribulation. Even if he could face it, there would already be a hole in his foundation, and he would need a lot of time to recuperate. He would definitely be left behind by others. Therefore, Su Yuchen's desire for all of this was just a dream. His hands trembled as he pointed at Long Chen. He was very confused. Under such circumstances, Long Chen could still remain calm. Long Chen could vaguely feel the arrival of many warriors. Moreover, they were all powerhouses of the war god inner city. The 3 branch family youths had already gone back to report. With their speed, they should have arrived by now. For Long Chen, this was the truly exciting moment. Hoo-hoo! A large number of powerhouses broke through the air and descended above the 2 of them. These people were not only from the dead disciples' family, but also other people who heard the news and came to watch. In a short period of time, there were more than 100 people gathered above the 2 of them. They were the real Su family members of the war god inner city. Long Chen had just caused a sensation in the war god inner city and obtained Su Zhen's protection. He didn't expect that in such a short period of time, there would be another big event related to him. In fact, for every divine descendant in the ancient city, every divine descendant was extremely important. It was difficult for them to reproduce, and a child with a high concentration of divine descendants' bloodline was a treasure to them. They were extremely protective of the lives of their own people, even to the point of madness. It was rumored that the destruction of the ethereal immortal sect was because the people of the immortal sect killed the divine descendant. And this time, the news was that a person from one of the 18 branch families had been killed by Long Chen. There were more than 100 branch families of the martial god bloodline, but only 18 of them could be called the 18 branch families. The 18 branch families were not fixed. Every 1,000 years or so, all the branch families would be selected according to the strength and foundation of each family. The 18 strongest families would be called the 18 branch families. It was rumored that the 18 branch families could occupy the ancient treasures left behind by the 18 martial gods. It was normal for a person like Su Yuchen to be together with a descendant of the 18 branch families. After all, only the ancestral family was the strongest. The people who came looked at all this in shock. Many people knew that Long Chen had just survived the Hellfire Flamestar Behemoth. With his talent as a dragon warrior, he might not have reached the 6th level of the Nirvana Tribulation realm. Such a person should not have too strong a combat strength. After all, he was too young and his cultivation level was too low. Therefore, even if Su Zhan let him be his adopted son, he did not receive any attention in terms of strength. As for the arranged battle with Su Yuyao, everyone only treated it as a joke. However, when they heard that a 7th-level Nirvana Tribulation realm late-stage disciple of the Su clan was actually killed by Long Chen, and that Long Chen was now fighting with Su Yuchen, the monstrous genius of the ancestral family, there was no need to mention how wonderful the expressions on everyone's faces were. They came to the scene with shock and doubt in their hearts. And when they saw Su Yuchen struggling in front of Long Chen, they looked at each other in dismay. They could not believe their eyes, and even more could not believe that the usually confident Su Yuchen would actually become like this. The current Su Yuchen, the word miserable could not describe it. The difference between this reality and the ideal in their hearts was too great. Before coming, they had already imagined the scene of Long Chen being captured by Su Yuchen. In their hearts, they had never thought that Su Yuchen would be defeated. To them, this was something impossible. For a period of time, everyone was helpless. When many people saw Su Yuchen's condition, they knew that this matter would definitely be blown out of proportion. A bunch of trash. What are you all still standing there for? This Long Chen dared to slaughter the descendants of the martial god and even heavily injured me. This is a provocation to all the descendants of the martial god. Quickly kill him, quickly. Su Yuchen collapsed to the ground as he howled hysterically. Everyone woke up from their stupor, feeling the same hatred for a common enemy. Someone saw that Su Yuchen was heavily injured and had already gone back to report to the Zone clan. This matter was even more serious than they had imagined. More and more people arrived. At this moment, a huge amount of killing intent surged over from the inner city. Long Chen knew that the real trouble had arrived. He inclined his head and saw about 7 or 8 people. All of them were middle-aged men, radiating killing intent and terrifying combat prowess. Although they were not at the Samsara realm, all of them were at the peak of the Nirvana Tribulation realm. These people should be from the clan of the deceased, one of the 18 branch clans. Their eyes filled with hatred instantly locked onto Long Chen. Without saying a word, under the command of a middle-aged man who was in the lead, they moved to surround Long Chen. When they surrounded Long Chen, they didn't make a move. The eyes of the majestic-looking man clad in purple were bloodshot. He gritted his teeth and spoke. "You are Long Chen, the one who killed my son." Behind him, Su Yuchen malevolently spoke. "Su Baijan, that's right. You are the one who slaughtered your son. I saw it with my own eyes, and the other 3 also saw it with their own eyes. There's no need to ask any more questions. This kind of outsider actually dares to touch the descendants of the martial god? Just do it. As a father, how can you endure the fact that your son was killed?" Under Su Yuchen's instigation, Su Baijan's entire body was already trembling. He breathed heavily, resembling a gigantic beast that blotted out the sky. The air he breathed out was sufficient to cause the surrounding rocks to tremble. Long Chen roughly understood that this fellow's strength should be on the same level as Su Yuji. This kind of opponent was still too difficult for Long Chen. However, he had his own plans, so he wouldn't be intimidated by this kind of situation. As for the matter of killing his son, Long Chen couldn't figure out the changes in the god-slaying sword. This wasn't something he had to consider, but rather something unexpected. For now, he could only act according to the circumstances. Many times, misfortune turned out to be a blessing in disguise. This wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Su Baijan lowered his voice and asked, "Long Chen, considering that you are young Master Su Zhan's adopted son, I'll give you a chance to explain yourself. The hatred of my son's death is absolutely irreconcilable. You have to explain yourself properly." By the time he finished speaking, his expression had already become very sinister. The other members of his family also had faces full of hatred. Long Chen said indifferently, "Everyone has to be responsible for their own decisions. He decided to follow Su Yuchen to bully and provoke me, and he decided to kill my beloved. In that kind of urgent situation, if I hadn't accidentally killed him, I'm afraid I would have regretted it even more. He was speaking the truth, so he didn't do anything wrong." Su Baijan clenched his fists, releasing the purest martial aura belonging to the martial god's bloodline. He was different from the other nobles. At a glance, one could tell that he was the kind of person who had experienced hundreds of battles and had truly forged super combat strength and lethality. This kind of person was even more terrifying. Since that's the case, as a father, I can't let my son die in vain. Long Chen had expected that the other party would lose his reason and attack. The moment the other party attacked, his body ignited with the spirit refinement flame. Seeing this flame, Su Yuchen felt like he had seen a nightmare. He screamed, "Quickly retreat!" Su Yuchen's warning made Su Baijan hesitate for a moment. The flame in front of him completely disappeared, and at the same time, Long Chen also disappeared. That's right, Long Chen used the spirit refinement flame and escaped into the long river of time, using the time dragon. He quickly swam out of the encirclement and hid in a corner. He couldn't escape from the ancient city of martial god, because Su Zhen's level restricted his freedom. However, he also couldn't let Su Baijan kill him. Before the real big shots arrived, Long Chen chose not to show himself. He wanted to wait for Su Zhen to arrive and see how this guy would defend himself. Where did he go? Everyone present was even more shocked. He had just survived the Hellfire Flame Star Behemoth. No wonder he dared to be so calm in front of everyone. It turned out that he still had such a magical method. Even Su Baijan completely lost sight of Long Chen's figure. He turned around sluggishly and glanced around. Chapter 1768. Long Chen was not shocked. He knew that in the Su family, there were at least 100 or even hundreds of reincarnation realm experts. Although the time dragon was extremely exquisite, Long Chen's current cultivation level was too low. Moreover, his comprehension of the Tao of Time was not enough, so he could not completely understand the time dragon for the time being. If he cultivated to the highest realm, perhaps even a true god would not be able to discover him. But at least for now, his time dragon was still flawed. At Su Zhen's level, Long Chen had that kind of intuition that he could see through him. He calmly came back to his senses. The person standing 10 meters behind him was not Su Zhan, but a tall and thin old man. The hair on his head was sparse, and his skin was wrinkled. He looked yellow and bloodless, like a withered grass. He wore a simple hemp robe, which was very different from the other graceful and luxurious disciples of the Su family. He was more like an ascetic hidden in the forest. But there was one thing, and that was that his eyes were golden, as bright as the sun. From this, Long Chen could see that this guy was also a member of the Su family, and his cultivation level was extremely high, about the same level as Su Zhan. He had definitely discovered him because his eyes were definitely looking at him. This is the power of time. Eternal Dragon City. The other party muttered suspiciously. With a flip of his hand, Long Chen felt a gust of wind sweep over him. He was unable to move, and under the opponent's lead, he was brought back to Su Yuchen. And his time dragon, under the control of the opponent's power, was actually broken. He was already mentally prepared. When this mysterious old man appeared, everyone hurriedly knelt on the ground and said in unison, "Greetings, young city lord Su Chan." Sure enough, this person was the fourth son, Su Chan. He looked old, but in fact, he was younger than Su Zhan. It was just that his cultivation method was different that he looked old. His son was injured, so it was normal for him to catch up quickly. However, Long Chen could not help but curse in his heart. This Su Chan and Su Yuchen's appearance was simply heaven and earth. Was this really his son? At this time, everyone had already seen Long Chen, who was controlled by Su Chan. "I know everything that happened here." Su Chan's voice was hoarse, yet it caused others to feel extremely restrained and slightly at peace in their hearts. Father. Su Yuchen was his youngest son. At this moment, his face was scorched black, and it was too horrible to look at. He knelt on the ground, tears flowing down his face, and said, "This Long Chen relied on his status as third uncle's adopted son to make a big move. Not only did he use demonic methods to make my strength fall back to the 7th level of the Nirvana Tribulation Realm, he even killed my good brother. He brazenly looked down on us and ignored the bloodline of the martial god." Su Chan wasn't infuriated. He stretched out an emaciated finger and placed it on his lips to make Su Yuchen keep quiet, and then he raised his head to look up ahead and said, "Third brother, since you've come, then why don't you show yourself?" Everyone looked over in shock, only to see the scholarly Su Zhan suddenly appear, followed by Su Yuji. Usually, it would be a miracle if one of the 5 young city lords appeared. But today, because of Long Chen's matter, 2 of them appeared. They stared at each other. "Let him go first," Su Zhan said. Since he had come, Long Chen heaved a sigh of relief. With him here, no matter what, he wouldn't be punished on the spot. At the same time, Long Chen could probe what secrets this Su Zhan had. Su Chan didn't waste his breath and directly let go. Long Chen obtained his freedom, and at this moment, Su Yuji walked forward and brought him back to Su Zhan's side. Her intention to protect him was already very obvious. Seeing this scene, the expressions of many people changed, especially Su Baizhan, who had lost his son. His eyes were filled with tears of blood, and he walked in front of Su Zhan with large strides, knelt on the ground and said, "Young city lords, my son was innocently slaughtered, and the murderer is here. According to our Su family's laws, if an outsider kills a descendant of our martial god, his 9 generations should be exterminated. Even if it's according to our Su family's laws, killing our compatriots is also a first-class felony. My son's name is Tragic. On behalf of our 17th branch family, I hope that the 2 young city lords can give us justice." Long Chen was also very curious as to how they would deal with him. He wasn't worried, because he knew that no matter what, he definitely wouldn't die. The onlookers grew more and more, and they all nervously looked at the decision of the 2 young city lords. And at this time, Su Chan made an inviting gesture and asked, "Third brother, you are the elder, what do you think should be done?" Su Zhan said, "Your son's cultivation regressed, and this is also a big matter. Then what do you think should be done?" His eyes were blank, and he was very confused, as if he didn't exist in this world. Su Chan's golden eyes rotated, emitting a harmonious radiance like the sun. He softly said, "He is your adopted son, or at least, that's what you think. In that case, let's carry out the Su clan's rules. The instigator is my son, and his only fault lies in his brutal methods, directly killing people. In that case, he needs to be taught a lesson. Su Baizhan, what do you think the lesson should be?" Su Baizhan didn't expect that Su Chan would ask him this question. In front of the ancestral clan, even the 18 branch clans had to bow their heads, especially since Su Baijan wasn't the leader of the branch clans, and his status wasn't too high either. However, the hatred of his son's death couldn't be forgiven. He gnashed his teeth and said, "In my opinion, not only did he kill people, but he also used demonic methods to cause young Master Yuchen's strength to regress. Moreover, he still doesn't know how to repent, and is content with his own actions. He clearly doesn't put our Su clan in his eyes." Su Yuchen hurriedly said, "You're right. He's not a member of our Su clan, so it's impossible to kill him. If we don't kill him, where will our Su clan's face be? We'll be laughed at by the other deity's descendants." Su Chan moved slightly, making Su Yuchen shut his mouth. He said, "He's not the instigator. He was just passively defending and accidentally killed people. So, third brother, in order to dispel the public's anger, I think we should cripple a part of his strength and let him start over again. I hope this can suppress the murderous nature and demonic nature in his bones." As soon as these words came out, the crowd immediately clamored. In reality, although it wasn't as good as directly executing Su Chan, this punishment was still very heavy. Su Chan really knew how to protect his son. This punishment could also satisfy the crowd. "You're right. He dared to cripple me, so we should give him a taste of his own medicine and lower him to the divine martial realm." Su Yuchen's anger was finally vented, and he sneered. Everyone was waiting for Su Zhan's answer. Su Chan gave pressure. The others were all saying that this was a good decision. If Su Zhan opposed it, then it would be too obvious that he was shielding Su Chan. The crowd cheered Su Chan's wise decision. Su Chan's eyes were calm, and he only looked at Su Zhan. At this time, Su Zhan said calmly, "There's no need to cripple his strength. I have a more suitable decision." The crowd quieted down. Many people's eyes were filled with anger. Was Su Zhan really going to shield Su Chan? Su Chan didn't bat an eyelid, and he listened quietly. He was the biggest instigator. If it was just Su Baijan, Su Zhan could have completely ignored him. At this time, Su Zhan's eyes quietly looked at Long Chen, and he said, "Everyone, do you think it's appropriate to lock him in the Martial Demon Cave for 50 years? The Martial Demon Cave. The crowd's eyes changed. Long Chen thought to himself, "This Martial Demon Cave is this guy's true thoughts. What is the Martial Demon Cave? What does it have to do with me? If it wasn't for this, would he have thought of other ways to let me enter the Martial Demon Cave?" Long Chen's intuition told him that Su Zhan's decision to let him stay had a lot to do with the Martial Demon Cave. Moreover, from the expressions of the others, they were only shocked, not dissatisfied. In other words, the punishment of the Martial Demon Cave was definitely not inferior to crippling his strength. It might even be more terrifying. What kind of place was this? After the Martial Demon Cave said this, the crowd suddenly quieted down. Su Yuchen swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and suddenly laughed and said, "Good, this is good. Then let him stay in the Martial Demon Cave for 50 years. Su Baijan also revealed a strange smile, and said, "Since young City Lord has decided so, there's nothing we can do about it. Let's go with the Martial Demon Cave." Long Chen didn't panic, because this was Su Zhan's proposal. Although he might not be doing it for his own good, he had finally found his purpose. He was no longer as clueless and confused as before. As for the consequences, the moment he was captured into the ancient city of Martial God, it was clear that this was a disaster. Who would win in the end, whether it would be him or Su Zhan, was still uncertain. In the end, Su Chan revealed a puzzled expression, and said, "Since third brother has decided, then let's do it this way. We will leave first." After saying this, he took Su Yuchen and left the place first. The others looked at each other, and very tactfully left. As for Long Chen, Su Zhan had already said that he would lock him in the Martial Demon Cave, so he would definitely do it. They didn't need to worry. In the end, Su Baijan said, "I hope you have a good time in the Martial Demon Cave." After saying this, he also left. There were only 3 people left. Su Zhan stood in front of Long Chen, mysterious and elusive. Long Chen didn't know whether he was good or evil. Su Yuji revealed a nervous expression, and hurriedly asked, "Father, why the Martial Demon Cave, this?" At this time, Su Zhan turned around. He looked Long Chen up and down and said, "This is not a punishment, but a test, a fortuitous encounter for you. Whether or not you can walk out alive will depend on whether you are the darling of fate." After saying this, His body actually disappeared from the space just like that. It was as if he had never appeared. Xueqi had a strange expression, then looked at Long Chen, and said, "Forget it, he meant for me to bring you to the martial demon cave. You really know how to cause trouble, giving him such a big problem in just a few days. But don't take it to heart, my father said that this is just a fortuitous encounter, and it will definitely be of great benefit to you." Long Chen only needed to listen to her words. In any case, no matter what, Xueqi would always say good things about Su Zhen. It was just that Long Chen was very curious about what this martial demon cave was. When he reached home, setting up a network required a lot of time, and everything was inconvenient, but there would be no lack of updates. What was owed yesterday would be returned tomorrow, and 3 chapters would be updated today. In addition to writing the book, there would also be a lot of trivial things to worry about. Chapter 1769. This was the place where the descendants of the martial god lived, and the so-called martial demon was related to the martial god. Why did Su Zhen send him to this place? Was it related to his super divine dragon, or was it related to Long Chen's way of time? In addition, there was a super divine dragon martial artist in the martial god ancient city. Who was he? Xueqi led the way. Her slender figure was wrapped in a fiery red dress. The hem of the dress fell down, like a burning flame. In the flame, her skin looked especially delicate. As she led the way, she said, "I think you must be very curious about what the martial demon cave is. You can just tell me directly." Long Chen naturally needed to know. In addition, if he encountered such a thing, not only would he be brought into the martial demon cave, but the others in the divine kingdom would also suffer with him. Xueqi smiled faintly and said softly, "This place has a long history and involves many things. I have to start from the beginning." Long Chen did not speak, waiting for her to describe in detail. If they moved slowly, they would still be far from the martial demon cave. There was enough time for Long Chen to mentally prepare himself. Xueqi began to describe, "In our inner city, there are many forbidden areas. Even with my identity, there are at least a few forbidden areas that I am forbidden from entering. Otherwise, I will encounter strict family rules. This martial demon cave is one of them, and the martial demon cave is also the most severe punishment our martial god Su family has for our family disciples. Of course, for father to let you in, I believe there must be a reason. Rumor has it that the martial demon cave already existed before the ancient martial god city was built. That was in the archaic era, tens of millions of years ago. That was when the dragons disappeared, the human race just appeared, and the gods rose together. The martial god was the strongest person in the world, and he was also pursuing the ultimate path of becoming a god. He was the only god that cultivated the path of battle to become a god, so he was honored as the martial god. However, before he became a god, he went through some twists and turns, and that was when he became a demon, turning into a demon and slaughtering all living beings. This was the only stain in his life. You might not know about the so-called demon, but everything in the world can become a demon. Whether it is the human race, the demon race, or the sea race, after becoming a demon, they will lose their humanity and become crazy, killing without end. This so-called demon reminded Long Chen of the city lord of the wronged. Perhaps the city lord of the wronged was in such a state. He was a true demon, one that was fundamentally different from the so-called demons of the myriad kingdoms domain, the ancient demon territory, and so on. This was because this kind of demon was born from the heavenly Tao. Defying the heavenly Tao, defying the 18 heavenly tribulations, walking on another path, wanting to become a god through another method, this is what it means to be a devil. The martial gods who become devils are called martial devils. In this world, only those who become devils can escape the 18 heavenly tribulations. However, history has proven that no devils can become gods in the end. They can only walk on the path of darkness. Even without the 18 heavenly tribulations, they would still die in the end. Xueqi's words made Long Chen fall into a deep shock. There was actually someone who could escape the 18 great tribulations. In the past, the city lord of the wronged had allowed his subordinates to avoid the nirvana tribulation and obtain eternal life. It was an abnormal and imperfect kind of eternal life, but it was still a kind of eternal life. This kind of path was the devil path, and was different from the gods. The city lord of the wronged had become a devil, a true devil path. The devil path defied the heavens and paid a heavy price to escape the 18 heavenly tribulations to become gods. It seemed that the city lord of the wronged was not mystical. He was also one of the countless people who had become devils. It seems that you have never heard of devils. Xueqi chuckled and said, since the primordial era, the demons have caused many disasters, so everyone hates the demons, because they are a group of inhumane things, and are also weak and cowardly people who fear the heavenly Tao. They even vainly attempt to become gods with demons. It is truly wishful thinking. Long Chen carefully digested the information in her words, then asked, then, what is the relationship between the martial devil cave and the martial devil demon? Xueqi said, some miracles happened. After my ancestor became a devil, he personally killed his own family and destroyed his own clan. He was extremely remorseful when he became a devil, and he hated the devil path. He tried his best to return to the righteous path, and in the end, he succeeded. He found a barren mountain, and in one of the caves, he cleansed his devil will, cleansed himself of the devil path, and restored his pure martial path. In the end, he became a god by martial arts, which is rarely seen in the world. At this point, she smiled and said, to be honest, these are only legends. Don't believe them all. There is always a big gap between legends and reality. According to the legends, the place where the martial god was cleansed of his evil intent was the martial demon cave. Long Chen did not expect that he would actually have to enter such a place. He was silent for a while, then said, then, what about the current martial devil cave? When you get there, you will return to your most primitive state, which is also the state when you first started cultivating. Then there will be countless temptations, blood and brutality in front of you, and you will witness a lot of things in extreme pain. Don't underestimate 50 years. Most people will go crazy after staying in there for a year, and many people will even become bewitched. As long as they become bewitched, they will basically be killed immediately. But in fact, I feel that they are all quite pitiful, because it is a place that makes it easy for people to escape into the demonic path. If it wasn't for the despair of this world, who would become a demon? At this point, she was a little emotional. However, Long Chen's eyes flickered. Returning to the most primitive state, and then witnessing all the tragedies, the complete change of the trajectory of one's life, and watching all of this helplessly, as well as countless temptations. No wonder when those people heard that they were going to be thrown into the martial devil cave for 50 years, they would be so gloating. Long Chen frowned and said, if that's the case, why are you so sure that your father has a special intention? He just wants to let my devil root be deeply planted. Is there anyone who can endure 50 years? Xueqi was silent for a moment, then said, I don't know, but there is definitely a reason why my father does things. Xueqi was silent for a moment, then said, I don't know, but there is definitely a reason why my father does things. As for 50 years, it's most likely impossible. He once told me that there is a secret in the martial devil cave, and once this secret is solved, you can open another world in the martial devil cave. I'm wondering if he wants you to do this, and this is something that our Su family can't do. He once let my big brother enter the martial devil cave, but a few days later, he pulled my big brother out. Big brother? Long Chen asked, puzzled. Xueqi nodded and said, yes, my big brother. The martial god's bloodline in his body is not strong, just over 5%, far inferior to me and Yaoer. In the ancestral clan, he is at the lowest level. But later on, he obtained the inheritance blood essence of the super divine dragon, and his cultivation is far above me and Yaoer. I think that him letting you in must have something to do with the super divine dragon. Long Chen laughed at himself and said, he let his own son go in, and after a few days he pulled me out, and then let me go for 50 years. Xueqi was a little angry, and said, don't say that, maybe he will pull you out after a few days. My father has always done things independently, and a mere branch family can't threaten him. This time, letting you enter the martial devil cave is just a coincidence because there is a suitable excuse. After all, he can't let anyone enter as they please. That is the forbidden area of my Su family. Long Chen suddenly understood. It seemed like this was a very terrifying challenge. But the problem was, what was the situation of returning to the most primitive state? He asked this question to Xueqi. Xueqi replied, in other words, you will return to the state you were in when you first came into contact with cultivation, with no strength at all. But this is a kind of illusion, or a kind of devilish will, but you won't truly lose your strength. When you safely come out from there, as long as you don't become a devil, not only will you not become weak, you will even become stronger. Long Chen continued asking, which means to say, everything I have will disappear, even my divine kingdom will disappear. Xueqi nodded. This caused Long Chen to be in a difficult position. Because Lingxi and the others were all in the Divine Kingdom, there might be some special circumstances that might occur. That young lady of yours, as well as your desolate beast companion, I can help you take care of them. You should trust me, right? Xueqi sincerely spoke. At this time, Long Chen could only consult Kitten. Kitten replied absent-mindedly, "This is the devilish will left behind by the ancient gods causing mischief. But I don't know what Su Zhan wants you to do. But I can be sure that the ancestral dragon is an existence that is above the gods and devils. Everything related to the ancestral dragon will only be weakened and will not disappear. For example, the Great Void Realm, your Great Void Cosmic Dragon's primordial spirit, or the even more mysterious Dragon Jade Dao Seal, the devilish will definitely not be able to do this. You can regain control of the Great Void Realm, and we will stay within it. We can also remind you when you are confused." With Kitten's words, Long Chen could be said to be much more at ease. So he rejected Xueqi and said, "It's fine, I have my own ways." Xueqi doubtfully said, "You better be careful, no one will have a divine kingdom in their primitive state. Maybe if you can come out alive, they will disappear." Long Chen said, "I will take responsibility." Xueqi's eyes were cold, but she did not say much. It could be seen that Long Chen did not have absolute trust in her. On the way to the inner city, Long Chen moved everyone and everything from the Divine Kingdom to the Great Void Realm. The Great Void Realm once again formed a rune and attached itself to his chest. This was something left behind by the ancestral dragon, so the devilish will definitely not be able to affect it. After the preparations were done, Long Chen felt much more at ease. In the Great Void Realm, everyone was also full of confidence to face this mysterious test. This time, no one knew what was waiting for them. Soon, the two of them entered the inner city. "When you reach the Martial Demon Cave, I can't go in, but there will be an elder waiting for you. He will wrap a purple gold rope around your body, and after 50 years, he will pull you up again," Xueqi said expressionlessly. Chapter 1770. Clan Elder. The Martial Devil Cave only allows him to stay inside. Long Chen asked doubtfully. Xueqi replied, "Yes, within a 10,000-meter radius of the Martial Devil Cave, only those at my father's level can enter, but even they can't stay inside for too long. This clan elder lives in the Martial Devil Cave all year round. I've seen him once, he's very mysterious, but I don't know his origin. Perhaps he's a member of my Su clan. In any case, he's never left the Martial Devil Cave." Long Chen memorized this information. The two of them rapidly advanced in the inner city. The closer they got, the more Long Chen discovered that the astonishing Nirvana Chi had given birth to many celestial spirits. Even the roadside was like a fairyland. If everything in the Martial God Inner City were to fall into the dragon sacrificial continent, how many experts would be created? Speeding through the mountain forest of the inner city, Long Chen didn't feel like he was heading towards a forbidden area, because the surroundings were filled with birdsong and the fragrance of flowers. Celestial spirits were everywhere, and it was completely like a fairyland on Earth. "It's right in front," Xueqi suddenly said. At this time, many people caught up from behind. The two of them stopped and looked back, only to see at least 40 people chasing after them. One of the leaders was Su Yuyao. As for the others, they were all youngsters. Moreover, they reckoned that many of them had similar status as Xueqi and the others. The group of people's eyes were filled with anger and ridicule, especially Su Yuyao. However, her anger had already vanished, and the ridicule in her eyes was even more evident. After this group of people arrived, two youths, a man and a woman, walked forward. The man looked at Long Chen with incomparable anger and roared, "You're the one who injured my little brother Su Yu Chen." The other woman had a malicious look in her eyes. She sized up Long Chen from head to toe and said, "You injured my little brother so miserably, yet you're actually unharmed. You really deserve to die. Before you enter the Martial Devil Cave, I, Su Yu Mei, will take half of your life." They were having fun and immediately rushed back after hearing the news. Behind them, there were a few people from the ancestral clan and their supporters, the young talents from the branch clan. They usually had internal strife, but at this time, they were unprecedentedly united. The two of them were even stronger than Su Yu Chen. Long Chen definitely couldn't fight with them. Even if he won, he would only be punished. Fighting with them was meaningless. However, the other party didn't take him seriously at all. The two young martial artists were about to rush over, But Xueqi gently stood in front of them and coldly said, "The two young city lords, I will bring him into the martial devil cave. Don't make trouble and waste time. If you mess things up, don't blame me for not warning you." Xueqi was a little older than them, and her posture was more adequate. Her prestige was even more original, and she also had a great advantage in terms of strength. Her words had enough weight. Thus, the two youths stopped in their tracks and looked at Xueqi with resentment. "Sister Yuji, this guy injured you Chen. That bastard." Xueqi coldly shouted, "You better take back your words. My father has already accepted him as his adopted son. Who are you cursing? All of you get lost. Could it be that you want to go to the martial devil cave as well?" When she became tyrannical, the others were scared stiff. Only Xueqi didn't take it seriously. She sneered, walked forward, and pretended to dissuade them. "We're all on the same side, don't be angry, and don't be in a hurry to beat him up. Anyway, he's going to enter the martial devil cave, and he's going to experience the most terrifying torture in this world. Why do you have to break the rules just to vent your anger? What do you two think? Sister Yuyao is right. It's 50 years, it's impossible for him to come out alive. Even if he survives, he will definitely turn into a demon and live a life worse than death. Look, this guy is still so indifferent. It's impossible for him to know how terrifying the martial devil cave is." Everyone burst into laughter, rocking back and forth with laughter. The two guys who were about to beat up Long Chen also temporarily gave up on the idea and laughed along with the crowd. Outsiders are outsiders. Lowly creatures can never be compared to people like us who have the noble bloodline of gods. Everyone, don't you think so? Xueqi said in a sweet voice. Isn't that so? Everyone in the dragon god domain is under the control of us, the descendants of gods. We are the descendants of gods. Some dogs just don't understand this principle. They think that once they become adopted sons, they are their own sons. Who would send their own sons into the martial devil cave for 50 years? Everyone laughed again. Pride was written all over their faces. You think my father really dotes on you? You're thinking too much. I'm afraid we can't fulfill the 3-month agreement we made before. After all, you're going to be locked up in the martial devil cave for 50 years. After 50 years, you won't even look like a human anymore. At that time, there's no need to fight anymore. My father really does dote on me. It's really satisfying." As she spoke, she circled around Long Chen. After she finished speaking, she chuckled again. Her voice was filled with pride and satisfaction. All along, she seemed to have never won against Long Chen. After Long Chen became Su Zhen's adopted son, she felt incomparably sullen. When she heard the punishment of 50 years in the martial devil cave, she laughed until now. The sullenness in her heart was swept away. "Seeing that you want to enter the martial devil cave, then I'll reluctantly be merciful and cancel the less than 3-month agreement. You'll only lose face in my hands anyway, so there's no need to thank me. I just feel that it's quite hard on you. You'll have to stay in there for 50 years, right?" Xueqi giggled. Although she had a child's face, she had a pair of majestic breasts that were extremely attractive to men. However, the viciousness revealed in her words made people keep a respectful distance from her. It was obvious that she was extremely proud of herself. As expected, the one who laughs last laughs best. Xueqi snorted coldly. She sneered again, her eyes filled with disdain. "That's right, it's not the final moment yet." Long Chen replied without batting an eyelid. He turned around and left with Xueqi, no longer paying attention to this unruly little princess. Seeing that they were ignoring her, killing intent appeared in Xueqi's eyes once again. "You mean, after suffering 50 years of torture, you'll still be able to walk out alive? However, 50 years later, I'm afraid my achievements will be something that you won't be able to catch up to even if you risk your life. Or do you think that my father will bring you out earlier? Don't be delusional. Idiot." Xueqi screamed sharply in the midst of the crowd. Long Chen did not listen or respond. It was useless to say more. Only by returning from the martial devil cave would he be able to convince her wholeheartedly. Only then would he be able to slap her in the face. The two figures gradually left. The others laughed and left one after another, discussing what Long Chen might encounter in the martial devil cave. In less than a quarter of an hour, Long Chen had already reached his destination. In front of him was a quiet valley. In the valley, there was a waterfall falling down. It was a magnificent sight. This place could not be associated with the martial devil cave in Long Chen's mind. We're here. As long as you stand here, the clan elder will appear. I can't take another step forward. Xueqi said softly. Long Chen looked into the distance, not saying a word. Speaking of which, are you really not afraid? Xueqi asked curiously. Long Chen said, I'll act according to the circumstances. Do you have the confidence to come out before the appointed time and fight with my sister? Xueqi asked. This question. Su Yuyao was currently rejoicing in his misfortune. She thought she had the last laugh, but Long Chen was not convinced. Therefore, he would definitely come back before the appointed time. Not long after, the figure of a child appeared in front of him. When the child came closer, Long Chen realized that he had seen wrongly. It was not a child, but a skinny old man who was only 1 meter tall. This person had already aged to the extreme. His skin was wrinkled and stuck to his bones. There seemed to be no flesh or blood on his body. His eyes were deep and turbid, and his entire body exuded a rancid odor that made people's hair stand on end. He looked up and down at Long Chen and said, Is this the one who will be locked up for 50 years? Xueqi nodded in response. All right, little girl, you can go now, the clan elder said with some excitement. Xueqi glanced at Long Chen again. Seeing that he was still emotionless, she sighed and turned to leave. Her graceful figure disappeared into the forest. Child, come with me. The skinny clan elder led the way in front. He did not speak to Long Chen. Instead, he was mumbling to himself in a strange language, as if he was repeating an old folk song. Long Chen squinted his eyes as he looked at his back. He felt that perhaps this guy had many secrets. Otherwise, why would he be the only one in this martial demon cave? As they walked forward in this mountain stream filled with birdsong and fragrant flowers, Long Chen felt that the martial demon cave was getting closer and closer. Indeed, amidst the lush green grass, in the deepest part of the valley, there was a cave with a diameter of about 10 meters. Rather than calling it a cave, it would be better to call it a pool of green water. This is the martial demon cave, the skinny clan elder said with some emotion. Long Chen noticed that there were about a dozen stone blocks next to the pool of green water. About 7 or 8 of them were wrapped with purple gold ropes. These ropes were obviously Dao tools. Some numbers were written on the stone blocks. Oh, you guessed correctly. These numbers are the months they have been locked up. This one has 3 months left. This one has 5 months left. As for you being locked up for 50 years, I'll have to calculate how many months that is. Long Chen had a rough idea. These purple gold ropes must have been wrapped around the criminals' bodies and then lowered down. When the time was up, they would be pulled up again. Chapter 1771. He decided to first pull up the person whose time had already expired, and then throw Long Chen in. Currently, the longest time spent in the martial devil cave was 18 months, and Long Chen was going to be imprisoned for 50 years, which was far beyond the others. He quietly watched the clan elder's actions. The skinny old man jumped onto the stone block, grabbed the purple gold rope, and exerted force, as if something was being pulled out of the water. The entire green pool rippled, and Long Chen seemed to be able to see a black airflow swirling in the depths of the pool. Suddenly, a cold and gloomy aura assaulted him. The purple gold rope was about 100 meters long, and the skinny old man pulled it for more than 100 meters before the movement on the water surface became louder, and the entire green pool seemed to be boiling. Aya, he's coming out. The clan elder revealed a somewhat frightening smile, and exerted force, lifting a burly man out of the water. The burly man's body was swollen, and he had been submerged in the water for a long time. Immediately after, the burly man was thrown to the ground. He's about to wake up. What exactly did this child experience? It really makes one curious. The clan elder laughed. As his voice fell, the burly man's body trembled, and he was extremely helpless. He suddenly opened his eyes, and they were bloodshot. My wife and son, he instantly went mad, and without a care for anything. He stood up and looked around vigilantly, but very quickly, he was beaten down by the torture in his heart. He fell to the ground, twitching and foaming at the mouth. Both his eyes had completely lost their spirit, and in a short moment, he had actually died. Aya, another one who was tortured to death as soon as he came out. It seems that in the martial devil cave, his heart was already dead, and after coming out, his body and primordial spirit also died. "Child, are you afraid?" His eyes stared straight at Long Chen. In truth, this was the strangest death Long Chen had ever seen. But when the clan elder asked him, he still shook his head and said, "I'm not afraid." The clan elder chuckled and said, 50 years, what courage. All right, let's begin. He took out a similar purple gold rope and wrapped one end around the stone block, while the other end coiled around Long Chen's waist like a snake. "Let's go in. Haha, we'll meet again in 50 years. The clan elder tugged on the rope, and a huge force assaulted him. Long Chen was unable to resist. This fellow was indeed an expert, but he concealed it very well. At the very least, he was an expert at the rebirth tribulation realm. Under the influence of that enormous force, Long Chen's body was not under his control at all, and he fell into the dark green deep water. The ice-cold liquid quickly surrounded him, and a powerful force attracted him, causing him to head towards the deepest part of the deep water. This is the Martial Demon Cave. Long Chen was very puzzled. There didn't seem to be anything, and his strength wasn't restricted. The only effect was that he kept diving deeper. After about 100 meters, he reached the bottom of the deep pool. Below him was a piece of black steel. Beside it were a few people tied up by the purple gold rope. Their eyes were rolled back, and they looked like dead fish. They floated around in the water without any consciousness. This scene was quite frightening. They should have entered the Martial Demon Cave, but I haven't entered yet. Where is the Martial Demon Cave? Just as Long Chen was pondering this question in the water, he felt something approaching from behind. He turned around and saw a black fireball about the size of a fist. This fireball burned quietly in the water. There seemed to be many things inside, even a world. When this black fireball appeared, Long Chen felt a little restless. He felt extremely carefree. But his intuition told him that this black fireball might be the cause of everything. All the mysteries of the Martial Demon Cave might be caused by this black fireball. He really wanted to guard against this thing, but the strange thing was that no matter what, it was very difficult for him to hate this black fireball. In fact, in his eyes, this black fireball was getting closer and closer to him. It was something that he needed to protect. In a daze, he actually reached out to grab the black fireball. "Chen, big brother." In the great virtual realm, everyone called out nervously. Only then did Long Chen temporarily regain his clarity. What happened to me just now? Long Chen was a little confused. It seemed that all of his previous vigilance had disappeared. What is this? His gaze once again fell on the black fireball. This fireball was extremely strange. It floated around Long Chen like a child, letting out a bell-like laughter. It was very difficult for Long Chen to hate it. Gradually, the voices of Lingxi and the others faded away until they completely disappeared. The black fireball in front of him grew bigger and bigger until it filled the world in front of Long Chen. "Come in, child, come in." It was as if there was a voice. The black fireball in front of him opened a door, and a peaceful world appeared. It seemed very familiar. Long Chen's vision became blurry. He felt that his body was a lot more relaxed, and even a little sleepy. In front of him, a big bed appeared. It seemed that he should go in. That gentle voice also told him to do so. Little did he know that in the great virtual realm, when they saw that Long Chen was completely possessed, the others were already going crazy with anxiety. Long Chen felt that he was moving forward in a tunnel. He felt that he had completely fallen asleep. It was very comfortable, until he suddenly woke up. In an instant, a numbing sensation assaulted him. He was shocked to find that he was kneeling on a big luxurious bed. There was a snow-white, delicate body twisting crazily under his crotch. His hands were holding on to the other's voluptuous breasts, and he was in the midst of an intense thrusting. Beside him, there was a woman whose entire body was as smooth as sheep fat hugging him, and he buried his head in her majestic chest. It was extremely comfortable, carefree, and he felt like he was flying. However, Long Chen let out a scream. He hurriedly pushed away the two women who were glued to him, and staggered off the bed. He realized that the scene here was a little familiar, and these two women seemed to have appeared in his memory before. "Young Master Long Chen, you." The two women were intoxicated. They didn't expect that Long Chen would actually come here. They looked at Long Chen strangely. Long Chen's mind was a mess. He seemed to have forgotten a lot of things. The only thing he remembered was that Goldie seemed to have told him that the old man at home seemed to be dead. However, he didn't really care, and continued to have sex with the two women in his arms. For some reason, he felt a vague heartache. He hurriedly put on his clothes and rushed back to the Yong clan. Why do I feel that my speed should be very fast, but why is it so slow now? I've actually never cultivated in my entire life. There was a feeling of dislocation in his heart. He really seemed to have forgotten too many things. After finally returning to the Yong clan, he hurriedly rushed in the direction of the old drunkard. He ran until he was out of breath, and finally found the place. When he opened the door, the corpse that should have been here was gone. Long Chen was very panicked. He hurriedly found a maid and said, "Where's my father? Where did he go? Isn't he dead?" The maid looked at him with disgust, took 2 steps back, and said arrogantly, "Seeing that you didn't come back for a long time, Third Miss has ordered him to be thrown away. Go look for him in the mass grave." What? Long Chen felt that his breathing had become a lot heavier. His eyes were also bloodshot. This woman was really heartless to this extent. She actually threw him away directly. He immediately smiled bitterly. Wasn't he the same? When he heard the news of his death, he was still having sex in the brothel. But no matter what, he still decided to go look for his corpse. He rode a horse to the outside of the city. He wandered around the gloomy mass grave for a while before finally finding a newly turned yellow soil. He didn't have any tools, so he used his hands to dig up the soil. It wasn't until his hands were bleeding that he saw the man covered in black. His eyes were tightly closed, and as expected, he had lost all signs of life. Long Chen collapsed on the ground. His mind was in chaos. The wet soil on the ground and the smell of rotting corpses in the air were actually so real. He always felt that the old man should have something to say to him, but after kowtowing 3 times and 9 times, the people who should have died were all dead. In desperation, Long Chen could only bury the old man again, set up a simple plaque, and stood guard for the old man until midnight. Only then did he ride on a wild horse and stagger back. Everything that happened today was like a dream. Long Chen vaguely felt a little strange. Why did he have some inexplicable memories? For example, just now, he always felt that he should have sent the old man out, and then the old man would inexplicably come back to life. But all of this seemed to have not happened. After he died, I'm afraid my life will not change. Long Chen smiled bitterly. Although he felt that it was not worth it, fate was like this. There was no other way. Chen. Chen. In the distant sky, it seemed that someone was calling him. Is it the 2 girls from the Emerald Jade building? Today, I haven't served them well. Long Chen sighed, but he didn't go to the Emerald Jade building. Instead, he returned to his residence in Baiyang town. He was tired and had to sleep quietly. But in the middle of the night, he suddenly woke up. When he opened his eyes, there were 2 men in black in front of him, and they were walking towards him with a grin. What do you want to do? Long Chen hurriedly got up from the bed, and his face was full of panic. Your father is dead, you useless dog. It's time for you to die. It seems that you don't even have the strength to truss a chicken. Then we'll take you to a place and let you die knowing. Long Chen struggled with all his strength, but he found that he was so powerless in front of the 2 men. They stuffed cotton cloth into his mouth, tied him up, put him into a sack, and directly took him away. Long Chen panicked, but there was nothing he could do. About half an hour later, he was thrown to the ground, and the sack was untied. Long Chen quickly raised his head, and 3 people appeared in front of him. They seemed to be from the Bai family. Chapter 1772. The current Long Chen could be said to have a bloody nose and swollen face. He didn't have any strength left. He struggled to get up from the ground and looked at the 3 people in front of him in confusion. In his own mind, he was just a hedonistic son of a rich family, and the people in front of him were all disciples of martial arts. They usually looked down on him and acted high and mighty, but today they actually kidnapped him. What were they trying to do? He stood up and took a few steps back. Terrified, he asked, "Why did the 3 of you bring me here? I, Yang Chen, have never offended you." "I've never offended you, have I?" The 3 of them laughed coldly. Bai Shiji and Bai Shixuan's faces were filled with disdain. They did not put him in their eyes at all. Only Bai Zhanxiong had a kind look on his face, and said, "I heard that your father died, right?" Long Chen did not say anything, but he was panicking inside. The three of them emitted a power that made him feel suffocated. Bai Zhanxiong continued, recently, I have been very close to your mother. In a few days, she will marry your mother. She said that you are all burdens. I just gave her a pot of poisoned wine, and your useless father drank it to his heart's content. Now it's your turn. Hearing this, Long Chen finally understood the truth. At that moment, he felt as if his heart was being twisted by a knife. It was extremely painful, extremely miserable, and at the same time, he was facing the fear of death. It's her. She actually wanted the lives of me and that old drunkard. How vicious. This was the most painful thing in the world. Long Chen's face was deathly pale, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Betrayal, humanity, malevolence and pain. This sudden disaster caused his entire body to tremble. He hurriedly retreated, but in this secret chamber of the Bai clan, where could he go? At this time Bai Shixuan said, Big brother and father, this trash is as useless as his father. If the two of you make a move, it'll be a disgrace to your statuses. I'll end his life. This fellow has defiled quite a few good ladies. I'll make him suffer before he dies. Bai Zhanxiong nodded and left with a cold expression. Don't go. Long Chen's heart was miserable. The pain went straight into his soul, making him feel that it was better to die than to live. Bai Zhanxiong and the others left expressionlessly. Long Chen truly felt sorrowful. Why don't I have the strength? At this time, Bai Shixuan laughed malevolently. He lifted Long Chen up and used him as a punching bag. He punched him repeatedly, causing him to vomit out last night's dinner. This was both physical and mental torture. In his resentment and helplessness, and amidst Bai Shixuan's laughter, Long Chen was beaten over and over again until he was a bloody mess. Your mother is just a broken flower. How could she be worthy of my father? Let me tell you, all of you are trash, all of you are idiots. On the day of my father and your mother's wedding, we will use poisoned wine to poison everyone in the Yang family to death. At that time, this Bai Yang town will belong to our Bai family. Now that you know about the conspiracy, you must be in pain. You must want to tell them, but it's a pity that you can't leave this place. Haha, trash, a living piece of trash. Humiliation, panic, defeat. Long Chen's consciousness gradually blurred. His life was slowly leaving him. This was such a miserable torture. He began to hate himself for being useless. He hated everything. But even so, he couldn't change his fate of death. Under Bai Shixuan's violent beating, he lost his last bit of vitality. His eyes were wide open as he fell to the ground. Die with everlasting regret. Bai Shixuan smiled coldly and said, Someone, find a place to bury this dog. He really dirted my eyes. Long Chen felt like he was in a chaotic place. He couldn't move. Was this the feeling of death? In the endless loneliness, he seemed to hear many voices, including the screams of the Bai clan on the night of the 15th of August. That night, it seemed like everyone in the Yang clan was slaughtered. Long Chen did not know why he could hear those screams. He only knew that he was in extreme pain, and his heart was in pain. He wandered in the chaos, and the pain was endless. Green mountains and clear waters. Outside the martial devil cave, the clan elder was sitting on a stone block with his eyes closed. At this time, a middle-aged man who looked like a scholar came forward. He looked at the green water in the martial devil cave passionately. His gaze passed through the layers of liquid and finally landed on Long Chen's body. It's going well. Maybe he really will succeed. Su Zhen mumbled to himself. His expression was full of expectation. It was as if he saw some kind of hope. He just stood there quietly, his eyes becoming more and more passionate. The clan elder next to him opened one eye and said seriously, Little guy, you are walking on a path of no return. I don't think there will be a good ending. You are too crazy. These words caused Su Zhen to become excited. He spread his arms and said, Who said I'm crazy? Is there still anyone in this world who can step onto the final path to godhood? Let me tell you, no one. Even the people from the 5 great dragon cities are bitterly struggling, and it's even more impossible for people from other races. Why? It's because their thinking is rigid, and they can never figure it out. The clan elder said helplessly, Have you really figured it out? Su Zhen said proudly, Of course. Our ancestor, that great god, could wash away the demonic barrier and become a god. Why can't I follow his old path? Therefore, I must first become a demon. I must plant the demonic root deeply, and this Super Shinran will be the best fodder for the demonic seed of the martial devil. This is my path to becoming a god. The clan elder shook his head and said, "Why do you insist on going about things the wrong way? I was exactly the same as you back then. I also had the same idea. You can see what happened to me now." Su Zhen's eyes turned cold. He stared at the old man who was only 1 meter tall and said coldly, "Grandfather, I am different from you. I am smarter than you. You failed to complete it, but you are only 1 step away. And this step, I will complete it for you." The person who was called grandfather by Su Zhan could only be the father of the current city lord, who was the previous city lord of the martial god ancient city. This clan elder actually had such an identity. People of Su Yuji's generation simply did not know. Is that so? Is that so? The clan elder simply closed his eyes and laid down on the stone block. Su Zhen did not say anything else. He sat down cross-legged on another stone block. His deep eyes stared at Long Chen, who was in the deep water. Seeing the pain and struggle on his face, his eyes did not have the slightest change of emotion. There was only fanaticism. Long Chen was traveling in chaos. He felt as if he had experienced countless lives, but every time he reached the most critical moment, he would forget everything. At this time, he suddenly felt that he had power in his body. This made him very happy. However, everything in front of him was a blur. He hurriedly opened his eyes and found a beautiful woman with a pale face lying on the bed. She was looking at him in infatuation. "Little she." Long Chen immediately called out her name and hugged her. The other party's weak body told him that Lingxi did not have any power. At this time, the door was knocked open. A black demon wolf rushed in with an anxious expression. Have they arrived? Long Chen felt very helpless. He was still caught. He told Lingxi to stay in this small room and walked out with the sun-devouring demon wolf. Outside the door, the sun race had already arrived. The leader was very strong and had a barbaric expression on his face. He was laughing loudly. "I can only risk my life." Long Chen remembered that after he killed the 9th prince, he was chased. This was the second time. The first time, he survived from the hands of a few commanders. "Baka, kill the man and capture the woman," the Sun Race's clan leader ferociously announced. Long Chen was not afraid of them. He knew that he was strong too. But at this time, a ball of fire smashed into him. It was the 9 Nether Demon ancestral flame. Long Chen stumbled and fell to the ground. He discovered that the sun-devouring demon wolf was looking at him coldly before fleeing. Xiao Lang had betrayed him. Long Chen's heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife. Originally, he had a chance to risk his life. But now that he was heavily injured, Long Chen couldn't imagine what would happen next. He struggled to stand up. The Sunrace leader took this chance to stab his broad blade into his chest. A bunch of people swarmed over and pressed Long Chen down. Long Chen's body was covered in blood. The intense pain nearly made him faint. He felt that even breathing was painful. "Bring him back and hand him to Jian Huang. As for the girl inside, I heard that she is really beautiful. All of you guard outside." The Sunrace leader laughed malevolently. "No." Long Chen's eyes were bloodshot and he was in extreme pain. Even his soul was trembling. But Xiao Lang had betrayed him and he was heavily injured. Under such a situation, surrounded by so many experts, there was nothing he could do. He could only wait for death. A woman's scream came from the room. Long Chen's eyes were bloodshot. His heart was bleeding. "It can't be like this. It can't be like this. I won't lose." Long Chen screamed madly in his heart. "Chen! Chen!" In the sky, such a voice kept ringing. Wasn't this Lingxi's voice? Wasn't Lingxi in this room? Why was she in the sky? In the pain, Long Chen's eyes were filled with doubt. In the Great Void Realm, everyone saw that Long Chen was completely enveloped by a black aura. Even his skin had turned completely black. He fell to the ground and screamed miserably. His eyes were bloodshot and bulging. They were filled with disbelief. They couldn't imagine what kind of torture Long Chen was going through. He fell into his own demonic barrier. Of course, this also shows that the martial demon cave is terrifying enough. Now that he has been infected by the demonic consciousness left behind by the 18 martial gods, we have to quickly drive this demonic consciousness out. Otherwise, He will suffer unimaginable pain again and again in the cycle of reincarnation. Kitten explained. It's because of this that those who have gone mad choose to commit suicide when they get out. It's because they can no longer distinguish between reality and unreality. Chapter 1773. Mo Xiaolang also stood up and said, "The horror of this demonic sense is beyond our imagination. I have to go out and wake him up. Otherwise, he will definitely go crazy if he is really tortured for 50 years. Seeing the two of them looking at him eagerly, Kitten said cautiously, "If you go out, you will also be affected by the demonic sense and fall into a tragic reincarnation. If even he is like this, you definitely can't." They had to consider this problem. If all three of them fell into the torture of the demonic sense, the situation would be even worse. However, did they have to wait for Long Chen to survive by himself? He might be able to do it, but how could they bear to let everyone watch him suffer like this? At this time, Lingxi suddenly said firmly, "Kitten, let me out. My power is very useful in dispelling evil spirits. Back then, the city lord of the wronged was also restrained by me. The city lord of the wronged is a demon, and so is the demonic sense. I think I can help." Hearing this, Kitten tilted his head and thought for a while. Then he said, "Su Nu is the goddess of purity. She can purify everything in the world. It is the power that demons fear the most. Maybe it is really possible." Hearing this, Lingxi was overjoyed. "Xiaolang, if something happens to me, I will rely on your decision," Lingxi told him. She had already prepared for Long Chen. At this time, after some thought, Kitten opened the great virtual realm. Lingxi's long dress fluttered, and she rushed out like a fairy. In front of them was an endless world of darkness. There was no end to this world. Long Chen was crawling on the ground. There was about 10 centimeters of black liquid on the ground, which had just submerged his ankles. Long Chen was lying on the liquid, trembling and turning. His eyes were bloodshot, and his body was trembling. Obviously, he was experiencing unimaginable double torture. Chen. Lingxi's eyes were filled with tears. She was heartbroken. At this moment, the black fog in the air gathered and transformed into countless black ghostly figures that floated around her. These were all demonic thoughts. Lingxi seemed to hear countless screams and cries. All the negative emotions gathered in these demonic thoughts and finally created evil. Countless demons let out sinister laughter as they revolved around Lingxi. "Enter the truest world, child. Come to the world in our hearts. We will restore the ugliness of this world for you. Restore the ugliness of human nature. Come, we will bring you to experience reality." These demonic intents had a huge impact on Lingxi. Lingxi knew that these were fake demonic intents, and she knew that she could not be fooled. She let the 8 heavenly swords surround her body, and at the same time, used the power of Su Nu to form a protection around her body. At the same time, she bit her lips and used the pain to wake herself up. When the power of Su Nu appeared, the demons screamed and escaped, but Lingxi had angered them. More and more black fog gathered and turned into ghostly figures that rushed towards Lingxi. "Don't resist. We are doing this for your own good. You have been deceived by falsehood. We will bring you to a real world. Are you afraid of the Nirvana tribulation? That is a game played by the heavens. You are all people living in a cage. I will bring you out of this cage, and let you experience true freedom. We are immortal." Those faces kept swaying in front of Lingxi's eyes. "Go and die." Lingxi was very angry. She mobilized all the power in her body and used the 8 great heavenly swords to fight against these endless evil spirits. She was resisting. It was probably because of the power of the pure maiden. She was especially pure. Although her power was not great, she was still able to maintain a certain level of consciousness under the attacks of so many evil spirits. "Chin, you must wait for me. Wait for me to deal with these demons and ghosts, then I will come and save you." Lingxi bit her lips tightly. Fresh blood had already flowed down, but this made her even more clear-headed. It was just that the demons were endless, and her strength was rapidly depleting. Whether or not she could resist them was indeed a problem. In the Great Void Realm, everyone was also very anxious. Lingxi could be said to be the only hope of their team. At this moment, Long Chen, who was struggling on the ground, suddenly stood up and looked at Lingxi with bloodshot eyes. "Chen." Lingxi thought that he had woken up. "Be careful, in the Great Void Realm, Kitten hurriedly reminded. At this moment, Long Chen suddenly rushed towards Lingxi. His hands turned into dragon claws, and he was about to break through Lingxi's defense. If not for Kitten's reminder, Lingxi would definitely not have been able to dodge. Did you see that? This is the person you like. His true motive is to kill you. That incessant chatter rang in his ears again. Scram, you are a demon, how would you know what love is? Lingxi kept retreating. What followed was the endless attacks from Long Chen and countless demonic intents. This had already exceeded the limits of what Lingxi could handle. Long Chen, who was in the middle, seemed to treat Lingxi as an enemy. He attacked without any regard for his life, and soon, he broke through Lingxi's defense. At this moment, the demonic intents took the opportunity to rush over and all rushed into Lingxi's body. It's over, Kitten said helplessly. The 8 celestial swords in Lingxi's hands all fell to the ground. She stood there in a daze. The demonic intents, which were 10 times stronger than Long Chen's, rushed into her body and wreaked havoc. In a short period of time, they broke through the Plain Maiden's defense and forcibly took over Lingxi's body, bringing Lingxi into a tragic cycle of reincarnation. Both of them have been hit. What should we do? Kitten was anxious. Mo Xiaolang also frowned. He was about to go out, but at this moment, he and Kitten noticed that there seemed to be other movements in Lingxi's body. Her body had been deeply planted with demonic intents, but what was awe-inspiring was that there was still no fear on her face. Instead, she was angry and unyielding, and even full of faith. This was her faith in Long Chen. Her faith in saving Long Chen. She came out to save Long Chen, so before completing the mission, she must not fail. It was this strong faith that allowed her to hold on at the last moment. As her body trembled violently, the Plain Maiden's power was reignited, and countless demonic intents were burning under that power. Her body has undergone a strange change. It seems that under the invasion of the demonic intents, more of the Plain Maiden's blood hidden in her bloodline has awakened. My God, the concentration of the god's blood is too terrifying. It's like the complete god's blood. Su Yuyao's concentration is more than 10%, and she's already a genius. But Lingxi's concentration of the god's blood is more than 6 times hers, almost reaching 80%. Kitten said in shock. Originally, Lingxi's body did not have so much god's blood. But under the invasion of the demonic intents, under her unyielding will, more god's blood awakened, filling up her bloodline to about 80%. This was simply a miracle. It could be said that since the disappearance of the gods, there had not been a person with such a high concentration of god's blood in the eternal god realm. Looking at the white light on Lingxi's body, which was getting stronger and stronger, as if she was about to explode, everyone was in absolute shock. What did it mean to have 80% God's blood? Among the 72 ancient cities of God's descendants, there were probably only a few with a concentration of more than 20% God's blood. This meant that the pure maiden's blood that the Sword Soul Emperor and the others had obtained was almost personally inherited by the Plain Maiden, and not the bloodline of a descendant. This was equivalent to the ancestral dragon leaving behind the essence blood. Someone like Lingxi, who was almost equivalent to a child of a god, could achieve such a concentration of God's blood. Long Chen had always been curious about the concentration of God's blood in her body. In the eyes of the crowd, Ling Shi, who had originally been possessed by the demonic will, had a face filled with stubbornness. She was still biting her lips, and under her rage and hard work, under her fervent desire to save Long Chen, under the provocation of the demonic will, all the divine blood in her body had undergone a second awakening. Inside her body, there was a series of explosions. The boiling god's blood burned the demonic intents to death. After the demonic intents disappeared, they turned into the purest power for Lingxi to use. Wherever the boiling god's blood went, all the demonic intents had nowhere to hide. A large amount of thick smoke came out of Lingxi's body, and the demonic intents screamed in pain. In a short moment, they were all burned to death. The other demonic intents that had not entered Lingxi's body hurriedly fled, as if they had encountered the most terrifying thing in the world. The pure power of the demonic intents remained in Lingxi's body, and was about to become nourishment for her newly awakened bloodline. Her bloodline frantically devoured this power. The demonic intents looked simple, but in fact, they had endless power. Under this crazy devouring, the nirvana force in Lingxi's body gradually increased, and it did not take long for her to approach Long Chen's. She was also about to break through to the 7th nirvana tribulation realm, the inner devil tribulation. However, there was still a large amount of demonic intents that had not been digested. Lingxi's god spirit bloodline was instinctively devouring this power. Her entire body was bathed in snow-white divine light, sacred and inviolable. Her skin was as clear as snow, and her temperament was as elegant as a lotus. In a short moment, the activation of the god spirit bloodline and the power left behind by the demonic intents allowed her to reach the peak of the 6th nirvana tribulation realm. The 7th inner devil tribulation was actually a simplified version of the demonic intents. The so-called inner devil tribulation actually came from the heart, and was very similar to the demonic intents. They were both tribulations caused by all kinds of negative power. The inner devil tribulation was rather terrifying, almost the same as the demonic intents. Without a strong primordial spirit, if one was trapped by the inner devil, they would also end up in ashes. However, those demonic intents were nothing in front of Lingxi, let alone the inner devil tribulation. The inner devil tribulation was born from the heart. When Lingxi reached this critical point, it appeared out of nowhere. However, as soon as it appeared, it was burned by Lingxi's goddess power, turning into pure power that helped her reach the 7th nirvana tribulation realm. She could be considered the person who had the easiest time passing the inner devil tribulation in history. She caught a cold, and it was too late. She had some chores to do during the new year, and she still had to take care of a mischievous child. She still had to work hard. Chapter 1774. Of course, this would only happen when he was facing Lingxi. For others, the demonic tribulation of the earthly fiend heart was just a demonic thought, especially for those with weak vitality. It was very easy for them to die in this nirvana tribulation. In fact, its lethality was much stronger than that of the hellfire flaming star behemoth. If Long Chen could struggle out of this demonic thought, it would be very helpful for him to pass through the demonic tribulation of the earthly fiend heart. After all, after experiencing it once, his resistance would be much stronger. In fact, Long Chen's primordial spirit was not weak at all. It was just that the demonic thought left by the divine spirit was too strong, so Long Chen could not break out in a short period of time. If it was someone else, they would definitely be reincarnated again and again in this martial devil cave. After Lingxi digested the power of the demonic tribulation of the earthly fiend heart, the snow-white light on her body still resisted the demonic thought from approaching. Her strength caused the demonic thought to fear her. The moment after the transformation, Lingxi looked nervously in the direction of Long Chen. If it was not for her great faith in saving Long Chen, it would have been very difficult for her to truly awaken the high concentration of divine blood in her body. Chen. At this moment, Long Chen staggered towards the endless distance. His eyes were blood-red, and his body was filled with a very heavy hostility and killing intent. He was even attacking endlessly. His mouth was chattering, but no one knew what he was muttering. There was still a large amount of demonic thought rushing into his body, affecting his consciousness. Lingxi's eyes were filled with heartache. She got rid of the demonic thoughts and rushed in front of Long Chen. She let the power of the plain maiden on her body sweep over Long Chen's body, isolating Long Chen from the outside world. She was very anxious and hurriedly shouted in front of Long Chen. "Chen, wake up, it's all fake, I'm in front of you." When Su Nu's power had spread all over his body, Long Chen's ferocious posture had calmed down a little. However, the demonic spirit on his body was still causing trouble. It was even trying to break free from Lingxi's restraints. They could control Long Chen to attack Lingxi. Just as the other party was about to attack her, Lingxi's eyes were resolute. She threw caution to the wind and pulled Long Chen into her arms, wrapping her arms around his waist. Danger! Within the great virtual realm, everyone was trembling in fear. "You killed little Shi. You deserve to die." Long Chen's eyes suddenly turned blood red. His entire body emitted a murderous aura, ready to tear Lingxi in half. However, he didn't expect Lingxi to still be fearless. She hugged him tightly, tears streaming down her cheeks as she shouted, "I am Lingxi, I'm not dead. Chen, remember now, you are in the martial devil cave. There is a demonic spirit in your body causing trouble." Long Chen, who was about to go crazy, was stunned after hearing these words. The blood in his eyes gradually disappeared, and he said in disbelief, "Demonic spirit, martial devil cave, what is that? Who are you? Why do you have little Shi's voice?" Lingxi knew that he was still not free, but she finally found hope. In this kind of situation, she was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Seeing the murderous aura and confusion in Long Chen's eyes, she didn't care about anything else. Without hesitation, she pressed her soft red lips against Long Chen's and stuck out her tender little tongue, letting Long Chen taste the enchanting sweetness. The dragon claw on his hand gradually disappeared. Under the gentle kiss of the beauty in his arms, his eyes gradually regained their clarity. In Long Chen's world, the whole world was collapsing. Like a tidal wave of memories, he remembered that he was still in the martial devil cave. He remembered that everything that happened before was fake. He felt the demonic spirit in his body. Damnable thing! Long Chen's eyes widened. The murderous nirvana power in his body completely overlapped with the power of Lingxi's pure maiden, forming a righteous power full of killing intent. Why was the husband of the pure maiden a divine dragon? It was because her power had the highest degree of compatibility with the divine dragon. When the two powers overlapped in Long Chen's body, the power formed was quite terrifying. It was even more terrifying than Lingxi's own power. Under the envelopment of this power, the demonic spirit in Long Chen's body was gradually burned, turning into the purest power. Long Chen reached the third nirvana tribulation realm, and with the help of the 33 Tao patterns, he reached the late stage of the third nirvana tribulation realm. With the release of the demonic spirit, his nirvana power began to crazily devour. This was also the reason why Xueqi once said that if he could come out of the martial devil cave normally, his power might increase. This was because the demonic spirit was, in fact, the purest power left behind by the martial god. Although the demonic spirit in Long Chen's body was not as much as Lingxi's and he did not have the god's blood, he had already reached the peak. Therefore, when the power of the demonic spirit was gradually devoured by him and turned into nirvana power, he had already touched the point of the fourth nirvana tribulation realm. In other words, he could feel that the demonic calamity was about to descend. The demonic spirit was completely extinguished. Long Chen's body was filled with a surging power. Before the Earth Fiend Heart Demon tribulation arrived, Long Chen hugged Lingxi tightly. Feeling the gentleness in his arms, his eyes were brimming with tears. He had experienced unimaginable pain before, and that pain was exactly the same as reality. If it wasn't for the fact that his primordial spirit was strong enough, he might have thought that he was hallucinating. Little Shi. The woman in his arms was incomparably real. In the Great Void Realm, Mo Xiaolang and the others also heaved a sigh of relief. Seeing their concerned gazes, Long Chen felt incomparably satisfied. He had already survived everything. Although the martial devil cave had turned into a nightmare, it was all fake. Long Qinglan had given him the mysterious dragon jade, and he had long since become a dragon among men. No one had betrayed him, and everyone was doing well. The Myriad Kingdom's territory, which was already the divine dragon country, would also be doing very well under Su Shue's leadership. The people of Baiyang Town would live a long life, and it would not be a problem for them to live for thousands of years. Little Shi, what happened to your body? Long Chen slowly pushed her away. With her protection, those demons would not dare to continue attacking him. Long Chen felt that Lingxi's bloodline had brought him a lot of pressure. She was the first person whose bloodline had made him feel awe. The concentration of divine blood in her body had magically reached a shocking level. Lingxi said softly, I just wanted to save you, and then the demonic thoughts invaded my body. The blood in my body awakened again, and now I'm like this. I feel that the concentration of divine blood in my body is already close to 80%. Moreover, I just received the power of the demonic thoughts and passed the inner demon tribulation. Is that so? Long Chen received a huge surprise. He suddenly realized that the woman in front of him might become a super expert one day. With the 80% divine spirit bloodline and the inheritance of the ethereal immortal sect, her speed of growth might even surpass his. After all, she had him, a man with 2 ancestral dragon bodies, as her husband. Of course, because she had the blood of goddess Su, he would also benefit from such a talent. Even if the heavens were jealous of dragon warriors, he would not be far behind Lingxi. It was just that the tribulation he would encounter would be more terrifying. At this moment, Lingxi even had a talent that temporarily surpassed his and Mo Xiaolang's. Long Chen's talent came from ancient legends. The sun-devouring demonic wolf was purely a mutated demon beast, while Lingxi had obtained the most orthodox inheritance of divine spirit and sect. Her future was also limitless. At this time, Long Chen had completely digested the demonic thoughts and had reached the critical point. Chen, you're going to pass the inner demon tribulation. Lingxi also felt the familiar disaster descending again. Long Chen nodded lightly. That was just a demonic thought. With the power of your primordial spirit, it will be fine as long as you guard your mind, Lingxi said with concern. Don't worry. I just haven't experienced the demonic thoughts before. I only fell for it the first time. It won't happen again, Long Chen said with a gentle smile. Just as he finished speaking, the real inner demon tribulation descended. Lingxi used her own power to open up an area for Long Chen to safely pass through the Earth Fiend Heart Demon tribulation, preventing the wandering devilish thoughts from approaching. The devilish thoughts were too terrifying, and they were endless. They were even more terrifying than the Earth Fiend Heart Demon tribulation. With the experience of resisting the demonic thoughts, Long Chen was much calmer when the inner demon tribulation arrived. First, a large amount of black gas surged up from the ground. The black gas moved along Long Chen's feet and soon enveloped his entire body. A power that sent chills down one's spine invaded his body. The black gas spread throughout his body. Long Chen looked down and realized that his body had been corroded to the point of being riddled with holes. He was bleeding and oozing pus everywhere. The disgusting scene made him want to vomit. Illusion. Lingxi reminded him nervously. Long Chen knew that he didn't need to care. He just needed to guard his mind and not let the inner demon tribulation overtake him. With the experience from the first time and the Void Universe Dragon as his primordial spirit, when the power of the inner demon tribulation entered Long Chen's sea of consciousness, Long Chen immediately recognized it. Dream. Bubble. The power of time disorder appeared in Long Chen's sea of consciousness. The inner demon tribulation that appeared was strangled by Long Chen's power of time and burned into the most primitive power of nirvana rebirth. More and more inner demon tribulation surged over, but with Long Chen's clear mind, it was very difficult for them to do anything. If he hadn't encountered the demonic thoughts at the beginning, it definitely wouldn't have been so easy for Long Chen to pass this inner demon tribulation. Even in the Eternal God domain, more than half of the 6th-tier Nirvana tribulation martial artists were intercepted by the inner demon tribulation and died tragically while their minds were bewitched. Time continued. In the end, after Long Chen absorbed the power of the inner demon tribulation, he underwent another earth-shattering change. His body that belonged to the ancestral dragon improved once again, matured once more, and successfully reached the 4th tier of the Nirvana tribulation. Compared to before, he was much stronger now. Every Nirvana tribulation brought about tremendous growth for the ancestral dragon. This time was no exception. Chapter 1775. Both his physical body and primordial spirit were undergoing metamorphosis. The 3 stages of the Void Cosmic Dragon's power and the Ancient Blood Spiritual Dragon's Path of Slaughter had resulted in Long Chen's current strength. Although he was only at the 4th stage of the Nirvana Tribulation realm, not many people could do anything to his combat power and strangeness. In particular, the Time-Roaming Dragon and the Divine Refining Flame were simply supreme divine abilities. After the metamorphosis was completed, he retracted his aura and slowly opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was Lingxi looking at him nervously. At the same time, she was resisting the invasion of the demonic consciousness for him. He felt very happy because of this. Long Chen was not a person who was good at empty talk. The only thing he wanted to do now was to fulfill his father's long-cherished wish before he died and go to the Eternal Dragon City to clear his name. Then, when he was strong enough, he could take Lingxi around the world and live a peaceful life. To be honest, after going through so much, Long Chen was also a little tired. However, he could not bear to let this kind girl keep taking risks with him. It's a success. Seeing that Long Chen was unharmed, Lingxi's eyes were filled with the light of happiness. Even though they were now in a dirty and messy place, and the dirty black liquid on the ground was about 10 centimeters deep and made people's scalps tingle, they were still floating on it. Long Chen scanned his surroundings. There were endless demonic wills all around him. He said, I've already escaped from the demonic consciousness. With Little She's help, it will definitely be very difficult for them to bring disaster to me again. However, if we continue to stay here, we will only be able to stay here for 50 years. Su Zhan must have asked me to come here to unravel the secret he spoke of, and that secret should be hidden in this endless darkness. Lingxi's current strength was enough to protect the 2 of them in this world for countless years. If they did not have enough strength, it would not be a problem to catch a few demonic consciousness to replenish their strength. Let's take a break and then explore this strange place. Let's see if this is really the place where the martial god got rid of his demonic obstruction. Long Chen decided after some thought. The others didn't have any objections. After all, staying here was no different from waiting for death. They couldn't stay here for 50 years just because they were afraid of danger. If it was outside, with Long Chen's speed, he might have entered the reincarnation tribulation realm in 50 years. Letting Lingxi hold his arm, the two of them moved forward in this filthy world. Countless demonic wills rushed over, but under the purification of Lingxi's pure power, they all returned in defeat. Aren't I great? Lingxi smiled slyly. Of course. If not for you, I would have been tortured to death. Long Chen patted her little face and said contentedly. It was only now that he had adjusted his state of mind from the previous torture. He also understood why Su Yuyao and the others were so gloating. However, they had still underestimated themselves, underestimated Lingxi. In this endless world, there were only demonic wills. There was nothing else. Right, weren't we in the deep pool? How did we appear here? And that black flame? Long Chen's heart was full of doubts. I'm guessing that perhaps this entire world of darkness is an illusion. It's a huge demonic will. If we want to leave this place, we have to let the clan elder pull you up, and we have to see what exactly the secret that Su Yuji mentioned is. Different paths lead to the same destination. Long Chen very carefully brought her around in this endless darkness. Suddenly, a faint sound came from ahead. There was the sound of heavy breathing and the sound of feet moving forward in the water. There's someone, Long Chen whispered. Presumably, it was someone like him, who was being punished in the martial devil cave. Long Chen wanted to see what kind of state they were in. Soon, a warrior appeared in his field of vision. His hair was disheveled, his eyes were blood red, and his arms were wide open. He looked around like a wild beast. Kill! Kill, kill. Go to hell. Chi-er, I want to avenge you, I want to tear these people to pieces. He roared and struggled, his bloodshot eyes filled with tears of blood. Long Chen roughly knew that he might have been in this state before. If not for Lingxi waking him up, or if it took him a long time to wake up, he would have been tortured to death. Although they were separated by a long distance, the martialists seemed to have suddenly smelled Long Chen's scent. Thief, don't go. Give me back the lives of my wife and son. The warrior let out a ferocious roar and without saying a word, charged towards Long Chen. His movements were barbaric but methodical. Moreover, this guy was very strong, almost at the level of the 9th Nirvana tribulation. He was probably similar to Blade River Demon and the others in the War God Galaxy. Rip. As soon as he made his move, he rushed in front of Long Chen. Not good. Long Chen understood that if he fought here, it was likely that the demonic will would find an opportunity. Let me. In that instant, he made a prompt decision. His body transformed into a 400-meter-long blood-colored divine dragon. His body tumbled backwards, allowing Lingxi to sit on his dragon's head as she hugged his pair of dragon horns. Instant. Eternal. Heavenly slaughtering blood sword. Time stopped, letting the opponent stay in mid-air, while the heavenly slaughtering blood sword slapped horizontally on the opponent's body, sending the warrior flying. Long Chen took advantage of this time to speed up and escape with Lingxi. In this state, his speed was terrifyingly fast, and he quickly shook off the warrior. At this critical moment, a few demonic wills had already squeezed into Long Chen's body. Long Chen transformed into human form. All of you come out. Lingxi's heart ached. When the power of the Su Nu attacked, a few mere demonic wills were quickly burned by her. But even so, the two of them were still somewhat frightened. The other party was also suffering, and Long Chen did not have any intention of killing him. However, fighting in this dark world was too dangerous. It was very likely that they would be controlled by the demonic wills again. After eradicating the demonic wills on their bodies, the two of them quickly left until the surroundings regained its peace. Following that, Long Chen wandered around in this endless world. This was a world without direction, and there was no end. No matter where Long Chen walked, he would not return to his original place. But after a full 2 months, he did not see anything. In these 2 months, other than encountering 2 other warriors who were imprisoned here, he did not discover anything else. Everyone still did not give up. As they moved forward they pondered. Su Zhan let me in, so there must be a special place. But where exactly is this special place? Long Chen pondered with cold eyes. He wants me to spend these 50 years. Could it be that I have to spend 50 years to find that secret? If that was the case, then this was really not good news. For Long Chen, even a year could not be easily wasted. What on earth does he want? This big bad guy. Lingxi said sullenly. After throwing Long Chen here, Lingxi completely hated the mysterious Su Zhen. Yes, what on earth does he want? Long Chen realized that this was the key to solving the problem. As long as I know what he wants, it will be easy. This is the place where the martial god cleansed all the demonic wills, and only the demonic wills are special. Could it be that he wants the demonic wills? But what did this have to do with him? It was really puzzling. The two of them moved forward again, thinking about it again. About 2 days later, Long Chen keenly discovered that there seemed to be something in the endless darkness ahead. He walked forward and found that it was a black stone tablet. On it were a few lines of words written with dried blood. These lines of words were not written by the same person. They were crooked, and it could be seen that the person who wrote the words must have been in great pain. It should also have been written by those who were thrown in when they were still conscious. On it was written, "The devil is born from the heart. Everyone is a devil. The true meaning of the Tao of slaughter is to cherish every time you kill. Becoming a devil is not scary, because this may be the only way to become a god in the current world. And our Su clan's ancestors did it tens of millions of years ago." There was another sentence written at the bottom. That was, "If you have already gotten rid of the demonic wills, do not go forward, because there is an irreversible abyss ahead. It is the secret of the martial devil cave." To be honest, the first few strange words gave Long Chen a lot of enlightenment, especially the sentence, "The devil is born from the heart. Everyone is a devil." Later on, the stone tablet believed that the only way to become a god attracted Long Chen's attention. These are the words left behind by the ancestors of the Su clan. And Su Zhen became a devil, and then a god. Long Chen acutely realized that there was a connection. That guy is mysterious, but he is also pursuing the path to become a god. Could it be that he wants to become a devil? Then why didn't he come down himself? Why did he want me to come down? This was Long Chen's new doubt. These words were even more difficult to understand. Only the last sentence was easy to understand. The irreversible abyss ahead was also the secret of the martial devil cave. It was also Su Zhen's goal. And it was also Long Chen's goal. Should we go forward? Lingxi asked worriedly. She continued. He is advising us not to go forward, saying that it is an irreversible abyss. If we go in, it is very likely that we will face great danger. Long Chen was also the first to struggle. Moreover, in this place, only Lingxi could protect him. Once they went forward, Lingxi would also have to go. What if she was in danger? But taking a step back, if they did not go forward, it was very likely that they would have to spend 50 years in this godforsaken place. Let's think about it carefully first. Long Chen decided. He wandered around the stone tablet and carefully studied the words written on it. He wanted to see if there was any information that he could use. However, another 5 days passed, and he still did not find anything. If this continued, they would really have to spend 50 years here. Chen, I think it is better to go forward. Being fearless is your style, Lingxi said softly. Chapter 1776. Above the martial demon cave, the mountains were green and the water was green. The mountains stretched for tens of thousands of miles. Above the dark green pool, the clan elder was still lying on the stone block. He was only about a meter tall, and his body was young but wrinkled, looking somewhat ugly. Beside him, Su Zhen was much more perfect, but he stood next to the green pool with his hands behind his back, his face pale and nervous. It's been more than 2 months, and there's still no news of him. He's definitely not going to make it. I advise you to give up. Don't torture the child in there. The clan elder seemed to be muttering to himself. Su Zhen did not respond. After a long time, he gritted his teeth and said, "Impossible, he will succeed. It doesn't matter if he suffers a little more. I still have a lot of time. If he really can't make it, then he will stay in there for 50 years. Is 50 years not enough?" The clan elder said, "Child, you are already paranoid. This is very dangerous. Remember, demons are born from the heart. Your heart is now a demon." Su Zhen suddenly laughed and said, "This is what I pursue. Before a successful person succeeds, everyone will think that he is just a madman." So I think I can ignore your old man's nagging. You don't have much time left. So enjoy your last moments and don't worry about me. Su Zhen suddenly laughed and said, "Don't worry about me." The clan elder was silent. He used his arms as a pillow and looked up at the sky, muttering to himself, "I suddenly remembered that when you were born, I was the one who gave you your name. In the blink of an eye, things remain the same, but people have changed. It is my own fault." Su Zhen turned back to look at him, then continued to stare at the depths of the pool, at Long Chen who was bound by the purple gold rope. After making this decision, Long Chen cut off all thoughts of regret. In this endless darkness, he slowly walked forward with Lingxi. This was an irreversible abyss. So what was the so-called abyss? There was no difference between this place and the previous place, except that there were more demonic intents. With Lingxi's help, these demonic intents were not a problem. Husband and wife were of one mind, and their benefits could cut through gold. After walking for half a day, Long Chen felt a familiar feeling. He stopped and looked around. Suddenly, an excited emotion surged in his heart, as if there was something waiting for him in a certain direction. "What's wrong?" Lingxi asked with concern. Long Chen shared his thoughts. Lingxi pondered for a while and said, "We've reached the crucial point. That should be the so-called secret. However, this secret might not be a good thing. Don't believe everything in the end. Don't trust this familiar feeling so easily." "All right." Long Chen nodded. He followed his senses and moved forward, but he didn't expect to meet someone who could excite him. It was a black steel pillar that had already decayed. There were black iron chains wrapped around the steel pillar, and an extremely familiar figure was wrapped in the iron chains. Father. Looking at this person, Long Chen was unable to remain calm. This was because this was the person he admired and was most grateful to in his life. This was the person who had given him everything. There was a strong desire in his heart that drove him forward. But at this time, Lingxi pulled his arm and shook her head solemnly. "Whether it's real or fake, it's best to be cautious. After all, this is the martial demon cave." The eagerness in Long Chen's heart was somewhat diluted by Lingxi's words. He struggled for a while, then nodded. The two gradually approached each other. At this time, the man wrapped in the iron chains struggled to open his eyes. His gentle and wise eyes revealed pride and warmth the moment he saw Long Chen. His face was pale, but he smiled contentedly. In a hoarse voice he said, "Child, you've come here after all." In every aspect, he was very similar to the father in Long Chen's heart. Long Qinglan seemed to have noticed his wariness. He smiled bitterly and said, "As expected, you wouldn't believe me if you saw me here. But there are some things that will exceed your expectations. Lingxi has already awakened 80% of her divine blood." "Huh? She really is the person most compatible with you. Both of you are good children." Long Chen still didn't say a word. This was because Lingxi was clutching his arm tightly, reminding him that he couldn't trust him so easily. But Long Qinglan didn't seem to want him to believe him. He murmured to himself, "I'm dead. I've been imprisoned in a mysterious place between heaven and earth, a place you will never be able to approach. Because I've come into contact with the taboo of this world, life and death are actually just a change in status. I may be dead, but at my level, my will is eternal. That's why I'm talking to you right now." He stared into Long Chen's eyes. "Child, I didn't think you'd come to the Eternal God realm so quickly. I won't ask for anything more from Eternal Dragon City. You can do better than I can imagine. That is my only wish." Long Chen nodded. Long Qinglan smiled bitterly. He hesitated for a moment, then said, "There's one more thing. Perhaps I'm still alive. Once you're done with Eternal Dragon City, you might be able to walk the same path I did. You have two bodies of the ancestor dragon, so I'm sure you'll be more suitable than I am to fulfill my old dream, which is to follow the divine dragons to extinction." At this point, he grew more and more fervent. Long Chen was also affected by his passion, and his heart was filled with excitement. "I can't accept this. Who killed me?" Long Qinglan threw his head back and howled. He struggled with all his might, trying to break free of the chains. Long Chen took a few steps forward, only to find that his fingers had pierced through his opponent's body. It wasn't real, but an illusion. "It's useless," Long Qinglan said helplessly. "I'm in another world. This is the only way I can project myself here." He stared at Long Chen. "Child, I've given you everything. Are you willing to walk this path for me? Tell me, why did someone as strong as them disappear? Were they killed? Did they go extinct? Or did they go far away to a bigger world? Under his gaze, Long Chen's blood began to boil. His throat was dry. Perhaps they're all dead. Yes, they're dead. Who killed them? Could it be the same person who killed me? What's their goal? Long Qinglan sighed. Long Chen's heart had been opened up to him. He and his father were the only ones in the world who knew many of his secrets. By now, he was more or less convinced of Long Qinglan's identity. Looking at the old man, he could see his unwillingness, his anger, and his dedication to his dream. Long Chen's heart trembled. He wanted to touch him, but he couldn't. Father. Long Chen called softly. Long Qinglan smiled bitterly. I didn't expect you to trust me in the martial demon cave. He didn't wait for Long Chen's reply. No matter what, it's my fault for turning my desire into your responsibility. It's just that I can't accept the end of my life. Whether it's the mystery of the dragon god or the misunderstanding in Eternal Dragon City, those bastards slandered a great dreamer. They brought me such a great disaster and ruined my reputation. At this point, Long Qinglan gritted his teeth. Seeing Long Qinglan's pained and struggling expression, Long Chen suddenly felt very uncomfortable. Long Qinglan was the person he doted on the most in his life. In his heart, Long Qinglan's position could never be replaced. Most of the time, he was illusory, but at this moment, he felt so real. He had always been calm and collected. It was only now that he revealed a look of resentment that made Long Chen's emotions coincide with his. Child, I know you will help me. Child, I know you will help me. Help me kill them. Kill everyone in Eternal Dragon City. They have misunderstood me and slandered me. Not only do they want to kill the people of Eternal Dragon City, but the entire world is slandering me. They are puppies that have been tamed by the heavenly Tao. They don't have any humanity at all. All of them deserve to die. If you kill them, then this world will belong to us free men. Kill them all. Long Chen was a little confused. However, he still felt his blood boiling as he listened to the other party's words. It was as if he should do this for him. After all, this was his mission. Kill his way into Eternal Dragon City and kill all those bastards. This was clearly a demon's declaration. Demons were born from the heart. Demonic intents couldn't turn humans into demons. Long Qinglan was the weakest part of Long Chen's heart, and it was this part that started the shocking change. His eyes gradually became hollow. Long Qinglan's resentful expression made him feel very pained and angry. He muttered to himself, yes, they all deserve to die. Those who submitted to the heavenly axiom and lost their freedom really deserve to die. Their lives have no meaning at all. Long Chen. Ling Shi gripped his arms and made him look at her. Her eyes were filled with anxiety and tears flickered as she said, could it be that I also deserve to die? He is clearly not your father, but that unredeemable abyss. He is turning you into a demon, so you will kill me as well, Xueqi. Long Chen suddenly felt a splitting headache. The demonic intents were too powerful. As expected of something left behind by a martial god. What on earth was it? Are you going to kill me? Am I more important, or is your non-existent father more important? Lingxi stared at him boldly. Long Chen felt like he was struck by lightning. Yes, was he going to kill Lingxi? He hurriedly looked at Long Qinglan, only to see him glaring at him angrily. Unfilial son, how dare you go against your father's wishes for a woman? Hurry up and kill her. She's also a slave of the heavenly axiom. Kill her. The doubts in Long Chen's heart gradually disappeared. The powerful Void Universe Dragon Yuan Shen allowed him to regain his clarity. Chapter 1777. What are you doing? Long Chen couldn't react in time. There was a very strong force in his heart that urged him to protect Long Qinglan, but because of his own hesitation, he was still one step too slow. The 4 heavenly swords pierced through Long Qinglan's body. The pure power of the heavenly swords caused Long Qinglan to explode along with the black pillar. Long Qinglan's face was emitting black gas. His entire body was burning. He looked at Long Chen furiously and roared, "Unfilial son, you dare to disobey me. You deserve to die 10,000 deaths. I regret creating you. Return everything that doesn't belong to you to me. Otherwise, you can kill everyone in the Eternal Dragon City. Then, you can kill everyone in the world and change this world. Let us true free people take over this place. He roared like this until he finally disappeared. Long Chen's eyes flashed with strong reluctance. No matter what, he still held a deep respect for this father of his. Respect, love, and respect surpassed everything else. Until now, he had already known that this was the so-called unredeemable abyss. But seeing this old man die with his own eyes, he still felt a sharp pain in his heart. Ling Shi pulled him away from Nye Tian and retreated a long distance. Chen, I'm sorry. I only wanted to save you. I didn't want to make you sad. Ling Shi said pitifully. It's okay. Long Chen gently stroked her head. Just as he was about to say something, there was a strange change on Long Qinglan's side. His body and the black pillar behind him were burning. As it burned, its volume became smaller and smaller. Gradually, it turned into a ball of flame about the size of a fist. This flame. Long Chen and Long Chen's eyes shook. That's right, this ball of flame is exactly the same as what you saw when you entered the pool of jade. It's exactly the same. It's just as strange. It's as if there is a mysterious world. And in this world, there are countless people, countless wills, and crying loudly. What exactly is this? This is the secret of the Martial Devil Cave. Long Chen looked while retreating. He felt like he was being watched. The strangeness of this ball of flame was shocking. Big brother, let me out. I can feel that it contains a lot of power. I can swallow it and digest it. Believe me, no matter what kind of flame it is, as long as it has the essence of a flame, I can transform it into my own power. Within the Great Void Realm, Mo Xiaolang said softly. Long Chen pondered for a moment. In the end, he still let Mo Xiaolang come out. He only reminded him, don't move for now. Let's see if there's any movement from this flame. He always felt that although this was a real flame, it was very strange and it was best not to touch it. At this moment, the black flame rotated, as if a pair of eyes were staring at Long Chen. This made Long Chen's scalp tingle. He had an intuition that he was the flame's food. The way it looked at him was the same as the way Mo Xiaolang looked at it. Let's go. Long Chen said decisively. Just as Long Chen said this word, the strange flame instantly crossed the space and chased after him. Its speed was extremely fast, completely suppressing Long Chen. It looked like it was about to pounce on Long Chen. At this juncture, Mo Xiaolang was already prepared. He knew that this flame was a little strange, but he was even more confident in his ability to devour flames. Therefore, just as the flame was about to pounce on Long Chen, Mo Xiaolang suddenly accelerated. A black vortex appeared in his mouth and swallowed the black flame. In the blink of an eye, it was already in his stomach. How do you feel? Long Chen hurriedly asked. This flame was clearly targeted at him. Fortunately, he had Xiaolang's help. Otherwise, who knew what would have happened? He also believed in Mo Xiaolang's ability to devour flames. This was because he had seen it with his own eyes. However, he was still somewhat worried. Mo Xiaolang gently shook his head and said, Don't worry, I'm digesting it. I've already devoured it. Seeing his current stable state, Long Chen heaved a sigh of relief. Mo Xiaolang crawled on the ground and began to focus on refining the power of the flame. After a while he said, I've completely digested it. Although it's strange, it's still a flame in essence. Moreover, there's also a large amount of power equivalent to the dissipation of demonic thoughts. I'm about to face the Earth Demon Heart Tribulation. Hearing this, everyone was pleasantly surprised. This time, coming to the Martial Demon Cave, the three of them had almost passed the Earth Demon Heart Tribulation together. Their strength had increased together. This was a great thing. However, Mo Xiaolang had never been attacked by demonic thoughts. It would probably be difficult for him to pass the Earth Demon Heart Tribulation. After Long Chen heard that the flame had been completely digested, he turned his attention to the Earth Demon Heart Tribulation. He said, Focus on passing the tribulation. Besides, Ling Shi can also help. If it wasn't for Ling Shi, the two of them would definitely have been conquered by demonic thoughts in this endless world. Mo Xiaolang nodded and didn't say anything else. As time passed, Long Chen realized that black demonic fog had started to appear on his body. It was similar to his own. Very soon, he was completely enveloped in the demonic fog. His whole body was trembling and his eyes were closed. He was having a tough battle with the earth demon heart tribulation. Although he wasn't passing the tribulation himself, Long Chen's palms were still sweating. And at this moment, he felt that the entire endless world was trembling. There seemed to be endless wails coming from all directions. It was as if something was feeling sorrowful. The dark world was still trembling. The demonic thoughts seemed to have increased by a lot. Mo Xiaolang was still in the midst of passing the tribulation. When he encountered the Hellfire Flame Star Beast, it could be said to be extremely easy. But when it came to the Earth Demon Heart tribulation, it was not as easy as Lingxi. This painful process lasted for a full 4 hours before it finally ended. When he opened his eyes, he was already drenched in sweat. However, his body was in the midst of a rapid transformation. Long Chen let him return to the Great Void Realm. At this moment, the endless world was trembling even more violently. He suddenly felt a force tightening around his waist. "They're pulling me up," Long Chen said with some surprise. Although he didn't know why, it was definitely related to the digested flame. At this juncture, he let Lingxi return to the Great Void Realm. At the same time, he thought about what had happened to the endless world. The only thing that couldn't be explained was the black flame. Although he didn't know what it was, it should have disappeared after being digested by Mo Xiaolong's heaven-defying ability to devour flames. An invisible force acted on his body, allowing him to quickly leave this world. Long Chen felt that his surroundings were starting to become blurry. He felt the cold pool water. The scene in front of him kept changing until he realized that his body was completely immersed in the pool water. At this moment, he was almost out of the water. With a splashing sound, he rushed out of the water. Long Chen hurriedly steadied himself on the ground. The purple gold rope left his waist. Looking up, he saw that the elder was still lying on the stone block. The one who pulled him up was the expressionless Su Zhen. Seeing Long Chen, the elder opened his turbid eyes and looked Long Chen up and down. A trace of surprise and shock flashed across his eyes. It didn't escape Long Chen's eyes. Presumably, this elder also knew about the existence of the black flame. As for Su Zhen, he had long cultivated to the point where he didn't show any emotion. He took 2 steps in front of Long Chen and said, "You saw the flame inside, right?" Long Chen realized that his heart was still somewhat shaken, causing his speech to be different from before. He pretended to be at a loss and nodded. "You can wake up from the attack of the demonic consciousness. You're really not simple." Su Zhen gave a rare compliment, but he quickly asked, "Let me ask you another question. That black flame, where did it go in the end?" Long Chen pretended to be calm, but in his heart, he was thinking of a countermeasure. According to the script set by Su Zhen, the black flame should have entered his body, so he didn't answer with words. Instead, he pointed to his body and said, "It went in here, and then it disappeared without a trace." "Oh." Su Zhen slowly nodded. Long Chen breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that his guess was right, because Su Zhen's eyes didn't show any disappointment. Instead, there was some sadness in the elder's eyes. It was as if he was sad for himself. Long Chen asked, "What exactly is this thing?" Su Zhen said, "It's related to the secret of my ancestor. It's a great thing for you. It can let you have an even more terrifying cultivation and a broader mental state. You just need to remember, you can't tell anyone about what happened today, and your encounter in the Martial Devil Cave." Long Chen knew that this would be the answer. The reason why he asked this question was just for show. After a while, Su Zhen said, "From now on, you'll cultivate in the inner city. Since I've taken you as my adopted son, I'll do my best to nurture you. I'll let Yuji arrange a good place for you to go, so you can reach a deeper realm in a short time." Long Chen nodded, neither surprised nor happy. This was more like Su Zhen's binding of him. He guessed that Su Zhen was like the City Lord of Unjust. Back then, the City Lord of Unjust wanted him to nurture the god-slaying sword, and this Su Zhen seemed to want him to help him nurture the black flame. But he didn't know that the black flame had already been digested by Mo Xiaolang. Su Zhen didn't bid farewell to the elder, and left with Long Chen. That elder's gaze was fixed on Long Chen the entire time. Only after Long Chen left did he let out a heavy sigh and said, "I hope that many years later, I won't say the words the evils you brought upon yourself are the hardest to bear." Chapter 1778. Long Chen didn't care where the other party would take him. With his current situation, Su Zhen wouldn't let him go to the outer city anymore. Of course, even if it was the inner city, he could do as he pleased. At present, the thing he needed to confirm the most was Mo Xiaolong's situation. So while following Su Yuji, he repeatedly asked Mo Xiaolang if the black flame had been completely digested. Mo Xiaolang said cautiously, "Big brother, I also know that this thing is very dangerous. It is Su Zhen's scheme, but I am very confident in my ability in this aspect. I am very clear that I have completely digested it. It has now become my power, a kind of flame that can roughly cause hallucinations." In fact, Mo Xiaolang had always been cautious and more reliable than Kitten. As a result, Long Chen felt more at ease. Su Zhen had made so many calculations, but he didn't expect Mo Xiaolang to have such a heaven-defying ability. If he knew the truth, he would probably collapse. The thing he had painstakingly wanted was actually swallowed by Mo Xiaolang. Following Su Yuji in the dreamlike inner city, the graceful figure of the beauty in front of them didn't attract Long Chen's attention. Soon, they passed through the purple bamboo forest and arrived at a building that wasn't big. It was completely purple and looked like a coiling divine dragon. Su Yuji said, "This is the place where Daddy arranged for you." The purple dragon pavilion is also a Dao artifact. It has 30 Dao patterns, similar to the Dragon Martial Palace. This kind of residence is very useful for cultivation and privacy. You can refine this purple dragon pavilion and make it your own Dao artifact. Long Chen nodded calmly. Su Yuji rolled her eyes at him and chuckled softly. "You brat, you're really showing off after getting a bargain. I already said that my father wouldn't really punish you and let you stay for 50 years. He even gave you the purple dragon pavilion. You should know that in our inner city, in my generation, there are only a few people who can compare to you in terms of residence. Even Yao doesn't necessarily have such a level of residence. It can be seen how much my father values you." Really? Using a Dao artifact with 30 Dao patterns as a residence was truly too extravagant. It was just that these descendants of gods had the right to be so extravagant. "You've just returned and need to rest, so I won't disturb you any longer. Also, my residence is in the Fire Phoenix Pavilion, 1 kilometer to the east. If you need any help, you can come and find me at any time. Just treat me as your big sister, my dear little brother." She was becoming more and more fond of Long Chen. After saying these words, she floated away, leaving Long Chen with a flame-like back. Long Chen entered the Purple Dragon Pavilion. "I didn't expect that a mere residence would become a Dao artifact with the most Dao patterns on my body." This Purple Dragon Pavilion had a great defensive function. After Long Chen refined it, as long as he wasn't willing, others would have to first destroy the Dao artifact if they wanted to break in. This was a Dao artifact without an owner. After Long Chen refined it, he became the owner of the Purple Dragon Pavilion. Su Zhen was indeed generous. With this Purple Dragon Pavilion, Long Chen and the others didn't need to be too vigilant. After all, they were inside a Dao artifact, just like when they were in the Five Elements Clear Sky Pagoda. Moreover, Long Chen was already the owner of this Dao artifact. The Purple Dragon Pavilion could absorb a large amount of nirvana spiritual energy and pour it into it to help everyone cultivate. The purple bamboos around the Purple Dragon Pavilion were all immortal essences. This was simply a luxurious world. Long Chen closed the Purple Dragon Pavilion, and the group all came out from the Great Void Realm. They breathed freely. It was too stifling in the Martial Devil Cave. The Purple Dragon Pavilion was very big. It was more than 1,000 square meters, and there was no problem with it becoming bigger. There were pavilions everywhere, and it was enough for everyone to live here. For Xueqi, it was much better to cultivate here than in Long Chen's divine kingdom. With a stable place, everyone sat down and began to discuss their future plans. Long Chen said, "Su Zhen must be waiting. He thinks that the black flame is in my body. He should be waiting for the flame to grow, so it will be very difficult for us to escape. After all, there will be places where we will be exposed, and we will have to escape in the end. However, we cannot fight a battle without preparation, so we must first understand what the black flame is. Only by knowing everything about it can we have a basis to resist, otherwise we will be confused." Lingxi thought about it and said, "I think we can start with Su Yuji and see if we can find out anything about the black flame from her words." Everyone began to ponder. It seemed that this method was feasible, at least they had to try it. And just as Long Chen and the others were discussing, The news that he came out of the martial devil cave after more than 2 months quickly spread throughout the ancient war god city. When Long Chen and Su Yuji went to the Purple Dragon Pavilion, they were discovered. Back then, it was Su Zhan who personally proposed to let Long Chen enter the martial devil cave for 50 years. At that time, Su Chan and the 2 young city lords were also present. They were all the top powers and authorities of the ancient war god city. Who would have thought that the matter announced in such a situation would be like child's play? For a time, this matter caused another uproar in the inner city of the ancient city of martial god. Even the people in the outer city of the ancient city of martial god had vaguely heard of it. At this moment, Su Yuyao also heard the news that made her so angry that her face turned purple. She disregarded everything and rushed into Su Zhan's study, ignoring the guard's obstruction. At this moment, Su Zhan was holding a black ancient book in his hand and reading it attentively. Father. Su Yuyao was so angry that her face turned red. She stuck to Su Zhan and said angrily, I heard that you released Long Chen. Why? Didn't you say that he would be imprisoned for 50 years? You are the young city lord. How can you go back on your word? Now there is a commotion outside. They are all saying that you are wrong. Oh. Su Zhan suddenly said, then said, let them say it, I don't care. Su Yuyao was anxious and said, no, you can't do this. Father, this Long Chen is just a super divine dragon. What's the big deal? He's not your biological son. You don't have to damage your own reputation to protect him. There are a lot of elders in the family who support you. It's really not worth it for you to make such a fuss. That Long Chen is just a cheap life. Just let him stay in the martial devil cave. Su Zhan quietly put down the book in his hand and looked straight at Su Yuyao. He said, Yaoer, you can leave. Don't mention this matter to me again. What? Su Yuyao did not expect the other party to reject her so quickly. She was about to argue when Su Zhan said sternly, I said, don't talk to me about Long Chen again. He has nothing to do with you, and don't always provoke him. Listen to me clearly. Su Yuyao's heart collapsed, and tears streamed down her face. She had always thought that Su Zhan doted on her the most and let her do whatever she wanted. She did not expect that he would treat her so harshly because of an outsider, and even told her not to provoke him. Thinking of this, her heart was completely filled with hatred. She had previously told Long Chen that the one who laughs last laughs best. Now it seemed that this was simply a slap in the face. In less than 3 months, Su Zhan rescued him. Su Yuyao could not believe it. She staggered a few steps back and asked, Father, in your heart, is your daughter important or him important? This was the question she could not tolerate the most. Su Zhan waved his hand, indicating for her to leave. His expression was incomparably stern. Su Yuyao's heart was broken. She suddenly thought of something and said, it seems that there are only 3 days left before the battle between me and Long Chen. Father, if you think that his potential is infinite, I will prove to you in 3 days that I am more precious than him. This damn thing, he wants to snatch everything from me. Su Zhan did not say a word and took out a black book to read. Right at this moment, the door to the study was lightly blown open by the wind, and there were many people standing outside the courtyard. The 4th young master of the city, Su Chan, was amongst them, whereas Su Baizhan was standing behind him. The others were all old men, and they were presumably the family members of the branch family youth that was killed by Long Chen. All of them had indifferent expressions. Su Chan took a step forward and said, Third brother, the people from the 17th branch family came looking for me. They want you to give them an explanation. They had clearly agreed to imprison Long Chen for 50 years, but they brought Long Chen out after 2 months. This kind of behavior was too incomprehensible to them. Su Zhan closed the book again and stood up. His gaze was firm as he said, Long Chen is my adopted son. Even if he killed someone, no one can touch him. 2 months is enough time. Su Chan, if your son killed someone from the branch family, would you dare to let him go to the martial demon cave for 2 months? If you want to punish him, isn't the punishment of 2 months in the martial demon cave enough? The martial demon cave was extremely terrifying. In just a day, one could experience 1 or 2 reincarnations. More than 60 reincarnations were actually very frightening. However, they were still unwilling to give up the 50 years they had agreed on. The clan leader of the 17th branch family was also among them. His seniority was even higher than Su Zhen's. At this moment he laughed and said, Third young city lord's words are really funny. You clearly said 50 years, but now you changed it to 2 months. Your words are like farts. Does it mean that anything you say in the future, we can interpret it as farts? There were only 100 people in the main family, while the branch family had many people. The clan leader of the 17th branch family was also a cousin of the current city lord, which was why he dared to speak to Su Zhan like this. Su Zhan shifted his gaze to him and said, "You can think that way, but the matter regarding Long Chen, it can't be changed. You can all leave now." His tone was resolute, not allowing anyone to resist. Everyone was incomparably furious. In their eyes, this Su Zhan was really crazy. In the future, when it was time to fight for the main family, the clan leader of the 18th branch family was an important target for them to rope in. Not only was Su Zhan's attitude bad, but he also completely disregarded the other party. It was really too vile. Everyone was practically about to explode from anger. Su Yuyao was the same. She really couldn't understand why her father would offend these key people and make Su Chan's wedding dress. She walked out furiously, but at this moment, the clan leader called out to her and said, "I heard that Miss Yao is going to fight with Long Chen. In that case, can I give Miss Yao something good, the kind that's fatal?" On Monday, there will be a lucky draw on the WeChat public platform today. I will randomly select a user from the user group and give away a signed physical book. Those who want to participate can add the WeChat public platform. Feng Qingyang. Chapter 1779. Hearing this, Su Yuyao's eyes lit up. She knew that Long Chen had killed a pretty good little genius in their branch family just like that. Su Zhan had already said that he would be imprisoned for 50 years, but now he went back on his word, causing their entire branch family to lose a lot of face. Especially after coming here, Su Zhan didn't pay attention to them at all. They naturally had to think of ways to take revenge for such humiliation. Su Zhan didn't say anything. He lightly waved his arm, and the door of the study was closed. Moreover, it wasn't opened again for a long time. This couldn't help but make everyone suspicious. He seemed to take care of Long Chen, but why didn't he care about Long Chen's life and death this time? Su Yuyao felt even more unbalanced in her heart. Even though she knew that her actions would make her father hate her. But, no matter what, I have to teach him a lesson. Father won't blame me. If he really cared about Long Chen, he would have stopped them when they wanted to give me something. Su Yuyao comforted herself. Following Su Chan and the 17th branch family, Su Chan disappeared alone. When the branch family's patriarch saw that there was no one around, he secretly said to Su Yuyao, "Miss Yao, you can use this thing sparingly. Remember to return it to me after using it. Just a little bit, no matter how strong that kid's vitality is, taking his life will definitely not be a problem." Su Yuyao was very curious about what kind of lethal weapon the other party would give her. The other party secretly showed it to her. When she finished looking, Su Yuyao was slightly stunned, but it was quickly replaced by a cold gaze. "I promise you," Su Yuyao said in a low voice and accepted the thing. Not long after they returned, it was not peaceful outside. Someone barged into the Violet Dragon Pavilion. Even though it was a Nirvana Tribulation Realm expert who was silent and had a strong vitality, Long Chen could still sense his existence. The other party was very rude. After coming to the Violet Dragon Pavilion, he wantonly destroyed and said, "Coward, get out here." "It's that Su Yuyao." Soi Yan recovered from her cultivation. She was already close to the Nirvana Tribulation Realm. This kind of speed was relatively normal for her. After all, she didn't have peerless talent like Long Chen and Lingxi. "I knew she would come," Lingxi said snappily. To be honest, he hated this person the most and had lost to her before. With the density of Lingxi's divine blood and the inheritance of the Misty Immortal Sect, as well as the 8 great heavenly swords, it would not be a problem for her to deal with a warrior of the 8th stage of the Nirvana Tribulation Realm. Long Chen, on the other hand, had already become extraordinary after experiencing the inner demon tribulation. He straightforwardly opened the door of the Violet Dragon veranda and walked out with Lingxi. Their gazes met directly with that rude and unreasonable young lady Yao. Su Yuyao was dressed in a tight red outfit that outlined her perfect curves. Her breasts were full, and her slender waist was full of wildness and strength. Her buttocks were perky and powerful, just like a little leopard. Her pair of perfectly round thighs were enough to cause people to daydream. Only the fierceness in her eyes destroyed this beauty. As soon as she saw Long Chen's unscathed appearance, she became angry in her heart, especially when she saw him and Ling Shi being so affectionate. She suppressed the anger in her heart and said, "I really have to congratulate you. You actually came out of the martial devil cave. It must have been a tough 2 months. My father showed great mercy and let you out. Did you shed tears of gratitude and kowtow to him non-stop?" Long Chen's voice was indifferent as he said, "The martial devil cave is only a... If young lady Yao wants to experience it, you can go there yourself. If you have anything to say today, just say it. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. With such a beautiful woman beside you, your appearance is really spoiling the scenery." For women, the most maddening thing was to directly say that she was ugly. Moreover, he was comparing her to Ling Shi. When Long Chen said this, Su Yuyao's chest heaved up and down as if she was about to explode. She bit her lips and said, "I also don't have time to listen to your nonsense. This time, I came to remind you that 3 days later, at noon, remember to fulfill the promise you made 3 months ago. I have already set up a trap at the Trapped Dragon Terrace. I have invited most of the famous people in the inner city to watch the battle. 3 days later, someone will definitely bring you to the Trapped Dragon Terrace. Don't tell me that you only have the skills to talk. You don't even have the guts to fight with a little woman like me." Long Chen recalled that he had indeed made a promise with her 3 months ago, but the matter of the martial devil cave had interrupted his entry into the city. He did not expect that 3 months would pass just like that. Su Yuyao's eyes flashed as she looked at him. She sneered and said, "Don't tell me you really don't have the guts? If that's the case, then you are not fit to be a man. As for your woman, almost all of my cousins are outstanding. I believe that compared to you, there are more people who are worthy of her." Long Chen waved his hand and interrupted her, saying, "Naturally, I won't go back on my promise to you. I can play around with you in the cave, and I can do it 3 days later as well. However, if someone were to play some tricks after losing, then he would be no different from scum." Su Yuyao clenched her teeth and said, "If I still lose to you this time, I swear that from now on, I will never provoke you again. That should be fine, right? I hope your vow is useful." Without saying a word, Long Chen closed the door of the Purple Dragon Pavilion, giving the other party a cold shoulder. Su Yuyao looked at the purple door and was angry for a while. Then, she sneered and left. As she walked, she said in a low voice, "I will indeed not provoke you in the future, but this time, I will make you miserable enough." In reality, before Long Chen had reached the Earth Fiend Heart Devil Tribulation, he was already able to kill Su Yuchen, who was at the 8th stage of the Nirvana Tribulation realm. Although he had made an agreement with her not to use the Time Dragon, and she was much stronger than Su Yuchen, the problem was that he had undergone another transformation, especially with the arrival of the God-refining flame. Ling Shi and Mo Xiaolang did not ask any further. It should be because they were filled with information about Long Chen. 3 days later, it was time to teach this woman a lesson. With so much hatred between the two of them, it was time to resolve it. Long Chen naturally hated Su Yuyao. If it wasn't for her, how could he have been imprisoned in a place like the martial god ancient city? One day, he would take revenge and then leave. When Long Chen and Su Yuyao made an agreement, Su Yuyao announced the details within these 3 days. In an instant, everyone in the inner city knew about this matter. During this period of time, Long Chen was very popular in the martial god ancient city, but very few people had seen him. Many people wanted to wait for 3 days before they could see his true appearance. They wanted to see what kind of beauty this young outsider, who Su Zhen did not hesitate to give up his support to protect, was. With regards to Long Chen, most people despised him more than they were curious. God's spirit bloods valued their bloodline very much. They wouldn't even marry someone who was too distant from their bloodline. Usually, it was common for cousins to marry. This way, they could maintain the stability of their bloodline. Some geniuses with powerful God spirit bloods might even be born. The inner city was also very big. The 5 young city lords were in charge of 5 different areas, and there were also a large number of forbidden areas. The city lords who usually appeared the most were the eldest young city lord and the 5th young city lord, Su Xilan. The news of the battle at the dragon trapping platform had also spread to the ears of many important people. In a large and luxurious pavilion, a middle-aged man with a round body, wearing luxurious golden clothes, was sitting in the pavilion drinking tea. He was reciting poems and was very happy. However, it would be a big mistake to underestimate him because of this. This man was shrouded in golden light, and there was an incomparably vigorous life force in his body, making him look like a small sun. The sound of his heartbeat was like the galloping of a giant beast. With every move he made, the divine patterns on his body flickered. He was quite extraordinary. Young City Lord. Among the pillars of the pavilion, a black shadow gradually landed on the ground and turned into a young man in black clothes. He knelt on the ground respectfully. The fat man in the golden robe was the first young city lord of the martial god ancient city. He was also Su Zhen's elder brother and the son of the current city lord. He casually snorted as an answer. The black-clothed youth reported everything that had happened recently in a very organized manner, with particular emphasis on what had happened to Long Chen and Su Yuyao 3 days later. This young man, is he a super Shenron? The golden fat man smacked his lips and suddenly laughed. He said, "What is third brother doing? Has his brain gone crazy from cultivating? Fine, I'll go see for myself in 3 days to see what's so special about this young man. If he can defeat Yao his talent is considered not bad." Yes, young city lord. In another dark secret room, a black-robed skinny old man was sitting cross-legged in the deepest part of the room, cultivating. At this moment, a beam of light shone from above, illuminating half of the black-robed old man's face. His face was covered with black scorpions, but what was even more frightening was the blood-red eyes that were surrounded by the black scorpions. Someone said from above, "Second young city lord, recently a strange little guy appeared in the inner city. His name is Long Chen. Third young city lord adopted him as his son, and some interesting things happened. I wonder if young city lord is interested." Long Chen. The man whose face was covered with scorpions let out a sharp laugh. He said, "Seems boring. Just treat it as a story and tell it to this old man. If it's not good, then you can chop off your own mouth. Do you understand?" The person above broke out in a cold sweat. He knew that this was the other party's temper, but he could only accept it. As such, he told the story of Long Chen in detail, including the part about the martial demon cave. Third brother sent this super Shenron into the martial demon cave and then released him. The black-robed old man lowered his head and muttered. His eyes suddenly lit up as he said, according to the rumors, after the divine spirit's ancestor transformed, he turned all the demonic thoughts in his body into a demon seed. A martial demon seed that belonged to the martial demon. He left it in the martial demon cave. That martial demon seed is so powerful that it can create a new martial demon. It's just that no one has been able to find it for many years. That damned third brother is always so secretive. Could it be that he wants the martial demon seed? So. Chapter 1780. 3 days passed by quickly. On this day, it was still far from the appointed time, but there was already a commotion outside. Long Chen and Su Yuyao had special identities. If they really regarded Long Chen as Su Zhen's adopted son, it would be a duel between sister and brother. This made many people who were not convinced of Su Zhen come to watch the show. Even Su Sheng and Su Ming came. In this battle, Long Chen already had a good idea. He took the crowd and left the Violet Dragon veranda. There were many people waiting at the entrance. These were the people sent by Su Yuyao to lead the way. They were all young talents of the branch family. Each of them had a rich background, were proud and arrogant, and had a strong martial arts aura. Each of them was like a fierce beast staring at Long Chen with a strong killing intent in their eyes. The descendants of God's spirits all thought highly of themselves and were extremely xenophobic. Long Chen had even killed someone of the same level as them. It could be said that he had hit the muzzle of a gun. "You. Hurry up and follow. Miss Yao is waiting for you at the dragon trapping terrace." The leader of the group, a black-faced martial artist, said contemptuously. The group of people no longer paid attention to Long Chen. Instead, they walked quickly in front. Naturally, they were not only here to lead the way for Long Chen, but also to monitor Long Chen. If Long Chen did not dare to go, they would invite Long Chen over. They walked quickly, glancing at Long Chen from time to time and whispering to each other. His speed is not bad, but his realm is too low. I really don't know what happened to young Master Chen. He was actually defeated by such a person. Maybe it's because of the dragon martial artist. Miss Yao's big brother, young Master Chen, is also very powerful. Although he is at the 9th level of the Nirvana Tribulation realm, his combat strength is comparable to a Samsara realm martial artist. He is one of the top 3 young experts in the martial god ancient city. Don't say that. Compared to young Master Chen, he's worlds apart. What I'm curious about is how young Master Yao is going to teach him a lesson given how arrogant and domineering he is. Let's wait for a good show. I heard that 4 young city lords will come today. Apart from the 3rd young city lord, even the eldest and 2nd young city lords will come. They are all legendary experts. These 2 are the famous Gemini stars of our ancient Wushan city. It's just a small matter, but young city lord Su Shang and young city lord Su Ming were forced to come out. That's unbelievable. Young Miss Yao, why don't you just take care of this fellow privately? No, that's not right. Miss Yao really hates him and wants to humiliate him back then. What exactly will Miss Yao do? I'm really looking forward to it. This fellow actually dared to offend Miss Yao. He deserves to be toyed to death. Long Chen, on the other hand, was very interested in the 2 city lords they mentioned. Why did people like them come out? They must have come for him. On the contrary, it was strange that Su Zhan didn't come. It seemed that Su Shang and Su Ming were also very curious about him. As for Su Yu Yao, Long Chen and Lingxi of the Wushan Galaxy had suffered a crushing defeat at her hands. This time, Long Chen had already passed the Earth Fiend Heart Demon tribulation. The situation was definitely not right. Along the way, there were forests filled with immortal spirits. In the dragon sacrificial continent, these things would make people go crazy fighting over them. But here, they were everywhere, just like the wildflowers and weeds on the roadside. Countless magnificent plants spread out, and the air was filled with an ancient desolate aura, solemn and ancient. The mountain road was rugged. In this endless wilderness, Long Chen followed these cultivators across a very long distance. They deliberately increased their speed, wanting to shake off Long Chen and humiliate Long Chen. But no matter how hard they tried, they discovered that they couldn't do it. Long Chen seemed relaxed, but he was like a shadow following behind. He really has some skills. Everyone sneered in their hearts. Not long after, Long Chen sensed a hubbub of voices. The Wushan inner city was a family clan, but the area was ridiculously large. There were no signs of human habitation on the road, until a wide flat land appeared in front of them. The flat land was flattened, and rows of exquisitely carved houses could be seen everywhere. And in the center, there was a huge platform with a length and width of 1 kilometer. It was made of white jade and glazed glass. Under the sunlight, it flickered with a dazzling radiance. Obviously, it was also a Tao artifact. On the platform, there were dense and lifelike dragon patterns carved on it. Around the dragon confining terrace, there were a total of 36 black coiling dragon pillars. They were very similar to Long Chen's golden demon imprisonment pillar, but these black coiling dragon pillars were larger, more majestic, and more majestic. Each coiling dragon pillar had 9 black dragons coiling around it. Their eyes were like rivers of stars, and they were ferocious. A heart-shaking bloodthirst and fiendish aura was released from these 36 black coiling dragon pillars. It was as though there were billions of divine dragons roaring and fighting on the dragon confining terrace. Each of these black coiling dragon pillars had a type of Tao pattern. The 36 coiling dragon pillars were actually one, so this Tao artifact had a total of 36 Tao patterns. It could be considered a very impressive Tao artifact. This was Long Chen's battlefield today. In the exquisite houses around the dragon confining terrace, many of them were already occupied. They were either cultivating, chatting with friends, or watching. Many people were directly sitting on the roofs and looking around. There were no special spots, so Long Chen didn't know where the so-called Su Shang and Su Ming were. The Samsara realm was a mysterious realm, and Long Chen was still far from being able to come into contact with it. The first person he saw was Su Yu Yao, who was standing on the dragon confining terrace. Today, her long hair was like a waterfall, her eyes were bright, and her teeth were white. She was like a fairy that had descended to the mortal world. Her red lips were tender and alluring, captivating tens of thousands of people. However, her eyes were fierce and murderous, making it impossible for anyone to approach her. A majestic aura circulated between her chest and abdomen, erupting with the sound of tigers and leopards. She was like a primordial ferocious beast that looked down on all living things. Long Chen, on the other hand, was much calmer. There didn't seem to be anything special about him, and it was hard to feel that he could be compared to Su Yu Yao. After all, Su Yuyao had more than 10% of the bloodline of a god. Moreover, she had been born in the inner city and had broken through the 9th level of the divine martial realm and reached the nirvana tribulation realm before the age of 10. Such talent in the dragon ritual continent was a super genius that was hard to come by even in 10 million years. Long Chen's arrival attracted the attention of everyone in the Su clan. In fact, the strongest 18 branch clans, the other hundreds of branch clans, and many people from the ancestral clan were all present at this moment. Their gazes were all on Long Chen, wanting to see what was going on from Long Chen. However, Long Chen's ancestral dragon bloodline was really hidden too deeply. Until now, no one had been able to see through it. They only felt that he might be a powerful dragon martial artist. Even at this moment, Long Chen was only a young dragon among young dragons. The true adulthood was after he had surpassed all the gods. In the entire nirvana tribulation realm, he could only be considered to be in the infancy stage. For example, for a red dragon, when it reached the samsara tribulation realm, it would be almost an adult. All its characteristics and potential would be displayed without a doubt. This little guy, after he arrived, most people were discussing him. It seems like he just passed the earthly fiend heart demon tribulation. I heard that he just passed the hellfire flame astral beast tribulation 3 months ago. His speed is pretty good. I'm afraid he had some fortuitous encounters in these 3 months. Yeah. It's just that Yaoer has passed the Heavenly Dipper Mantra. The Heavenly Dipper Mantra is much stronger than the earthly fiend heart demon tribulation. Moreover, he has 10% of the god's bloodline and has obtained the Heavenly Tao. This Long Chen basically has no chance of winning. But I seem to have heard that he defeated Yu Chen before passing the earthly fiend heart demon tribulation. If that's the case, this battle is probably a little suspenseful. In fact, everyone didn't care much. This is all young city lord Su Zhen's matter. Even Su Shang and Su Ming, the 2 city lords, are here, but he didn't come. Amidst the whispers and scorched earth, Long Chen stood on the dragon confining terrace and looked at Su Yuyao. Long Chen could feel that kind of pressure. There were too many experts here. Their gazes were all on him, causing Long Chen's blood to tremble. Many gazes even directly drilled into his body, making him feel uncomfortable. Among them, 2 gazes were the most terrifying. One was as hot as the sun, and the other was as cold as the moon. What he didn't know was that the owners of these 2 gazes were sitting side by side in the same exquisite hut, drinking and chatting merrily. Second brother, do you see anything? The fat Su Shang, who was as dazzling as the golden sun, asked with a smile. His smile was simple and honest, like a smiling Buddha. In the corner, a man hidden in the darkness said in a cold voice, "It's hard for us to see through that kind of legendary thing, but that's just a legend. Even our ancestors didn't succeed. I don't believe third brother can succeed. Moreover, becoming a god through a demon is too crazy." Su Xing chuckled and didn't deny it. This little guy is really interesting. His physical strength is unparalleled. I'm afraid even some reincarnated bodies can't compare to him. The super divine dragon he inherited should be good at physical strength. Moreover, his killing intent is dense. In the future, if he can reach the rebirth realm, he might be absorbed into the Slaughter Dragon City. Speaking of the Slaughter Dragon City, even Su Ming's face was filled with reverence. He said, "It's better not to mention that group of real lunatics." And at this moment, the show had already begun. Su Yuyao suppressed the hatred and anger in her heart. She hooked her finger at Long Chen and said, "Time's up. You can get your ass up here now." Long Chen was very impressed. Every time they quarreled, she would lose completely, but she still enjoyed it. She was really a bitch. Long Chen landed on the white jade dragon confining terrace with a length and width of 1,000 meters. Stepping on the divine dragon sculpture under his feet, Long Chen felt a little uncomfortable. Su Yuyao snorted coldly and said, "You really have guts." As she spoke, she slightly signaled the martial artist controlling the black coiling dragon pillars to activate his spiritual will. The 36 black coiling dragon pillars emitted a kind of light membrane, covering the entire dragon confining terrace. Within the light membrane, the black divine dragon swam, forming an extremely powerful structure. Su Yuyao said proudly, "This way, you can forget about escaping. This time, we won't rest until one of us is dead." The 2 sides looked at each other from afar. Chapter 1781. After the dragon confining terrace closed, the battle could begin at any time. Everyone shut their mouths and began to wait. At this moment, Su Yuyao was not in a hurry. Her bright eyes turned, and she twisted her waist as she walked towards Long Chen. Her eyes were filled with killing intent, and her smile carried a strong sense of mockery. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of people, she had no choice but to put on a good show. She said, "How about this? In order to prevent others from saying that I, Su Yuyao, am a vengeful person, I'll give you a chance to retreat. As long as you kneel before me, kowtow 3 times, and say 3 times, 'I was wrong. I was lowly and incompetent.' Then, I'll spare you and write off all the enmity in the future. See, I'm very magnanimous, right?" After she said this, a burst of laughter came from the surroundings of the dragon confining terrace. "Yao is getting more and more mischievous." "That's right. Which man would agree to such conditions? Really, who knows? This Long Chen is not a member of my Su clan. Don't overestimate his backbone and ability. Su Mukin is also a super divine dragon. Why is he so powerful? Isn't it because he has 5% of the martial god's bloodline, which has activated his inherited blood essence to the greatest extent? The heavenly tribulation of a dragon martial artist is terrifying. His final achievement may not be comparable to my god's bloodline." Su Yuyao was very satisfied with the surrounding laughter. She felt that if she was the one being humiliated like this, she would definitely go crazy. Because of this, she stared at Long Chen, but to her disappointment, he was like a block of wood, pretending not to hear anything. At this moment, his hands moved, and 2 long swords, one black and one gray, appeared in his hands. The black divine sword was rusty and extremely mysterious. It had a kind of power that made primordial spirits fearful, and the gray long sword was full of killing intent, causing people to tremble with fear. Long Chen cleverly held the position of the sword hilt so that no one could see the Dao pattern. The 2 swords were placed horizontally, indicating Long Chen's attitude. He could not admit defeat. Just as everyone was shocked by his resolute attitude, Long Chen's eyes flickered, and without any warning, he made a move. His speed instantly broke through the limit, and he turned into an indistinguishable afterimage. In an instant, he swept past Su Yuyao and rushed behind her. Su Yuyao was shocked. She quickly executed her movement technique and barely managed to dodge Long Chen's sharp god-slaying sword. This time, the crowd was in an uproar. "How ungentlemanly. You actually dared to launch a sneak attack. Truly deserving of disdain." As expected, those who aren't divine blood descendants are all cunning and lowly to the bone. "You don't even have this bit of elegance. How can you be considered a member of my Su family?" The god-slaying sword turned into a gray deathly light and swept past Su Yuyao at an unparalleled speed. This was the power of the god-slaying art. It was fast, accurate, and ruthless. It seemed simple, but in fact, it was best at killing with a single strike. If Su Yuyao had been a little slower, she would have been killed by Long Chen. Even so, Long Chen's god-slaying sword still swept past her fluttering long hair. In an instant, her long hair exploded and danced in the air. Her long hair was almost cut by 1/2 meter by Long Chen, becoming shoulder-length hair. The fluttering long hair instantly filled everyone's eyes. Hair. Su Yuyao found it hard to breathe. She looked at the fluttering hair in disbelief. That was the most precious part of her, but now it had turned into bubbles and disappeared without a trace. Su Yuyao looked at her surroundings in a daze until her long hair fell to the ground. When she saw that Long Chen was still looking at her indifferently, the sluggishness in her eyes had completely turned into ruthlessness and hatred. This time, the new and old grudges were stacked together. Su Yuyao was unable to control the anger and boiling of her bloodline. At that instant, she let out a shocking scream. Like a wild beast, she flashed her claws and pounced towards Long Chen. Long Chen felt a strong killing intent. In terms of the amount of nirvana energy, Long Chen was far from being her match. However, in other aspects, Long Chen was far superior to her, especially his physical body. His physical body gave Long Chen greater agility and explosive power. Hence, he was better at close combat, and the martial god was the god of close combat. In an instant, the 2 of them clashed and fought on the white jade dragon trapping platform. 2 shadows were constantly flying around, and for a moment, everyone was in a flurry. What they saw was that Long Chen was actually able to fight Su Yuyao head-on. Although Yao hasn't used her fatal technique, It's already a genius for him to be able to block her temporarily. Especially that sword just now. It's really amazing. I think I've heard of it before, Xueqi said thoughtfully. Su Ming sneered and said, just wait and see. If the children of my Su clan are not even comparable to commoners, where can I put my face? I'll definitely be a joke to the other divine descendants in the ancient city. Speaking up to this point, Xueqi nodded and said, now that you mention it, I remember that the battlefield of the gods that occurs once every 1,000 years is about to open again. I have to get someone to lead the team and bring these children to worship the heroic spirits of their ancestors. At the same time, I'll also meet with the other divine descendants in the ancient city to see who's more suitable. Su Ming said coldly, third brother has never been able to be disciplined. Fourth brother is a fence-sitter. Only fifth brother can give orders. If it's not her, who else can it be? Xueqi chuckled, and the fat on his body jiggled. It was a tacit agreement. Not far away, Su Xilan heard their conversation and remained silent. At this moment, the crowd burst into an uproar. It turned out that the battle had already reached its climax. Su Yuyao's body was shrouded in a golden brilliance. She was as dazzling as the sun. She actually grew 3 heads and 6 arms, displaying the essence of martial arts. Her fists were wide open, and her aura was boundless. With every punch, even the black dragon pillar was shaking. Presumably, Long Chen looked like he was wandering around, but under the violent attacks of his opponent, he was like a lonely boat in the sea, swaying in the storm. Die, die, die. Su Yuyao's eyes were bloodshot like a ferocious beast. Wherever the shadows of her fists went, it was as if a martial god had descended. Taiwu Fist Art. Under the transformation of the 2 fists, the power was boundless. At this moment, the 3 heads and 6 arms combined to form a peak punch. It rushed over, and the runes in the fist flashed. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. Everything was turned upside down. There seemed to be a god hidden in the fist, and countless ear-piercing Buddhist chants swept over. Under such an attack, Long Chen's eyes were calm. He did not retreat, but instead advanced. At this moment, he finally exploded his power. Both swords rushed forward, and the immemorial slaughter runes spread on both swords. Sword Qi soared into the sky. Long Chen's eyes turned illusory, and when the opponent's Taiwu Fist Art attacked, the double heavenly slaughter-blood sword slashed out. The ancestral dragon's divine power was unparalleled. Just the first heavenly slaughter-blood sword was enough to shatter the opponent's Taiwu Fist Art. The god-slaying sword slashed out, and the blood-red sword Qi shot out, causing Su Yuyao to escape in an extremely sorry state, and almost fell to the ground. The boundless power of the Taiwu Fist Art was actually broken by Long Chen casually. This scene immediately caused an uproar among the crowd. However, the battle did not stop because of this. Su Yuyao climbed up angrily and attacked again. This time, she used her power to the extreme, and the martial arts aura on her body exploded. She rushed forward and punched. Her momentum was magnificent. At the same time, her other hand formed a hand seal, and she succeeded in an instant. Taiwu True Lord descends. The so-called Taiwu True Lord was a divine general under the martial god. He commanded 3,000 samsara soldiers, and his cultivation was close to that of a god. When Su Yuyao used this move, she instantly formed 18 clones, and they attacked from all directions. The power of the Taiwu Fist Art instantly increased by 18 times. At that moment, the entire dragon confining terrace was enveloped in golden light. Long Chen was shocked by the golden light that came from all directions. The 18 clones all condensed Su Yuyao from the golden light, but the move they performed might not be stronger than Su Yuyao's Taiwu Fist Art. With so many attacks coming together, unless one's combat power was much higher than Su Yuyao's, one would not be able to break it. Vaguely, Long Chen seemed to have seen Su Yuyao's proud smile. However, Long Chen smiled coldly. If it was only at this level, he would not have needed to make so many preparations today. His body turned illusory, and he used the Great Void Aeon Dragon's mystical ability, Eternal Instant. Immediately after, the crowd saw a shocking scene. Su Yuyao's 18 Taiwu True Lord clones originally had a vast attack power, but they all stopped midway when they approached Long Chen. Only Su Yuyao was still rushing forward. At this critical moment, everyone was horrified, and so was Su Yuyao. It was just that her speed was too fast, and she could not adjust in time. At this moment, Long Chen brandished his sword, and the god-slaying sword turned into a ray of light that shot over like an arrow. It was unavoidable. This was the god-slaying art. Although the god-slaying art did not have the lethality of the heavenly slaughtering blood sword, it was too fast, so fast that it reached Long Chen's limit. His limit surpassed Su Yuyao's. Su Yuyao dodged with all her might, but she was still unable to dodge the gray sword light. It was just that in the process of dodging, the sword light's target changed from her head to the area between her chest and abdomen. She hurriedly dodged to the side, and the sword light shot over, tearing the precious silk clothes on her chest and instantly turning the area above her abdomen into a bloody mess. This was just an instant. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Most of them could not sit still anymore. They stood up with ferocious gazes, clenched their fists, and stared at Long Chen. Although it was a sensitive area, this could not be blamed on Long Chen. It was the result of her dodging. It was just that the delicate jade rabbit had been destroyed beyond recognition, and it was really a reckless waste of God's good gifts. Su Yuyao let out a terrified scream, and she was completely flustered. Long Chen did not take advantage of her, but chose to stop. If he attacked at this time, he could definitely kill this woman. Su Yuyao's mental fortitude was not good, and she immediately broke down after being injured. She hurriedly adjusted herself, and in the midst of her panic, she had already forgotten about Long Chen. It was only when she changed into a new set of clothes, and with the strong recovery power of her body, that the superficial injuries recovered to their original state in a short period of time, becoming flawless that Su Yuyao sat on the ground in a daze. Meanwhile, Long Chen had already waited for her for about 20 breaths of time. Outside the arena, the anger in most people's hearts finally disappeared. If Long Chen took advantage of this opportunity to attack, then he would be too ungentlemanly. In reality, Long Chen was not a gentleman at all. He just wanted this woman to understand why she had lost and be convinced. Chapter 1782. In her impression, when Long Chen faced her, he should have been as powerless as he was in the War God Galaxy. Therefore, in her heart, Long Chen could never be compared to her. But up until now, Long Chen seemed to be at a disadvantage, but in fact, he had completely suppressed her. In his final counterattack, he even gave her a nearly fatal move, and the damage caused by this move was much more severe than a fatal attack. Su Yuyao's breathing became heavy, and her eyes were bloodshot. She stared at Long Chen like a completely irrational beast. In her eyes, the killing intent had swelled to the extreme. Outside the arena, everyone looked at each other in dismay. The scene was too unexpected. Obviously, Su Yuyao had already made up her mind to not give up until she killed Long Chen. If Su Yuyao killed Long Chen, what kind of good show would happen? Especially the people of the 17th branch family. At this time, they all laughed. Previously, Su Yuyao had shown mercy to Long Chen. She was afraid of Su Zhen, so she did not kill Long Chen. But now, she had definitely lost her rationality and vowed not to give up. Long Chen. Long Chen. It was as if she had returned to the cave, where the other party made her swallow the disgusting venom. Her whole body was filled with killing intent. Seeing Su Yuyao like this, many people frowned, including Su Yuji, who was below. However, the dragon trapping terrace was now closed, and it was too late for her to go up and stop it. She could only look at Long Chen with anticipation. I hope he can survive in front of the crazy Su Yuyao. She knew that this was a very important chess piece of her father, and she could not let Su Yuyao destroy it. Long Chen had been very calm. Just as everyone was in a commotion, Su Yuyao indeed used that move. A magical ability unique to all the descendants of the gods, boiling God's blood. Boiling God's blood had almost no side effects. The higher the concentration of the blood in the body, the more obvious the effect. For example, Su Yuyao had more than 10% blood. Once she used boiling God's blood, the effect would be quite terrifying. It was just that the cooldown time was a little long, so Su Yuyao did not use boiling God's blood in the cave. Otherwise, the 8 evils of the galaxy would not be her match. Boom. She opened her arms, and golden light shone, turning her into a small sun. A terrifying aura swept out from her body. The power contained within her body could probably instantly destroy the 3 regions and 9 worlds. Su Yuyao's boiling god's blood was much stronger than Su Yuchen's. Boom, boom, boom. Long Chen seemed to be able to hear the surging blood in her body. Su Yuyao's aura soared once again, gradually reaching the level where she could dominate Long Chen. Long Chen narrowed his eyes when he saw Su Yuyao's power causing the dragon confining terrace to tremble. Her strength had gradually reached the limit that Long Chen could bear. Everyone exclaimed. All three of Su Zhen's children are extraordinary. Especially Su Mukan. The eldest, Su Shang, suddenly said. Su Ming chuckled and did not speak any further. At this moment, a commotion broke out once again. Long Chen saw that Su Yuyao's body was already enveloped in a set of purple battle armor. The purple battle armor was made of bird feathers. The feathers were as hard as steel, and although they looked beautiful, they actually contained the ferocity of a desolate beast. An extremely scorching energy was released from the purple battle armor. Su Yuyao, who was protected by the battle armor, had a cold expression and a shocking might. This was probably the most terrifying battle armor that Long Chen had ever seen. Every single feather was covered in dense purple runes, and each rune was filled with a large amount of energy. All of the purple runes fused into an array diagram on the battle armor, forming an extremely sturdy defense. Dense Dao runes covered the majority of the battle armor, forming a terrifying impact force. At this moment, Su Yuyao was like a god. It's actually the Great Sun Purple Wan Heavenly Armor, a primordial Dao artifact with 45 Dao runes. Yes, this battle armor is said to be forged from the feathers of a reincarnation realm desolate beast, the Great Sun Purple Wan Heavenly Bird, in addition to countless precious crystals, metals, and silk. It's extremely powerful. I never expected it to fall into Miss Yao's hands. I heard that Third Young City Lord bestowed it to Miss Yao after she was attacked in the War God Galaxy. It seems that Third Young City Lord dotes on Miss Yao a lot. I thought it was just a rumor. I never expected it to be true. Seething divine blood and a primordial Dao artifact. One for offense and one for defense. Right now, Su Yuyao was practically invincible. Everyone was very curious. Su Yuyao had already reached this level. Could Long Chen still break it? In fact, before the battle had even started, everyone already knew the answer. Not to mention Long Chen, most of the people present couldn't do it. Not to mention the seething divine blood, it would already be pretty good if it could break the Great Sun Purple Wan Heavenly Armor. Su Yuyao unleashed a boundless divine might. Her eyes even contained the will of the martial god. In each of her eyes, there were 9 deities standing there, giving Long Chen an immense pressure. These were the 18 clones of the martial god. The will of the martial god wasn't a descendant of divinity. One could say that not many people would be able to block it. Long Chen was actually completely unaffected by the will of the martial god. At the very least, in terms of strength, he had already caused everyone to feel trepidation. In addition to the will of the martial god, the current Su Yuyao caused everyone in the Su clan to be shaken. Miss Yao can be considered a genius for her achievements today. She isn't any weaker compared to those at the peak of the Zone clan. If she reaches the age of her elder sister, her cultivation base would most probably surpass her. Such words caused Su Yuyao to feel extremely proud. Clad in the Great Sun Purple Wan Heavenly Armor, Su Yuyao stood proudly in the air, exuding a powerful might. Compared to her, Long Chen was just like an ant. Everything that happened today was brought upon by you. Su Yuyao's hatred had already turned into extreme coldness. She spread her arms wide, and the might of the martial gods will press down. Under that pressure, Long Chen was forced to retreat a few steps. Do you think that you can be above me just because you are lucky? Let me tell you, I'm a mountain that you will never be able to surpass. Even if my father treats you as his foster son, in my eyes, your status is still as low as dog shit. Su Yuyao hysterically shouted. She punched out with her tyrannical strength, forcing Long Chen to retreat. Given her strength, it was truly terrifying to the extent that it was sufficient to crush Long Chen. 3 moves from the Tai Wu fist path caused Long Chen to be flung through the air, slamming into the light barrier formed by the coiling dragon pillar. Everyone was shocked once again, but this time around, it was because of Su Yuyao. Too powerful. Long Chen doesn't even have the strength to resist. Everyone couldn't help but sigh. He angered Miss Yao to such an extent. Apart from the third young master, no one else can save him. This time, Long Chen is definitely finished. Everyone's speculation wasn't unreasonable. Su Yuyao was getting more and more berserk. With those two innate abilities and the super defensive battle armor, it could be said that she could absolutely crush Long Chen. The power of each of her punches and kicks was almost doubled. Boom. The dragon confining platform shattered and trembled. I'll give you another choice. Kneel on the ground, kowtow to me, and say that you are lowly and incompetent. Then, I will spare your dog life, Su Yuyao said hysterically. Long Chen finally steadied himself in the violent storm. Just when everyone thought that he would beg for mercy in order to live, his expression did not change, and he revealed a cold smile. That cold smile caused everyone to be astonished. Could it be? Yes, the strongest aspect of a dragon martial artist would always be the body of a divine dragon. Just when everyone was frightened by his cold smile, a shocking scene appeared. The man who was like a trapped beast finally transformed into a blood-divine dragon that was 400 meters long. Sharp claws and teeth, sharp dragon spikes, and hundreds of millions of exquisite dragon scales filled with a murderous aura. This divine dragon shrouded in a blood mist brought great shock to everyone. Everyone knew that this wasn't an ordinary Hong Long, but a super divine dragon. There were hundreds of millions of divine dragons, but too few people knew about them. Even most of the divine dragons couldn't be named, so it was normal that they didn't know the primordial blood spiritual dragon, who, the moment the divine dragon appeared, everyone's heart trembled. Dragon martial artists were the only powerful martial artists comparable to the descendants of gods. They were the most powerful when they transformed into divine dragons. Su Yuyao didn't think much of it. She said with a sarcastic smile, "You are just a snake with claws. In front of me, a descendant of gods, you can't escape the fate of death. Long Chen, you have challenged my limits time and time again. Today, I have already endured to the limit. No matter how my father punishes me, I will not rest until you die." She attacked again. The divine dragon that was trapped in the dragon confining terrace bent down and watched her approach coldly. Just when Su Yuyao attacked, Long Chen's body burned with blood-red flames. This terrifying flame had just started burning, and it spread throughout the entire dragon confining terrace. No one could escape within the light membrane. Su Yuyao could trap Long Chen this way, but she didn't expect to be trapped instead. While the spiritual cultivation fire allowed Long Chen's attack power to surpass that of seething divine blood, it also burned the opponent's nirvana force. The spiritual cultivation fire was all-pervasive, and Su Yuyao couldn't block it at all. A good battle was instantly filled with flames. Everyone stood up and looked at this scene in shock. Immediately after, Su Yuyao's soul-stirring scream was heard. "Stop!" everyone exclaimed. Obviously, Su Yuyao was defeated. This spiritual cultivation fire was too terrifying. But it was already too late. In the dragon confining terrace, sword shadows flashed, followed by a tragic shattering sound. It was as if a giant bird beast had collapsed, letting out a sharp bird cry. This was the sound of the great sun purple phoenix's heavenly armor shattering. Long Chen had already transformed into his human form. Surrounded by the spiritual cultivation fire, he used more than 3,000 god-slaying swords to finally shatter the great sun purple phoenix's heavenly armor. The Tao patterns of the god-slaying swords condensed, becoming a Tao artifact with 28 Tao patterns. Its power increased again, and it gradually revealed its extraordinary power. If it continued burning, Su Yuyao, who was surrounded by the spiritual cultivation fire, would be completely finished. The spiritual cultivation fire consumed a lot of Long Chen's energy. He stopped the flames, and Su Yuyao fell to the ground with a bang. Her strength had fallen to the early stage of the Nirvana Tribulation realm, and her injuries were more serious than Su Yuchen's. Chapter 1783. In fact, after Su Yuyao's divine blood boiled, basically no one would have thought that such a situation would happen. Once Long Chen used the spiritual cultivation fire, Su Yuyao lost all resistance. Even the precious great sun purple phoenix heavenly armor was destroyed, becoming food for Long Chen's god-slaying sword. In the middle of the dragon confining terrace, the youth stood with his sword. From start to finish, he didn't say anything. As for Su Yuyao, who was threatening, angry and mocking, she was now lying on the ground. The spiritual cultivation fire wouldn't damage her appearance, but it could take away her vitality and nirvana power. Under the attack of Long Chen's god-slaying sword, Su Yuyao had already lost her ability to fight. She looked miserable and looked at Long Chen like a fool. Her mind was blank. Her fingers, which were pressed on the white jade relief, trembled incessantly, showing her panic at this moment. In order to prevent Long Chen from going crazy, many experts from the Su family had already approached. At this moment, the person controlling the coiling dragon pillar had also opened the light film. Of course, Long Chen had never thought of taking this woman's life here. That would definitely bring him endless trouble. Now was not the time. Moreover, today's lesson was more or less enough. He lowered his head and pointed the god-slaying sword at her forehead. He said coldly, "From today onwards, are you convinced by me?" Ah! Su Yuyao got up in a hurry, her eyes still filled with hatred. Long Chen knew that there was a type of person who wouldn't be afraid no matter what. This kind of woman would probably only be willing to give up after killing her. At this moment, a comfortable voice was heard. It was mellow and warm, but also rich and full of strength. Just from the voice, one could tell that the person who came was definitely an expert. He said, "Let's call it a day. Long Chen, come over here." That's young city lord Su Shang's voice. Everyone exclaimed. Of course, they knew that Su Shang and the rest were here. Su Shang. So it was the legendary young city lord, the former young master of the Su family. Since he had announced that it was over, it would definitely end here today. However, Su Yuyao was extremely resentful and he didn't know what kind of trouble she would bring to him. What Long Chen didn't expect was that everyone in the 17th branch family was having a discussion. I didn't expect Miss Yao to lose so miserably. Judging from Miss Yao's expression, it seems like she wants Long Chen dead at all costs. If that's the case, I'm sure she'll use the item we gave her right away. Use it. A debt of blood must be repaid with blood. Everyone from the 17th branch family snickered. Today's battle could be said to be ever-changing. Long Chen took one last look at Su Yuyao and finally turned to leave. However, when he left, he sensed that something was wrong. Just now, Su Yuyao, who was trembling all over and had a ferocious look in her eyes, had taken a black bracelet and put it on her hand. It was also a Dao artifact. On this Dao artifact, Long Chen felt an aura similar to the limitless star dragon diagram. Presumably, it was a Dao artifact with similar attributes but extremely powerful effects. Long Chen, who thought he had already won, was enveloped by the threat of death. He became more vigilant. When he was about 100 meters away from Su Yuyao, he instantly turned around and stared at the crazy woman with a pair of cold eyes. What an endless entanglement! The other party suddenly revealed a ferocious smile. Her coquettish face was distorted because of it. She gritted her teeth and said, "You're afraid. But it's too late." Long Chen had already sensed the aura of a huge beast. Roar! It seemed like the other party was controlling a rare and powerful wild beast. Wild beasts were extremely ferocious creatures without any consciousness. If the other party was controlling a super strong wild beast at this moment, it would be terrible. However, ominous premonitions often came true. At this moment, Su Yuyao opened the bracelet and a wild beast's aura spread out. Everyone present was extremely shocked and retreated one after another. A ball of black flame emerged from the bracelet. The terrifying flame expanded rapidly and in a short period of time, it formed a huge lion-like beast in front of Long Chen. However, this lion was completely black, and its body was burning with extremely hot black flames. Its claws and teeth were sharp, and its body was covered with fire array diagrams. It was like a killing creature that walked out of hell. It stood proudly on the dragon trapping platform. That astonishing aura, the might of the king of beasts, descended. In its ferocity, a thick smell of blood burst out. Roar! The huge beast shook its long mane and let out a frightening roar. This is the Devil Fire Devourer. Many people were shocked once again. Devil Fire Devourer. Isn't it the wild beast tamed by the 17th branch family? It was originally the life-saving treasure of this branch family's young master. How did it end up in Miss Yao's hands? That's right, a divine beast like the Devil Fire Devourer is born with 9 nirvana tribulations. It is extremely difficult to tame it. This Devil Fire Devourer is slightly docile because it was captured when it was young. Just as he said this, the Devil Fire Devourer let out a low provocative roar towards the crowd. The sound was extremely shocking, and most people swallowed the words in their mouths. Long Chen was also shocked by this divine beast. At this moment, Su Yuyao jumped off the dragon confining terrace and signaled the operator to raise the light membrane again. It was as if they had discussed it beforehand. Before Long Chen left, they closed the light membrane again, trapping Long Chen and the Devil Fire Devourer within it. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Su Yuyao was going to let the Devil Fire Devourer tear Long Chen apart. Just as Su Yuyao went down, the Devil Fire Devourer let out an earth-shaking roar. Its thick claws landed on the ground and easily broke the floor of the dragon confining terrace. Its pair of bell-like eyes stared at Long Chen. It opened its mouth and black saliva dripped down drop by drop, turning into flames and burning on the dragon confining terrace. Facing such a huge beast, he looked at Su Yuyao again. However, Su Yuyao laughed and only said 4 words. "You're dead." The challenges came in waves. This Devil Fire Devourer was much stronger than Su Yuyao. If she had chosen to attack together with the Devil Fire Devourer at the beginning, Long Chen might not have been able to escape this calamity. When Su Yuyao said those 4 words, the Devil Fire Devourer flew into a rage and rushed over. Black high-temperature flames engulfed everything. For a moment, even the people outside could feel the extreme heat. This time, it's really over for him. The people from the 17th branch family actually gave the Devil Fire Devourer to Miss Yao. They suddenly felt that Long Chen was very pitiful. For this battle, Su Yuyao could be said to have prepared to the extreme. But what made everyone feel strange was that facing such a ferocious huge beast, Long Chen clearly couldn't compare to it. However, he didn't have any intention of retreating. This was the best opportunity to display Mo Xiaolong's abilities. Since they could tame a desolate beast, why couldn't he? Just as the Devil Fire Devourer was rushing over, a black demonic wolf shrouded in flames also rushed out from Long Chen's divine kingdom. In terms of might and bloodline, the Sun Devourer demonic wolf was much weaker than the Devil Fire Devourer. However, the Sun Devourer demonic wolf's black ice-cold flames were superior. For a moment, the Devil Fire Devourer demonic wolf was frightened. "Big brother, don't worry. No matter how strong this fire-type demonic beast is, I will be able to restrain it," Mo Xiaolang secretly said. Long Chen was relieved. He said, "All right, you will be the main force. I will support you. Remember, you are a desolate beast." If it was too intelligent, others wouldn't believe it and would guess that it was a demonic beast. He actually tamed a desolate beast. I seem to have heard that this demonic wolf once defeated a warrior in the late stage of Nirvana tribulation. However, it is clearly stronger. Just as everyone was discussing in amazement, the 2 terrifying beasts began to fight fiercely. Both were covered in black flames, but one was bone-chilling while the other was extremely hot. Previously, when he defeated Su Yuyao, he had used up a large amount of Nirvana power to display the God-refining fire. At this moment, Long Chen avoided the Devil Fire Devourer's sharpness. With the 2 swords in his hands, he escaped into the torrent of time and completely disappeared in front of everyone. Only a few people could see him. What is this power? Time. Eternity. Eternal Dragon City. Su Shang's fat body stood up, his eyes flickering. It seems that third brother has picked up a treasure. Su Ming continued to sneer. The power of time was the most precious power. Even in Eternal Dragon City, there weren't many people who could control the true Tao of time. In their opinion, Long Chen either had 2 attributes in his inherited essence blood or he had comprehended the Tao of time himself. Only then would he be a true peerless genius. Previously, when he used Eternal Moment, they had already suspected it. The Time Dragon made the Devil Fire Devourer unable to see him at all. In the battle between it and the sun-devouring demonic wolf, Long Chen had also put in a lot of effort. The terrifying Devil Fire Devourer was much stronger than Su Yuyao. However, facing Long Chen and the sun-devouring demonic wolf that restrained it, it couldn't do anything. The flames on his body were being devoured by the sun-devouring demonic wolf. In order to show his ferocity, Mo Xiaolang had to fight it head-on. Its teeth and claws left many wounds on his body. At the beginning, the sun-devouring demonic wolf was completely defeated. However, under the dual attacks of Long Chen and the sun-devouring demonic wolf's divine power, the Devil Fire Devourer was fundamentally injured. If it had been another type of dire beast, the 2 of them definitely wouldn't have been able to defeat it. After all, this was a terrifying 9th stage Nirvana tribulation realm. Rip. Long Chen's god-slaying sword appeared and disappeared mysteriously, blinding the Devil Fire Devourer. When the flames attacked, he quickly dodged. The sun-devouring demonic wolf took this opportunity to charge forward and bite wildly. It even threw the devouring moon directly into the other party's mouth, blowing off half of the devil fire devourer's head. This battle lasted for nearly an hour before it ended. The devil fire devourer's vitality was too strong. No matter how the two of them restrained it, they couldn't kill it immediately. Only when Long Chen's Lingxi sword almost destroyed the other party's essence spirit did the sun-devouring demonic wolf finally devour its flame essence. This ferocious dire beast turned into a dried corpse and collapsed to the ground. Su Yuyao took a few steps back and sat on the ground. Chapter 1784. They obtained another overwhelming victory. This time around, luck played a huge part in their victory. After all, their opponent was a fire-attribute desolate beast and was controlled by the sun-devouring demonic wolf. But no matter what, their victory was still very thorough. Mo Xiaolong's identity was also resolved, but it wasn't suitable for him to reveal himself for a long period of time. Long Chen swiftly allowed him to enter the divine kingdom and surveyed the surroundings, finally locating Su Yuyao's figure. This time around, she was truly defeated. She collapsed onto the ground. Her countenance was completely ashen as her entire body trembled. Her beauty that could mesmerize the masses now resembled a clown. "Open this thing." The first sentence Long Chen spoke was to the person controlling the coiling dragon pillar. At this moment, the crowd was completely silent. The majority of them stared in shock at the corpse of the devil fire Xueqi as their countenances stiffened. Long Chen's performance today could be said to have shaken the entire martial god city. For the next few years, this matter would most probably be a hot topic. Not only did he completely defeat Su Yuyao, he even killed the devil fire Xueqi. This matter could be considered a smack to the faces of the 17th branch clan. It was just that at this moment, they didn't dare to come out and embarrass themselves. The person controlling the coiling dragon pillar finally opened the light barrier. Long Chen leaped up and appeared before Su Yuyao. Staring at this pitiful woman, Long Chen knew that he couldn't have the slightest bit of sympathy. And at this moment, everyone realized that Long Chen might be ruthless. After all, she was a genius young lady of the Zone clan. They couldn't allow Long Chen to do as he pleased. Hence, many experts were already monitoring the situation. Those Samsara realm experts could easily deal with Long Chen. Hence, they weren't anxious at all. It was just that no matter who it was, they all felt a trace of reverence for this young man. How could a golden qilin be an ordinary creature in a pond? It would transform into a dragon the moment it encountered the wind and clouds. Standing in front of Su Yuyao and looking down from above, Long Chen used the god-slaying sword to lift her chin. How dare an outsider act like this in front of so many elders? How audacious! Long Chen stared coldly into the other party's trembling eyes and said slowly, "I don't care what happened today. The reason I agreed to your challenge was to give us a chance to settle this. Otherwise, I wouldn't have bothered with you. There's a saying that goes, the victor is king and the loser is a bandit. In my eyes, you're a bandit, a slut. I know you're used to being high and mighty, but I'm more used to beating people like you down from the top. If you're still not convinced, I welcome you to continue making trouble for me, but that will only make you feel more despair. There's a limit to my patience. I just hope that one day, you won't force me to the point where I don't even care about my own life to kill you." After saying that, he put down the god-slaying sword. Su Yuyao lowered her head. Her tears fell uncontrollably, but her eyes were still lifeless. Under the gaze of countless people, Long Chen straightened his back. Su Yuji stood not far in front of him and waved at him. As for Su Yuyao, she basically turned a blind eye. Long Chen knew that many people were looking at him, but he wasn't scared. He was also angry. He was very cautious, but he was also very smart. He knew that after this battle, his position in the Su family had already undergone a subtle change. That was, he was no longer someone who could be slaughtered by anyone. Many people had mixed feelings. They were naturally unhappy with Long Chen's current arrogant look. However, he did have the right to be arrogant. Moreover, it seemed like Su Zhan was still protecting him. Unknowingly, Long Chen seemed to have become the #1 figure in the Su clan. Xueqi smiled sweetly and completely ignored the environment. She said, "My uncle said that he wants to see you. Go over." "Uncle, I'm not going." Long Chen rejected in public. He knew that he only needed to listen to Su Zhan's words. As for the others, even if it was Su Sheng, what could they do? Long Chen could grasp this subtle relationship, so he was even more confident that if Su Zhan believed that he had something he wanted, and if Su Sheng wanted to deal with him, he would definitely disobey. The Su clan was his enemy. There was no need for Long Chen to be respectful to them. Many people heard this sentence. Many people's eyes revealed anger. However, since Su Sheng didn't make things difficult for him, they couldn't say anything for the time being. At this time, Long Chen had already passed by the crowd and was preparing to return to his Violet Dragon Pavilion. Watching him leave, many people gritted their teeth. And at this moment, an extremely wealthy middle-aged man whose entire body was glittering with golden light and adorned with jewels landed on the dragon trapping platform. His body had a terrifying radiance, and although he was very fat, he gave Long Chen a rather dangerous feeling. He should be someone on the same level as Su Zhan. It was Su Sheng. He didn't come down because of Long Chen, so Long Chen wasn't afraid of him. Instead, he continued walking forward. Even Xueqi couldn't hold him back. At this time, Su Sheng cleared his throat and said, "It's not easy for us to gather together. I'll tell you some important news. It's related to the majority of the young disciples. Everyone, please listen carefully." Long Chen stopped walking. He could tell that the so-called majority of the young disciples were actually talking to him. He wanted Long Chen to stay. Long Chen was already 1,000 meters away. There was no problem listening to him. Only then did Su Sheng say, "The Dragon God domain has a few most mysterious places. The battlefield of the gods is one of them. Rumor has it that this is the place where the gods once fought to the death. However, this is only a rumor. There is no way to verify it. However, everyone must know that in the battlefield of the gods, the ancestors of the ancient city of the 72 divine descendants have left their heroic spirits there for us to worship. The so-called battlefield is more like a mausoleum." Everyone understood these words. Long Chen reckoned that he was talking to himself. Su Sheng paused for a moment, then said, "The battlefield of the gods is a peaceful place. It only opens once every 1,000 years. In a little more than a month, the battlefield of the gods will open. The youngest disciples of our Su clan have yet to worship the heroic spirits of our ancestors. Therefore, in a little more than a month, a portion of the most outstanding young disciples will be led by their elders to the battlefield of the gods to worship the heroic spirits of our ancestors. I already have a name list in my hands." Once these words were spoken, everyone revealed fanatical expressions. They were extremely excited. Clearly, they were extremely yearning and longing to worship the true spirits of the martial gods. The crowd immediately became restless, even drowning out the storm caused by Long Chen. It could be seen how much the disciples yearned for this operation. However, most people only yearned for it. Only a few people had soul-stirring expectations. After all, there was a limited number of people who could worship the heroic spirits of their ancestors every time. The battlefield of the gods was a holy land, and not everyone had the qualifications to worship it. Seeing that he had successfully stirred up everyone's emotions, Su Sheng faintly glanced in Long Chen's direction. Then he smiled and said, "We are the descendants of the martial gods. Worshipping the ancestors is the sublimation of our souls. The ancestors were the true gods of the world, dominating the ancient times and intimidating the heavens. Those who worship the ancestors must have a pious heart and sing praises to the ancestors. Any young disciple who participates will be able to receive the divine spirit rain from the true spirits of the martial gods. It can strengthen one's foundation, stabilize one's bloodline, increase one's strength, increase one's potential, strengthen one's physical body, and so on. There is even a possibility of obtaining even greater benefits. For example, 100,000 years ago, there was a person in my martial god city who received an immemorial Tao tool from the ancestors. He was able to move unhindered across the universe and became a peerless genius, leaving behind an illustrious name." He emphasized again, "I'm sure everyone knows about the so-called immemorial Tao tool. It is a Tao tool with more than 100 Tao patterns and has a history of tens of millions of years. Most of them are super Tao tools that have been passed down from the immemorial era until now. They have true spirits and are extremely powerful. Even a 3-year-old child can kill a reincarnation tribulation realm expert with them. They can cover the sky and cut the galaxy. They are omnipotent. No matter who it is, once they get their hands on an immemorial Tao tool, they will reach the heavens in a single step. These words made everyone's blood boil. Their eyes were filled with even more fanaticism and yearning. However, there were also some people who found it strange. Why did he have to describe these things in such detail when everyone knew it? However, Long Chen knew that Su Shang had his eyes on him. Long Chen could roughly guess his intentions. As expected, at this moment, Su Sheng added a few more words and began to announce the list that had been prepared long ago. He said with a face full of joy, "After our discussion, we have decided to send my fifth sister, who is also the fifth young city lord, Su Xilan. With her around, everyone can rest assured about the safety of the disciples. In addition, there are also 5 deputy commanders. They will be the youngest reincarnation tribulation realm expert from the 18 branch families. The list of 5 people is as follows." After that, he announced 5 names. They were all relatively young, but their cultivation bases were already at the reincarnation tribulation realm. They were all geniuses from the ancient city's branch family. And then, the main event arrived. Seeing that all the young disciples were filled with yearning, Su Sheng smiled and began to announce, "This time around, those who have the qualifications to pay respects to the ancestor and bathe in the divine spirit rain are a total of 20 branch family disciples. There are also disciples of the ancestral clan whose cultivation bases are at the 5th level of the Nirvana tribulation realm and above. Everyone should be very clear who the disciples of the ancestral clan are. It's just that a few days ago, my third brother accepted a foster son. I hereby announce that Long Chen will also be participating in this ceremony as a disciple of the ancestral clan." He didn't even give Long Chen a chance to refute. As the sound of his voice faded, the crowd burst into an uproar once again. Their faces were filled with astonishment as they exchanged glances with each other. Most of them were filled with dissatisfaction. Honestly speaking, although Long Chen was powerful, they despised Long Chen from the depths of their bones. This outsider basically didn't have the bloodline of the Su clan, yet he was able to enjoy the treatment that the majority of branch family disciples didn't have. He was able to defeat the martial god ancestor. Momentarily, countless people were in an uproar. Su Sheng seemed to have long expected such a situation. He stretched out his hand and pressed down. The mouths of the crowd seemed to be pressed down, causing them to be unable to utter a single word. At this moment, Su Ming's voice drifted over. He said, "Long Chen has immense potential and is also the future hope of our Su clan. This decision was made jointly by my elder brother and me. If anyone has any objections, feel free to come and reason with me." Chapter 1785. Long Chen had already expected this result. These 2 fellows might have guessed Su Zhen's thoughts and plans. Su Zhen definitely wants to keep me by his side, but these 2 fellows deliberately sent me away. They must be testing him. If they restrict Su Zhen in the ancient martial god city after I leave, I don't believe that I can't escape his control. Long Chen was acutely aware that this might be his only chance to escape. Therefore, this might very well be a good thing for him. As for the martial god ancestor's divine rain and gifts, although Long Chen knew that the primordial Tao artifact was definitely very precious, and he still had to face Lingxi's 8 great celestial swords, compared to life and freedom, these things were not Long Chen's main goal. Therefore, he did not reject Su Shang's decision. Hearing this news, Su Yuji's face darkened, and there was already some anger between her brows. She clearly knew that Su Shang and the others made this decision because of Su Zhen. "Don't worry, when this news reaches my father will deal with it. He won't let you run to the battlefield of the gods for no reason." Su Yuji's brows moved slightly as she said indifferently. And at this time, with regards to Long Chen going to the battlefield of the gods, the others did not dare to oppose it. They were just angry in their hearts, and from time to time, they would cast disgusted glances at Long Chen. Next, Su Shang announced the 20 most outstanding young experts selected from the branch family. They also had the qualifications to worship the ancestors. In fact, most people could guess the list of names announced earlier. Only the last 20 young martial artists from the branch family had to be confirmed. When this list was announced, The young people who obtained this opportunity were all ecstatic. They had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Xueqi said, "Everyone who is about to defeat the martial god ancestor must listen to the command of the 5 young city lords and the various deputy commanders. Your performance will be recorded in the family records, and those who are unruly can be killed on the spot. I hope this will be a very pleasant journey, because as long as you reach the ancient god desolate land, you will be able to meet your companions from the other ancient cities of God's descendants. At that time, basically all the young experts from the 72 ancient cities of God's descendants will gather together, such as the night god, the dark goddess, the heaven fire god, the north sea god, the mysterious heaven god, and so on to participate in this worship. Everyone must perform well, don't be bullied by others, lose the reputation of our martial god ancient city, and shame the ancestors." The representatives of the 72 ancient cities of God gathered in one place. This was also a super grand event that rarely appeared in the dragon god domain. It happened once every 1,000 years, and the descendants of the various gods were all proud individuals. As the 72 ancient cities of God stood side by side as one, it was inevitable that the youths would be competitive. Thus, they wouldn't pay attention to any small fights. Basically, every time the battlefield of the gods opened, there would be many competitions between the youths. This was also one of the big attractions of this trip. There were even many people who went to see the young experts of the other ancient cities of God's descendants. As for Long Chen, he seemed to have heard a very important name. Dark Goddess, is there such a god? He pretended to be calm and asked Xueqi. It is located in the northernmost part of the Dragon God domain, and we are currently in the southernmost part of the Dragon God domain. However, when the battlefield of the gods opens, all the ancient cities with the blood of the gods must send representatives to pay their respects. Our martial god ancient city is not considered powerful, but the new generation of experts from the 72 ancient cities with descendants of gods will gather. When that time comes, there will really be as many geniuses as dogs. I don't know how many experts there will be. I reckon that there will be a lot of super divine dragons like my big brother, who are at the 9th tier of the Nirvana Tribulation Realm, with battle prowess comparable to the Reincarnation Tribulation Realm. The 72 ancient cities of God's descendants did indeed have countless young experts. Even in martial god ancient city, in Xueqi's generation, there were at least 20 people whose strength surpassed Long Chen. Not to mention that there were a total of 72 ancient cities of God's descendants. Other than the 5 great dragon cities, perhaps all the young experts in the world would gather together. Dark God City. After taking care of the city Lord of the Wronged, Li Xuanji left. She would definitely come to the Eternal God domain, and if she came, she might go to the Dark God City. Long Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly. He might be thinking too much. Back then, Li Xuanji was still young and weak, and he was just fooling around in Martial God Ancient City. How could she be in the Dark God City? She might even appear in the Dark God City's team. However, that girl who looked cold on the outside but was passionate on the inside still made Long Chen miss her. At this moment, Xueqi had already explained everything. In the end, he took a glance at Long Chen before disappearing. Everyone also started to disperse, while Long Chen and Xueqi returned. They'll probably set off in half a month. My big brother must have also received the order and is on his way back. You've taught Yaoer a lesson today, but you don't have to worry about it. My big brother has a cold personality, and he doesn't care about anything. He doesn't even speak a single word for the entire day. He basically doesn't care about me and Yaoer. He's wholeheartedly pursuing the Tao. He defeated Yaoer fair and square, so he won't vent his anger on you. Really? Long Chen helplessly smiled. Fortunately that was the case. Otherwise, wouldn't he have provoked another reincarnation tribulation realm powerhouse? Right, your big brother Xueqi's inheritance blood essence came from. It was said that it was a super divine dragon, on the same level as the 3,000 star soul dragon. Speaking of this, Xueqi was very fearful. Her eyes flickered, as if she was recalling a terrifying matter. After a long time, she shook her head and woke up from her fear. Her mouth was dry as she said, "It seems to be a primordial demonic dragon, a very evil and cruel dragon. Demonic dragon bloodline." Basically, their personalities were very cruel, similar to demons. Amongst the demonic dragons, the purple blood demonic dragon could be considered as a high-grade divine dragon, but it was a divine dragon that leaned towards justice. As for the primordial demonic dragon, just from its name, one could tell that it was a fiendish being. Naturally, Long Chen's primordial blood spiritual dragon was at the peak of fiendish. Oh! From Su Yuji's description, Long Chen had some expectations for the only super divine dragon in the martial god ancient city. After returning to the Violet Dragon Pavilion, Su Yuji left. She was probably going to report to her father about what happened today. In the Violet Dragon Pavilion, everyone was discussing. I also think that we can make good use of this opportunity. Su Shang and Su Ming must know about the Martial Devil Cave. Their actions should be to test Su Zhen's movements. After we leave, if Su Zhen follows us, it means that he is indeed guilty. However, if he doesn't follow us, our chances of escaping seem to be quite high. Mo Xiaolang nodded and said. Lingxi said, but Su Xilan seems to have a good relationship with Su Zhen. Will she help him watch over us? Long Chen said, Su Xilan is not as scary as Su Zhen. We still have some time. We have to find out more information. Presumably, by this time, Su Zhen has already received the news. What will he do? Long Chen guessed correctly. In the martial god ancient city, in a forest that was as sharp as a blade, killing intent filled the air. 5 people met, each sitting on a chair under an ancient tree. These 5 people were the 5 young city lords of the martial god ancient city. Among them, Su Xilan sat upright and still, looking valiant and heroic, with a pair of fierce eyes. Su Chan was like an old monk, sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, pretending not to hear anything. As for Su Zhen, Su Shang and Su Ming, they were facing each other. Before Su Zhen could speak, Su Xing said, You don't have to say anything. We can guess that you want to follow grandfather's old path, to nurture a martial demon seed and demonize yourself to prove your deity position, right? Su Ming sneered, Third bro, don't blame me for not warning you. Be careful not to end up like grandfather. Su Zhen said, Don't force your thoughts on others. Becoming a deity as a demon is only a legend, not a reality. Su Shang and Su Ming exchanged a look and smiled. If we are thinking too much, then you won't have any objections if we let Long Chen pay his respects to the ancestors, right? Su Zhen coldly replied. No objections. This is a good thing for him. From today's battle, his potential isn't any inferior to Mu Chen's. Su Shang and Su Ming never thought that Su Zhen would be so straightforward. They knew that Long Chen wanted to escape. If Su Zhen really had the intention of nurturing a martial demon seed and had even planted that legendary thing in Long Chen, then it was impossible for him to let Long Chen leave his side, not to mention to such a faraway place. But now, he had casually agreed to it. Could it be that they were thinking too much? Su Zhen stood up and said, If there's nothing else, then let's end today's meeting. His reaction made Su Sheng fall silent. After a while Su Sheng said, As your elder brother, I should advise you not to go down the wrong path. However, if you don't have such intentions, then I have nothing to say. Since you've spoken so harshly today, don't follow us to the battlefield of gods and make us brothers look down on you. Su Zhen sneered, the heart of a vile person. Finishing his words, he turned around and left, disappearing in a few moments. Everyone was left looking at each other. Su Ming looked at Su Xilan and asked, Fifth bro, did third bro ask you to keep an eye on Long Chen? Su Xilan indifferently said, Third bro has a calm character, unlike you guys who would use unscrupulous means to fight for power. Although I don't want to answer you guys, I have to say that he didn't tell me anything. Goodbye. In terms of status, the 5 of them were equal. Truth be told, Su Xilan didn't have to obey them. They were all elder brothers, so it was only right for them to show some respect. After speaking, she turned around and left. As for Su Chan, he quietly left after seeing that there was nothing else for him to do. Su Shang said in doubt, Could it be that I've guessed wrongly? Chapter 1786. In the ancient city of War God, it could be said that undercurrents were surging. No one knew what kind of battle was brewing in this place. Long Chen had already been swept into this whirlpool. However, he spent most of his time cultivating in the Violet Dragon veranda. He basically didn't go to the other worlds in the inner city. These days, Long Chen and the others mainly stabilized their cultivation. After all, they broke through too quickly. They needed to deepen their heavenly Tao cultivation to stabilize the violent nirvana energy in their bodies. Nirvana energy and Tao seals were of the same attribute. Only a mature Tao seal could suppress more nirvana energy. Of course, it was also a test of Long Chen's recent achievements. After defeating Su Yuyao, he could be considered to have vented his anger. Since then, Su Yuyao didn't appear again. However, he would definitely meet her on the battlefield of gods in the future. At that time, he didn't know if she would still have strong hostility towards him. About 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Xueqi successfully passed the first Nirvana tribulation and became a martial artist in the first Nirvana tribulation realm. Although there was still a long way to go before Long Chen and the others, her talent was not outstanding, so it was normal. In the future, the gap might become bigger and bigger. She and Xiaolang were childhood friends. Mo Xiaolang had a quiet personality, while she was lively and lively. They were a perfect match. After Ling she had activated her bloodline in the martial demon cave. Her cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. It had to be said that if the density of the god blood in her body were to spread, it would probably cause an earthquake in the dragon god domain, or even the eternal god domain. That kind of cultivation speed and innate talent and intelligence were in no way inferior to Long Chen. However, Long Chen had already checked. Among the 72 ancient cities of divine descendants, there was the Darkness God City, but there wasn't any deity called Plain Maiden. The deity Plain Maiden existed in the folklore of the dragon sacrificial continent, mysterious and strange. From the matter between Su Zhen, Su Shang, and Su Ming, Long Chen thought of Mo Xiaolang. He said, "It's time to ask Su Yuji what that black flame was." Even if the flame had been completely digested by Mo Xiaolang, it was still closely related to Long Chen. If he didn't ask clearly, it was likely that there would be a mistake in the future. Everyone gathered in the Divine Nation. Long Chen left the Violet Dragon Pavilion and went to the Fire Phoenix Pavilion where Su Yuji was. The Fire Phoenix Pavilion's door was opened. Su Yuji, wearing a fiery red dress, had a kind of transcendent aura. When Su Yu approached, she had already noticed him. The doors to the Fire Phoenix Pavilion opened. Su Yuji, who wore a fiery red dress and had snow-white skin, smiled gently and said, "Good little brother, what brings you to my Fire Phoenix Pavilion today? Come in first." The Fire Phoenix Pavilion's layout was much more beautiful than the Violet Dragon Pavilion. After all, Su Yuji often took care of it, while Long Chen only used it as a temporary place. The two walked inside. In this tranquil environment, the tempting fragrance of the other party's body assaulted them. The women of the Eternal God domain were powerful and extraordinary, with a different kind of charm. "You don't visit me for no reason. If you have any questions, just ask me. I will answer all I know." Su Yuji was very lenient towards him. "I want to know, what kind of secret exists in the Martial Devil Cave?" Long Chen went straight to the point and asked. "You haven't seen it?" Su Yuji said. "I have, but I don't know what it is." Su Yuji frowned and thought for a while, then said, "Not many people know about this matter. As the person involved, you also have the right to know. In order to prevent your imagination from running wild, I will tell you, but you can't spread it, especially to other people in the Su family. Do you agree to this condition?" This matter couldn't be hidden from Long Chen, so Su Yuyao didn't intend to hide it from the beginning. Long Chen nodded and said, "Please speak." Su Yuyao said, "Rumor has it that after my ancestor, the martial god, became a devil, his temperament changed greatly. However, in the end, he washed away his devil sin in the Martial Devil Cave and transformed into a god. For millions of years, there was a legend in the Martial Devil Cave. That is, all the devil sin left behind by the martial god formed a devil seed that can transform people into a devil. We call it the Martial Devil Seed. That thing looks like a black flame, something left behind by the martial god himself. All of his demonic thoughts were contained within it. No wonder the devil intent in the Martial Devil Cave was so terrifying. That black flame had an extremely strong bewitching power. That was something left behind by a god. Although the ancestral dragon was powerful, he was still an infant and temporarily couldn't resist the devil intent of a true god. Fortunately, Mo Xiaolang had digested that thing. However, why did the other party want him to accept the Martial Devil Seed? Although he didn't fall for it, in the eyes of Su Zhan and the others, he had already fallen for it. Therefore, Long Chen pretended to be very angry and said, "If that's the case, why do you want me to go to the Martial Devil Cave and let me bear this kind of thing? Do you want me to transform into a demon?" What kind of changes will happen to this thing in my body in the future? Xueqi comforted him. Don't worry, listen to my explanation. The super divine dragon's physique is extremely strong, far surpassing the bloodline of us gods. If the martial devil seed enters your body, it will gradually awaken from a state of death. This will take about a year. When it wakes up, my father will naturally take it away. It won't cause any harm to you. As compensation, he will treat you as his own son and give you abundant resources. Don't think too much about it. The martial devil seed is a precious thing of my Su family. Of course, my father won't use it on you. When the martial devil seed truly awakens, he will take it away immediately without you reminding him. The other party must have prepared this long ago. Long Chen listened carefully and roughly understood that a lot of the information was true. However, he didn't really believe it. If this kind of thing was really in his body, it wouldn't cause any harm to him. He already knew what he wanted to know. Long Chen put on a few more airs and said a few harsh words before angrily leaving the Fire Phoenix Pavilion. After he left, Xueqi's eyes gradually turned cold. She stroked the embossed phoenix on the seat and said disdainfully, "You're just fodder, yet you still dare to be so arrogant. When the time comes, you'll be crying." And all of this naturally, Long Chen couldn't know. I finally know what Su Zhen's goal is. He wants this martial devil seed. What does he want to do? Having understood the other party's goal, it was much easier. However, the martial devil seed didn't reach him at all. "Big brother, look." A flame appeared in Mo Xiaolong's hand. When Long Chen looked at it, it gave off the feeling of a martial devil seed. He said, "The essence of this martial devil seed is a kind of flame. I've already digested it and turned it into my own power. This kind of flame of mine can cause the opponent to hallucinate, confuse their emotions, and so on. Generally speaking, only flames that have been completely digested by me can be used by me. Therefore, even a martial devil seed might not be able to resist my devouring divine ability." Long Chen roughly studied it. Indeed, it was as Mo Xiaolang said. He also asked this question to Kitten. Kitten said, "This guy's divine ability is abnormal. This young master doesn't know much about that martial devil seed. It should be right to listen to him." Only then did Long Chen feel relieved. If that's the case, Su Sheng is only at the stage of suspicion. If I leave the ancient city of martial god, they will judge whether Su Zhan will follow me or not. This will indeed put Su Zhan in a difficult position. Since Xueqi dared to tell me, she must be certain that I won't dare to make it public. If I tell Su Shang and the others, I might be able to escape Su Zhan's control for a short period of time. However, I don't have a martial devil seed in my body. In their battle, I'm nothing. I will definitely die a horrible death. Therefore, I still have to stay in the battlefield of gods and see if there's a chance to escape. After pondering for a while, his goal was clear. His heart was carefree as he walked towards the Violet Dragon veranda. When he was about to approach, Long Chen felt an extremely fatal aura. He slowly turned around. At the end of this deep and winding path, a tall man shrouded in black clothes, a black cloak, and a bamboo hat walked over step by step. He seemed to be walking at a leisurely pace, but in reality, his speed was extremely fast. In just an instant, he arrived in front of Long Chen. Demon Aura. Long Chen instantly knew his identity. Not only did he have a ferocious demonic nature, but he also had the primordial and prestige of a divine dragon. That fellow was Su Mu Chen. His head was shrouded in the bamboo hat, so Long Chen couldn't see it clearly. However, the ferocious aura of a divine dragon was like a primordial beast that ran past Long Chen, making him fearful. The other party did not stop, but directly passed by him and disappeared from his sight. Ignoring my existence? Or do you already know me? Long Chen was certain that the other party knew who he was and even knew that he had beaten Su Yuyao up. However, the other party did not pay any attention to him. Evidently, he did not treat him as anything. However, this Su Mu Chen was truly powerful. Amongst all the dragon martial artists that Long Chen had seen, he was an existence that was close to the Star Soul Supervisor. With the ferocious nature of the demonic dragon, his fighting strength would definitely be terrifying. Not long after, Long Chen returned to the Violet Dragon veranda. In the center of the Dragon God domain, there was a mysterious ancient divine desolate land. It was one of the most ancient and mysterious places in the Eternal God domain. And in the center of the ancient divine desolate land was the location of the battlefield of the gods. The journey from the ancient martial god city to the battlefield of the gods was rather long. They had to cross half of the dragon god domain. Therefore, although there was still a month before the battlefield of the gods would open, it was already time for them to set off. A few days later, the departure notice arrived in Long Chen's hands. Su Zhan still couldn't defeat those two and sent me out of the ancient martial god city. Then, will he secretly follow me? The crucial moment had finally arrived. Chapter 1787. Outside the door, Su Yuji was still as tranquil as snow, smiling pleasantly. It was as if she was specially sent by Su Zhan to serve Long Chen. Generally speaking, it would be very enjoyable to be served by such a noble beauty. You are not familiar with the inner city. Follow me to the heavenly path gate. Su Yuji said softly and led the way in front, her graceful figure twisting. Although today was the day of travel, Su Yuji was no longer as angry as when she heard Su Sheng suddenly say that he wanted her to go to the battlefield of the gods. What kind of change had happened? Was Su Zhan really not afraid of him escaping, or had he already made a plan? Long Chen felt like he was making a gamble. Running in this beautiful fairy-like inner city, they passed by a few statues of the 3,000 Samsara soldiers. Not long after, they arrived at the so-called Heavenly Path Gate. The Heavenly Path Gate was one of the gates in the inner city. Only when the Su family had a major operation would the team set off from here. Paying respects to the ancestors was an extremely grand event. Today, the atmosphere in the inner city was very lively. Before Long Chen arrived, he could already feel that many people had gathered there. The 6 commanders' responsibility was to protect the team's safety. Long Chen's group of more than 30 people was the main force of paying respects. During this time, the others had already learned a lot of necessary etiquette. Only Long Chen was not taken care of. This was a sacred event. The 5 young city lords were about to attend and send off the new generation. They would let them bathe in the divine rain of the martial god's heroic spirit, fully awaken their divine blood, increase their potential, and soar again. This was also the opportunity for the young men in the clan to break through to the Samsara realm. Under the envious and jealous gazes of countless branch family disciples, Long Chen arrived at the center of the crowd. There were already about 30 people gathered here, and the team of about 40 people was about to arrive. The 5 deputy commanders were from the various branch families. Right now, they were already standing at the front of the group. Their gazes were solemn, and every single one of them was emitting an extremely powerful aura that caused others to tremble in fear. In front of the crowd, there was an altar. On the altar, there were many elders worshipping their ancestors. These elders were the main force of the Su clan. There were more than 30 people present, and almost all of them were experts at the Samsara realm. With so many experts gathered together, to be honest, this made Long Chen, a nobody from the dragon sacrificial continent, extremely shocked. At the same time he felt humble. Of course he was just young. The young city lords hadn't arrived yet. In the traveling group, the martial artists of the branch family weren't much weaker than the disciples of the main family. The main family only needed to be at the 5th level of the Nirvana Tribulation Realm to qualify, while the branch family needed to be at least at the 8th level of the Nirvana Tribulation Realm in order to obtain one of the 20 spots. Among the crowd, Long Chen saw Su Yuyao and his elder brother Su Mukan. In fact, the disciples of the major families were all the children of the 5 young city lords. Among them, Su Zhan had the least children, only 3. Including Long Chen, who no one acknowledged, there were only 4. Su Mukan was dressed in black. He was tall and strong, more than 2 meters tall. He stood there calmly and looked ahead. Su Yuyao sensed Long Chen's arrival. She glanced at him and lowered her head again. Su Mu Chen was dressed in black. He had a tall stature that was more than 2 meters tall. He stood calmly as he stared ahead without moving. Su Yuyao sensed Long Chen's arrival. She glanced over at him before lowering her head again. After this battle, if she could respect others, it would be a transformation. However, if she was stubborn, she would be courting death. After this battle, if she could respect others, it would be a transformation. However, if she was stubborn, it would be courting death. The 4 of them could be considered the descendants of Su Zhen's team. Once Su Zhan became the city lord in the future, they would be young city lords. They would command countless experts in the city and dominate the world. Long Chen noticed that the disciples who came with him were looking at him with unfriendly expressions. It might be because he was an outsider, because he injured Su Yuyao and Su Mukin, and killed a branch family disciple, etc. Their eyes were filled with warning, trying to scare Long Chen. At this moment, Long Chen felt a fatal crisis. He didn't expect that there would be a cultivator who dared to attack him in public in front of the heavenly path gate. The first reaction was Su Mukin. However, Su Mukin was right in front of him. If it wasn't him, then who could it be? The person who attacked him was many times stronger than Su Yuyao. It was obvious that he was a 9th-level Nirvana Tribulation Realm expert. Long Chen didn't panic. He coldly glanced over and saw that in the southeast of the crowd, there was a youth with purple hair and purple eyes. He was wearing a purple brocade robe and had a divine bow drawn. The arrow was knocked on the bowstring, and the target was Long Chen. This was an extremely powerful bow-shaped Dao weapon, and the arrow that was like a meteor. In addition, the caster's powerful nirvana power and comprehension of the heavenly Dao were almost equivalent to Su Yuji. For a moment, it locked onto Long Chen, giving Long Chen a feeling that he could not move and could only wait for death. This kind of truly fatal crisis was very rare. The sharp arrow told Long Chen that as long as the other party released his grip, Long Chen wouldn't even have the time to dodge. His eyes would be pierced through. "Bastard, look over here." The other party coldly spoke. Beside him, Su Yuchen still had a pale expression on his face. Long Chen understood. This person should be Su Yuchen's elder brother. Su Yuyao's brother Su Mukin didn't act, but this fellow acted. It's Su Tianzhou. He even took out the 9-star sky's bow and the star-piercing arrow that can pierce through the stars. He wants to kill Long Chen. Sensing this situation, the entire crowd erupted into a frenzy. Su Tianzhou had a cold expression on his face. When Long Chen looked over, he had already released the arrow. At that instant, an explosive sound rang out in the air. An irresistible beam of starlight shot towards Long Chen's eyes at an unparalleled speed. Everything happened in an instant. The moment the arrow was released, countless people exclaimed. Su Tianzhou was Su Chan's eldest son and also the strongest one. He was about the same age as Su Yuji and had also broken through to the reincarnation tribulation realm. He had a profound cultivation in the heavenly Dao and was proficient in the Dao of archery. His overall combat strength was probably superior to Su Yuji's. He enjoyed a great reputation in the entire martial god ancient city. His age was more than twice that of Su Yuyao. His combat strength was simply not on the same level as Su Yuyao. Once the arrow was released, if no one resisted, Long Chen would undoubtedly die. The other party's strength had already locked onto the possibility of him moving. Long Chen was also clear that he would most likely die. However, he knew that such an occasion wouldn't allow Su Tianzhou to act presumptuously. Just when the crowd was in an uproar, a black arm appeared out of nowhere in front of Long Chen and suddenly grabbed the star-piercing arrow. With just a little more, the star-piercing arrow would have pierced through Long Chen. From the beginning to the end, Long Chen's expression didn't change. However, he never imagined that the one who blocked the arrow for him would actually be Su Mukin. Su Mukin grabbed the star-piercing arrow and pinched it. The famous star-piercing arrow was crushed into powder and fell to the ground. The strength of Su Mukin's physical body was actually so powerful. Throwing the incomplete star-piercing arrow away, Su Mukin returned to his position and did not speak a word. Everyone nearly suffocated. Su Tianzhou was first startled before he sneered. "What good luck. There won't be a next time." Finishing his words, he stored the 9-star sky's bow. Beside him, Su Yuchen also had a resentful expression. Just at this moment, the 5 young city lords and many branch family experts descended and landed on the altar. The altar was densely packed with experts. The scene was truly shocking. Every single one of them could probably form a force like the wind dragon stream. The 5 young city lords all had different expressions. Only Su Shang, who was the eldest, had a wide smile on his face. He first said a bunch of useless words, then finally said, "Everyone is fortunate to be able to pay respects to the ancestors. You must cherish this opportunity and make yourselves stronger. There are countless experts in the battlefield of gods. You can't bring shame to our martial god ancient city. You must win glory for our ancestors. I hope that everyone can recognize this point." You are shouldering the glory and mission of our martial god ancient city. Don't let yourselves fail so easily. If you bring shame to our Sioux family, we can expel you from the Sioux family. Do you understand? These words made the blood of the arrogant aristocratic disciples boil. They had been cooped up in the martial god ancient city for too long. In the entire territory of the martial god ancient city, no one was an opponent. Everyone was looking forward to the outside world, and they were the same. What they were looking forward to more was the competition with other ancient cities of divine descendants. The 72 ancient cities of divine descendants occupied the dragon god domain. Who was stronger? At this moment, they were already vaguely ready to make a move. Long Chen was also very excited. He was excited because he finally had a chance to escape this cage. This time, he could only succeed. Failure was not allowed. Let's go. Su Sheng gave the order. Su Xilan landed in the middle of the team. This time, she was the chief commander. With her overseeing, there would be no mistakes. In reality, this was just a worship ceremony. It was not a big deal. The battle that Su Sheng mentioned was also to encourage everyone so that they would not lose face. The team was vigorous, and they were about to set off. At this moment, an old man from the 17th branch family said, "5 young city lords, I remember that there is a young girl beside Long Chen. Her name is Lingxi, and she is the successor of the ethereal immortal sect. She must be in Long Chen's god nation now. Could it be that this young girl is also qualified to worship the ancestors?" This sentence caused another uproar. Originally, people were already very dissatisfied that Long Chen could go, and now there was another person. That old man from the branch family said, "Miss Lingxi is also from our martial god ancient city. I heard that she is husband and wife to Long Chen, so she can be considered the daughter-in-law of the 3rd young city lord. In that case, let her stay in the inner city. What do you all think?" That old man was extremely pleased with himself. The others also started to clamor. The meaning was that Long Chen could go was dogs hit luck, and Lingxi definitely could not sneak in. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.